sub for $5. Probably about the same price as a sub anywhere else, you know, like a sub that you eat. I've got noodles, right? Might as well get yourself a sub. Or if you're feeling lucky and somebody else is feeling generous, if those two things match up, you might be given a gift sub. Again, you're more likely to be given a gift sub if you're active in the chat. Alright, there we go. We're starting out strong today. The music is too loud. That's because we're starting out strong. See, like, starting out strong means, wow! Thank you for becoming a member. Oh my god, I don't even have the thing open to see who's becoming a member. And we still have the strategic, like, abbreviations of names to make sure nobody can say that their name is like a slur. Which I don't know if that would be as much of a problem. Why music? Why music? Yes, indeed. Because we're starting out the show. You ever watch Majority Report? They start off with the show. It's like the, live from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heart of downtown Brooklyn, USA. Chat, we are really close to, we're really close to a milestone, yeah. We're about to hit a milestone, okay? 1.9k subscribers. Might not sound like a big of a milestone, but it is the last stop. The last stop, indeed, before we hit 2k, right? Which is a real landmark, and I want to hit that before the end of Christmas, so I'm be really excited if we could go over that, see the thing tick over to 1.9 today. That would really make my day. A lot of things would make my day. We got some good content today, so, and I'm thinking about playing Sonic. It's like a cold day, a cold morning. I've got my Void coffee. I've got my noodles. For once, I'm not eating them out of the rice cooker. You know, I'm not being that goblin mode. Oh my god, what? What just happened? I just heard something. Derek Me Own. Thank you for the... Wait a minute, why is this not telling me exactly what's happening here? Oh, because Buffy, he reached your 5, you got a 5 stream streak. Zara, you've got a 10 stream streak. And Lexical looks like, yeah, okay, that's it. Lexical, you gave out the community sub. Thank you. Wait, who got that sub? I didn't see who got it, but, wait, maybe it'll tell me if I scroll up. I don't know. Tibble the Blue, good to see you. Yeah, Derek Me Own is the one who, okay, so yeah. I read that out. Okay, oh my god, that is a huge landmark. Look, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. I think we can do it. I think we can push 2k. And look, from there, the sky's the limit, okay? I mean, like, there's other streamers out there that I kind of started with, like Demon Mama and Chud Logic, who have, like, orders of magnitude greater numbers of subs than me, but I don't see them moving that much. I don't see them making that much progress. I don't see them growing that much. I am growing, chat. I am growing, and even without putting out videos, that's kind of amazing and kind of pathetic at the same time, because I should be putting out videos for you. It's just that, like, there's been too much to talk about on stream, and I'm always having this, like, choice of, like, do I stream or do I work on videos? And lately I've just been wanting to get on and wanting to stream and wanting to say hello to my lovely chat. So hello to my lovely chat, hello to Twitch, hello to YouTube. Oh, hello to those of you. Oh my god, Tibble the Blue. Thank you. Oh, you got a gift sub, it looks like, from Lexical. Lexical giving out the gift subs. Lexical moving to the tide, for first on those leaderboards. So Twitch is starting off strong. Actually, YouTube's starting off strong too, but I haven't even read out what YouTube did. You're making a lot of work for me, but I'm glad. It's like the good kind of work. Oh yeah, I just gotta expand this. I gotta open up this chat. No, go to chat. No, I gotta pop out the chat. That's what I'm talking about. Pop out the YouTube chat and see who I have to thank for NCC over Demon Mama. Wait, why am I not seeing? Mic volume is a little bit low? Interesting. Yeah, we moved over to the trampoline, so things are a little different. I tried to get this mic as close to my lips as possible. Let's see if we can get a little closer. Is that helping? How's that, Soul Life? We got some major strain. You know, we're working some physics on the on the mic stand here, but I think it'll hold. Wait, somebody, you were just playing Sonic Mania last night. What is Sonic Mania? I need to know. So chat, tell me about Sonic stuff, because we're gonna be talking about Sonic today. Oh yeah, Shani, thank you for becoming a sponsor. Yeah, Shani just signed up as a member on YouTube. Welcome everybody. Oh my god, I've said welcome like too many times. No need to put out videos if streaming is more your jam. You know, I mean, conventional wisdom, and by conventional wisdom I mean like the way that Vosh got big, the way that Xanderhall got to the size that Xanderhall got, the tried and true you know, beaten path, right, is a path of doing streams, doing like, you know, 3-hour streams like 4 days a week, and then taking the best parts and uploading them as videos and not really putting much work into the videos. The problem is I am a YouTube girl, okay? I've always been a YouTube. You can see how old my channel is. I've literally like started this channel as a YouTube girl. And as such, like, I feel like I owe you a little bit of production value in terms of the video, because you can watch me on stream anytime, but if you're gonna watch me on a video, I want to make it special. I want to make it pop. I want to make it stand out. I want to make it compete with other videos, because that's the problem. That's the problem, is that this is a platform for videos, and videos have production, and streams don't necessarily have production. They have moments. They have takes. They have interactions between chat and myself. And I want to make it special. I want to make it special for you. But yeah, I don't know. Like, that's 3-hour and 30-minute videos with funny editing. 3-hour stream, 30-minute videos. Yeah, I mean, that's about it, Lexical. That's pretty much the formula. But I mean, a lot's changed since then. A lot has changed. You can hear me good, but you've got ear pods. Okay. I mean, is everybody good with my volume now? I'm looking at my volume. The volume looks good. The bounce, even with the bouncing, you're probably getting a little bit of a undulation in the volume. Oh wait, so I gotta do the thing. See, this is the part I'm bad at, right? I'm really good at streaming. I'm really bad at like promoting my stuff and asking you to do stuff for me, which like people have already done without me asking. We already got like we're already on 2 out of 10 on the sub goal. What is that, like 1 out of 20 on the membership goal? It's not really, I don't know, it's so confusing. I try to put some parity between the YouTube and the Twitch, but I think it's like if you renew on YouTube, you get 1 point, whereas if you give a gift sub, it's like gift subs are 2 points. I haven't got it completely figured out, chat, but I usually am very generous with my math, so if we even come close to hitting the sub goal, I will make it worth your while with a little bit of extra content, just like I did last time, because I never want you to feel like I have promised you content that I'm not delivering on. And so, you know, we get to the bottom of the rabbit hole, usually. Okay, so let me see. I'm gonna wait, is this the Twitter? Yes, there we go. Here's my Twitter post. The first thing I'm gonna ask you to boost, if you have a Twitter still, if you use Twitter, you can help me out by giving that some love and possibly letting somebody who would otherwise never hear of me know that I'm streaming and join us for today. If they're interested in Sonic, if they're interested in Hbomberguy, if they're interested in finding out, is the internet, not internet anarchist, internet historian, is the internet historian some kind of far-right weirdo, right? Because I've got a Twitter thread in my hot little hand today that says that maybe the internet historian is hiding his power level even more than we thought. I mean, there's already, so, you know, is the internet historian right wing? Yeah, of course. God, like, can you not, if you can't tell that, then you don't know anything, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Just saying somebody's like right wing, you know, is, you know, they're right wing. That's all I'm saying there, right? I'm not saying how far right. But Hbomb, you know, kind of talked about, glanced over, glided across the potential power level of the internet historian in his video. Adam and Sitch have responded. So in addition to Peter Coffin, we do have a few people defending the victims of Hbomberguy, a few people standing the plagiarists, right? Who knew? Who knew? First there was Peter Coffin, you know, telling us that it's the that being upset with James Somerton over literally stealing videos from people, over stealing like almost every single one of his scripts, like over all the kind of plagiarism that he's done, like we shouldn't really be worried about it. It's not a big deal, because like there's capitalism is a thing for, you know, like, right? Let James Somerton steal from everybody, because intellectual property is a crime, and indeed property is theft, okay? But there's something about intellectual property when we really talk about the redistribution of property, of wealth, of value. We're not talking about your toothbrush, right? We're not talking about we're gonna redistribute your toenail clippers, right? Oh my god, why are they sitting on my desk, right? Fingernail clippers is one thing. We're not, yeah, your butterfly clip for your hair, right? You know, you don't have to share that, right? That's generally not what you know, any kind of socialism is about. But Peter Coffin, I don't know, he seems to think that we're all entitled to just like rip each other off. Because otherwise we're being libs. We're wringing our hands, we're clutching our pearls about property, and property is theft, right? But I would say that intellectual property, even more than a toenail clipper, a butterfly clip, a hairbrush, a toothbrush, you know, that's like with you. That's like on you. That's on your person. That's personal property. That's not private property. I'm not making money off of, you know, my chopsticks here. I'm not using those to, you know, extract the surplus labor value of vulnerable workers in a precarious system. So we already took a look, and there is more Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin, you know, made another video because much like anybody else, Peter Coffin, despite the fact that he pretends to be above it all, is very much a creature of the attention economy. Honestly, Peter Coffin, do you know how Peter Coffin came to be prominent, known at all? Peter Coffin's first taste of fame was literally going on, was it America's Got Talent? And kicking themselves in the balls. That's what Peter Coffin, so Peter Coffin knows about the attention economy. Peter Coffin is harnessing the attention economy. Peter Coffin is not above it all. But we're going to talk about somebody who has been sort of above it all in terms of consideration of ideology. They've got left-wing fans, they've got right-wing fans, they've got all kinds of fans because they're a living meme. The internet historian. We're going to talk about the internet historian today. And that's the one part of Hbomb, the one prominent part of Hbomb that we haven't really gotten over. And it's starting to pop off. People are starting to talk about it. I see even Chud Logic actually is talked about this. I don't know where Chud is going to come down on this. Usually he's pretty forgiving as far as people with right-wing ideology, because Chud's got some pretty right-wing ideology. TYT is left-leaning libs. One could say that intellectual property is often requires to operate the means of production. But I'm not a socialist. Well, you know, if it's something like cold fusion, yeah, that, like, you know, like, I don't think that somebody that invents cold fusion should keep cold fusion all to themselves, because they have, you know, stood on the shoulders of giants to get there, right? You wouldn't have cold fusion if you didn't have warm fusion. You wouldn't have warm fusion if you didn't have hot fusion, and you wouldn't have hot fusion if you didn't have like, ow, I burned my finger fusion, right? That's like, you know, it all, one thing develops from the other. So you know, there's some consideration there. But in terms of intellectual property, like a script, like I should hope that we could agree that somebody should be able to benefit, you know, fully from a script that they've written, or at least get credit, you know, for a script that they've written, and not have a more prominent content creator come along and say, oh, thank you, that's nice, yoink. Don't get me started on Fire Ice. Wait, are we talking? Oh, Fire. I didn't know if you meant like the song of Fire and Ice. Sussy James Somerton Oilers and Jesse Gent. Oh my god, I don't know what these memes are. I don't know these memes. Yeah, cold fusion is like insulin. But yeah, we're gonna talk about Sonic. Wait, oh my god, that means I gotta get my Sonic memes out. I gotta get my Sonic memes here. These Sonic memes are never close at hand. Stop laughing at Sonic.
Because he's talking about fucking...
Lest we forget.
Stop laughing at Sonic!
You gotta stop.
Because he's talking about...
You gotta stop laughing at Sonic. Anyway, so, yeah, we're gonna talk about Sonic. We're gonna try not to laugh about Sonic. What's up, Dr. Butler? Everyone says be gay, do crimes, but then gay, James Somerton does crimes and everyone gets mad, right? Right? He's just being gay and doing crimes. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with a little intellectual property yoinking for fun? For funsies. It was all for funsies. No, there's like nothing funsies about James Somerton. That's the thing, is like when I look at his content, I don't really see passion. And that's because there never has been any passion. Passion is like the culmination of understanding and work and creation and trial and error and everything that people have done to create the works of art and the works of prose and everything else that James Somerton has pilfered, right? That's where the passion comes from. When I see James Somerton, I don't get a lot of emotion. But then again, I was never a big fan. I'm not one of those people. Somebody called you soy? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's like, it's memes that write themselves. Those are the worst. Right? Don't worry, Soul Life. People have called me, let's see, no context check, no concept check. There's all kinds of weird things that people do with my name. No content check. I think that's the #1 thing, is that I don't do content. I just get mad at other more successful creators. That's what I'm really doing. I'm not doing content. I'm doing harassment by criticizing creators 10 times my size. Who knew? Who knew I had so much power? But yeah, that's the way the meme turns, I guess. So wait, what else are we talking about here today? Oh god, yeah, I teased the whole Adam and Sitch thing. Yeah, Adam and Sitch are absolutely defending the internet historian. One might even say simping the internet historian, their internet daddy, right? They are beside themselves at the fact that somebody might imply that the internet historian might be slightly right-wing. Oh my god, what a crime. What a crime against humanity. And we also got like a twofer on Sitch and Adam because they covered Sam Seder unfairly going after Tim Pool, and we already know that Sam Seder is the biggest bully, the biggest harasser on the internet, right? Sam Seder has basically chased poor Dave Rubin off the internet. Sam Seder is now going after Tim Pool. I almost said Tim Allen. Oh my god, I almost said Tim Allen. Like, what am I even thinking there? Like, going after Tim Allen, that is a major... Yeah. You know, I didn't know that was from Tool Time when I first got this. I was just like, oh yeah, this is like the opening of the Adam Friedland show, right? It's like an Adam... It's like a Adam Friedland thing, right? But no, it's a Tim Allen thing. Tim the Tool Man, Taylor, aka Woody. Wait, is he Woody? No, Tom Hanks is Woody. Tim Allen is Buzz, right? Time Allen. Yo, they need to make a Tim Allen time travel thing. Why haven't they done that yet? Norman was on Adam Friedland. Yeah, a while ago, Norman talked to Adam Friedland. It sounds like Scooby-Doo, doesn't it? It does sound like Scooby-Doo. I only watched German localization of Tool Time. Yo! That sounds great! Lexical, is it possible? No, it's still under copyright. It's still gonna be under copyright. I wanna watch that. Like, I wanna see, like, what is Tim Allen like in German? What is Tool Time like in German? How do they translate the noises? Do they keep the noises? Like, are the noises still, like, and stuff? Or is there, like, a German version of... Like, it's like It's like with an umlaut. Like, what does that sound like? What happens when you put an umlaut over Tim Allen Galaxy Quest? I need to see that sometime. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. I want NCC to send telegram on stream to Norman Finkelstein. Yo, so here's the deal with like Norman Finkelstein. Like, I am so like conflicted when it comes to Norman Finkelstein, because there is a inspiring story of somebody who was absolutely shut out of mainstream culture and has now become more relevant than anyone could have ever imagined, and is kind of like making up for lost time. But at the same time, when Norman Finkelstein got, you know, canceled, when Norman, and like, I shouldn't put quotes over it, like Norman Finkelstein got like erased from like public life by, not just by Alan Dershowitz, but by a lot of people, and for doing the right thing. But he found some strange bedfellows. Like, he fell in with some weird, like, British, like, right-wing leftists. I don't even know how to explain these people, but they're like TERFs, but they want socialism. They're TERF socialists. I don't know. And he wanted to impress them, so he made some content talking about the transgender agenda and all that stuff, right? And just like, I don't know. I would like to have a conversation with Dr. Finkelstein sometime. It feels inappropriate, though, during the time, you know, with what's happening in Gaza and with what he's talking about right now, to sort of take him away from that conversation and say, hey, buddy, what about trans people? The German title of Tool Time is Hör mal, wer da hämmert. Hör mal. I'm so bad at pronouncing umlauts. I should know how to. Yeah, you ring up his electric typewriter. See, like, and the other thing that I thought about is maybe talking, because here's the thing about Norm Finkelstein. He is not somebody that puts on airs and says, I am the famous Norm Finkelstein, and I would never deign to appear on your tiny little stream. No, he'll talk to you. From what I've heard, Norman will talk to you, and unless your name is Hassan. Hassan's been having trouble getting him on, but it sounds like it's more because of, I prefer the original Japanese sub of Home Improvement. Tim Allen no Binford Tetsujin Monogatari. Tetsujin Monogatari. That's Home Improvement in German and in the other Axis language. Sorry, in Japanese. British, I've heard enough. Oh wait, is there a British translation? Is there a British dub? No, there's not. I'm teasing. Do you know what else there's not? There's probably not a Dutch dub. Do people know about this? Any Dutch fuckers in chat? I shouldn't be saying it that way. Look, I've visited your country. I appreciate your culture. Ich bin Gabi, says Gabi. Tim the Tool Lad. Yeah. So, from what I've heard, instead of dubbing, you know, different language content into Nederlanders, into Dutch, the Dutch have decided to just sub it. The Dutch are the best weebs in the world, basically. They're weebs not just for Japan, but for all cultures, because they leave the language intact and they read the Dutch subs if they need to. But since they grow up with all these other languages, particularly English, particularly like a lot of, you know, English and American content coming into TVs. I mean, I guess it would have been TVs back in the day in the Netherlands. They learn English and sometimes speak it without an accent, and sometimes speak it with the funniest accent that you've ever heard, the best accent that you've ever heard. Ich spreche keine Deutsch. Ich spreche. Let me see if I can do this right. Ich spreche kein Nederland. Am I doing it right? See, if we had Dutch people in the chat, they would tell me, no, you're not pronouncing. Yeah, I have trouble pronouncing kein. Like the word, it's like kein in German. It's like no, none. I have trouble pronouncing. That was the one thing that I learned really well to speak. The one bit of Dutch that I learned to speak was I don't speak Dutch. That's the most important thing. If you're ever learning another language, the first thing you need to learn is how to say that you don't speak that language. And then after you learn how to say, I don't speak your language, then you work as hard as you can to make that phrase untrue, so you'll never have to use it. So you will speak the language, but when you start, even if you do speak, like even if you can count to 10, even if you can go over the colors in Dutch. Any colors in Dutch fans here? Germans and French people suck at English since they dubbed the shows. Look, I remember my French teacher, like the when I studied French in France and learned from somebody who didn't speak English at all, right? The one English word we tried to teach her was awesome, and the best she got as far as pronunciation was wassom. Like there was just something about the word awesome that the French ear was having trouble picking up on. So we got wassom instead, which is pretty wassom itself. Are you writing a sex toy? Yes. Yeah, I'm writing every sex toy. Especially a certain device that I picked up in Germany, right? I'm talking about a vacuum cleaner made of chrome with all kinds of marital aids stuck all over its body, which is shaped sort of like a piggy bank, right? Yeah, I'm a member of the Church of Appliantology, right? It's when you learn that sexual gratification can only be achieved by the use of machines, right? That's what L. Ron Bumquist taught me. Anyway, we should get I feel like I'm edging you a bit too hard today. Does everybody know? Yeah, I think we pinned the Twitter thread. This is your last chance. Look, I'll make the thing big to see what we got here on Twitter. Let me check my notifications and hope there's no porn in them. Oh my god, I shouldn't be giving people ideas. Yo, oh my god, Buffy, I love this. I love this. That's what I'm gonna be playing today, maybe. I don't know. I found a website where we can play Sonic. I could try. Yeah, we've got if you want to appear now on my screen, this is your chance, either by giving me a like, a retweet, or if you got any memes like Buffy Geek, you might want to post a reply, and you could do that on Twitter right now. Oh yeah, God. I mean, we don't really need to talk about this, but Destiny and Melania have split up, okay? And look, I'm not gonna be like RIPing the relationship or anything, because right now the right-wingers are doing that for me. But they're doing it in a way where they're like, see, you thought that polyamory worked, you thought that liberalism worked, but actually what happens when you're polyamorous is that your wife leaves you or somebody much younger. Oh my god, that has never, thank you, that has never happened in a monogamous relationship. So for once, like, Destiny's getting absolutely cooked on Twitter and in many places, but not for any of the right reasons. So yeah, this is like, it's not proof that polyamory doesn't work, okay? It is like, if you grow up in a in a world where that's not the default, then yeah, it's going to be a little bit, like, it's going to take some adjustment. There's just not, like, ways, there's not social conventions, that are as well. No, there are, right? Because polyamory isn't actually that new. It's just more mainstream, and we can thank Destiny in part for making it more mainstream. So yeah, I'm not gonna laugh at Destiny for the relationship breaking up. There's plenty of other stuff to laugh at Destiny for without that. So Alex Jones went on Tucker. I need to cover that. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Jink Uger, what are you doing? See, we got to check out the news before we start proper. Oh yeah, LGB Alliance. They tweeted out something about Putin. I guess they really don't like Putin, or at least the account doesn't like Putin, but they weren't reading the room because the rest of the LGB Alliance people love Putin. They're like, what are you talking about? They were like, Putin has been, homophobic and transphobic. It's like, since when did the LGB without the T Alliance care about transphobia? But for some reason, the account posted it, and they're getting roasted by their own oomfies. Their own oomfies are making a field roast out of them, like a vegan field roast, maybe even. I don't know. Oh God, the Texas Supreme Court story. Should we check in on this really quick?
Thought I would ever need, or never. Before we went through this, I never imagined that we would be in this position. You know, I've said I never thought I would ever need or want an abortion. I always wanted a big family. I think forcing me to continue the pregnancy and the pain and suffering put me through the risks of continuing the pregnancy, the risks of childbirth again, especially given how my last two went. I think it's cruel.
Ken Paxton, a man who we can talk about at length another night, is threatening in writing to prosecute any hospital that performs an abortion on this woman. Today, Paxton asked the Texas Supreme Court to intervene. A woman already a mother, pregnant with a wanted child, dealing with a terrible and frightening prognosis, has the Republican Attorney General and Republican activists in Texas overriding the advice of her doctor.
This is a huge issue, right? In general, unless there's this kind of political attention paid to something, whether it be, you know, trans healthcare, whether it be even outside of medicine, like, you know, trans participation in sports, the authorities, the people that know what they're talking about, will generally make reasonable decisions. And in fact, with the doctor, you know, the decision that's in the interest of their patient, right? But when you start to make this personal, political, then you get a bunch of yeehaw Texas politicians overriding the relationship between a person and their doctor here.
Texas's anti-abortion law is already being challenged in court by 20 Texas women who say the state ban puts their lives in danger by denying them medically necessary abortions. This is the post-Roe world created by Republicans. Voters have repeatedly shown they do not want these extreme.
So we got California, Montana, Kansas. Wow, we're not in Kansas anymore when you're voting against abortion restrictions. Montana, surprising, right? Ohio, kind of surprising. Kentucky, definitely surprising. Vermont, maybe not so surprising.
Extreme near total abortion bans with
California,
little or no
surprising.
exceptions for rape, incest, or the life of the mother, even in red states. Kansas, Kentucky, Ohio. But Republicans will not be stopped by mere voters. This week, New Hampshire Republicans proposed a 15-day, yeah, you heard that right, that's not a misprint, a 15-day abortion ban. The New Republic report.
What does that mean?
Quote, that a mere 1 day after medical experts say detection is even possible via store-bought tests post-conception. House Bill.
Wait, so are you saying that no medical intervention to terminate a pregnancy that has lasted longer than 15 days? Is that what the 15-day ban is? Because, like, it's not, like, I had two thoughts, either that or they were going to ban it for 15 days. Like, you know how Trump was like, let's ban immigration until we figure out what's going on. But I don't know. Yeah, I think this is like 15 days is your, like, window to get medical intervention to be able to terminate a pregnancy.
1248 FN.
Class B felony, too.
Would also tack on criminal penalties.
Yo,
to
what's up with New Hampshire? Why is New Hampshire so different than Vermont?
Any healthcare
I thought New Hampshire was kind of a purple state, too.
providers caught performing abortions.
But then again, I mean, Republicans do a good job of you know, claiming the house, the state houses and state senates.
Categorizing the offense as a Class B felony and potential fines ranging from $10,000 to $100,000, end quote. Might actually pass, by the way. This bill might actually pass. Even though an overwhelming
So it hasn't passed yet.
majority of New Hampshire voters.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, New Hampshire, even like red states are voting against abortion restrictions.
Support keeping
And New Hampshire is a purple state.
abortion legal, as is the case in America. The Associated Press reports that in Missouri, Republicans have introduced bills to be considered in the legislative session that begins next month to apply homicide laws on behalf of a victim who is an unborn child.
There we go. Criminalizing women, criminalizing pregnant people, criminalizing doctors.
Child at every stage of development, end quote, every stage of development.
Okay, so I wanted to see why does Jink look like this here? Look, isn't that a great still? Like, Jink, you gotta stop. I know you're trying to react harder, and that's why you end up giving us these. Oh my God, what's going on? He's mad.
That is violence. We have to bomb them. We have to spend $14 billion murdering their children and their women. That's what the monsters on TV say. And then, oh, but we're worried about young people don't want to kill enough civilians. Young people don't want to murder enough civilians, and Nikki Haley's concerned about it.
He's reacting to the TikTok. We're actually going to get into that story, okay? We're going to get into that story. We've got a lot to cover today. I think we'll start off with, do you want to start off with Hbomberguy? That's what I'm thinking, because that's the main thing that we need to cover, right? But I do want to also cover, Majority Report did a good job on this story about what Nikki Haley said in the recent Republican debate. Nikki Haley was discussing the influence of TikTok on the children. Think about the children. It's making them all terrorists. It's making them all Hamas. They're getting radicalized. They're getting supposedly, right? And she's got a thing to prove that TikTok makes you anti-Semitic. The only thing is, when you look at the study she's talking about, it most certainly does not prove that. And I thought the Majority Report did a pretty good job on debunking Nikki Haley's BS.
Warhawk, neocon monster. And by the way, right wing, you want to, America first, you want to spend $14 billion to get us into another war? We could have that for healthcare for our kids, education for our kids, higher wages. But all you want to do is you want to send it to Israel to kill more Palestinian children? Are you insane? And I bet you a lot of the right wing say, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. It hasn't passed the Senate yet. It should never pass the Senate. I don't want my dollars going to murder.
Okay, so we got a sense of what Jink is on about. What else do we? Oh wait, Jink is popping off here. Is this the same thing? I think this is the same thing. Yep, it's the same clip. What is this? Who's ready to take back their school board and get rid of woke? What is this? I can't tell if this is like, you have a school board members who are caught on mic saying they are woke and they are working. Wait, they're saying, literally, they're like, yo, we're pretty woke, aren't we? Yeah, don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone how woke we are on the school board here. Oh my God, what is this? Some Moms for Liberty? Disgraced mom for, oh, this is the disgraced co-founder. We didn't even cover this Moms for Liberty stuff, though. The co-founder of, is this the person that had the threesome and then like they're, okay, let's see. Moms for Liberty co-founder Bridget Ziegler admitted she was involved in a sexual encounter with her husband and the woman. Her husband claims the alleged, yeah. Search warrants reveal more details of Christian Ziegler battery accusation. God damn. See, so not exactly a situation of consent. Sarasota police outlined the accusations applying for a search warrant in the 12th Judicial Circuit for Ziegler's cell phone, Google email, and Google Drive. Ziegler and the woman, who she's known for 20 years, thank goodness they are protecting this person's name. The victim here, not saying the victim's name, because they would get harassed. They would absolutely get harassed if they released the name. Agreed to have a sexual encounter, including his wife, on October 2nd. But the woman canceled when she learned that Bridget was unable to make it. Oh no! And the husband was like insistent. Woman told detectives she opened the door to walk her dog, and Ziegler entered her apartment. So yeah, she agreed to this, right? They were friends, Ziegler and the woman, the Moms for Liberty co-founder and the woman, and thought that was what she was getting into. And the husband opens the door and is like, she's not here right now. And oh my God, this is scary. Victim advised Christian oh no, okay, this is bad. This is really bad. Wait, is the husband like the husband is the Florida GOP chair? Oh my God. Well, I mean, that makes sense that the, yeah, power couple there. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. God, every time I click on a story with Moms for Liberty, so this is what happens. And we're going to see this with Internet Historian, right? The reason that Internet Historian is not disgraced in the same way as James Somerton is the fact that he is playing this off as, this is a woke campaign to cancel me, right? I didn't do anything wrong, and if I did, it wasn't that wrong. And, you know, I fixed it, I took the video down, don't come at me, right? And this is all a liberal campaign. They hate me because I'm conservative. They hate, but I thought you weren't conservative. Oh shit, yeah. Like there's so many masks falling right now. Anyway, let us get back into this video, which we've gotten so much. So there's Cinemassacre is covered. Somebody named Philip. My understanding is it's not about James Rolfe, but somebody working for Cinemassacre. But obviously, James Rolfe, you know, was the voice on the alleged plagiaristic piece of content. So we've already covered Illuminati. This is all Illuminati. Cave story. Here we go. This is Internet Historian.
Man in Cave is about Floyd Collins, a cave explorer who in 1925 got trapped in a cave. Nice one, Floyd. The video is an hour and 10 minutes long and pretty detailed, covering the events hour by hour as they happen. What a unique way of telling the story. The video implies a deep level of research and understanding, and that animation's pretty cool too. The video—
I bet Jink and Anna won't cover the Shabibo interview of him saying, yeah, the premise of Lady Ballers was a lie. I wonder. We should probably cover that too. I actually saw that this morning. More like Internet Who Storian. Hey, look, I want to say that too, because like I've never been a fan, but apparently this guy was pretty big, right? Way bigger than James Somerton. So in some ways it should be a bigger deal. It's only not because so much of the, you know, the following of Internet Historian are either apolitical or right wing. Now that's not the entirety of it, and it is probably important to get this out there. To the people that are following Internet Historian without realizing that this living meme is actually kind of a right-wing meme. He's kind of Pepe posting. We're going to find out a little bit more about that later. James Rolfe is kind of a fraud too. Yeah, I didn't watch that part. Can anybody catch me up on the James Rolfe thing? Wait, you got back from fueling? Are you talking about fueling a big rig by chance? Because I'm guessing that's different than just fueling a car. What's fueling a big rig like? I don't know what else to call it. There's like names, like it's called a tractor, I think. A lot of people would confuse Internet Historian with Internet Aristocrat, aka Medicare. More outright, right? Yeah. There's Internet Aristocrat. There is Internet Anarchist, who I think Internet Anarchist is actually kind of like seems pretty apolitical. Doesn't really seem like a much of an, I don't know what kind of anarchist Internet Anarchist is, but not really giving off strong like left-wing vibes. And I can't wait to tell us how great it is, actually. Possibly. I never watched them for more than a few seconds. Their vibe was always off. That's what I thought too, right? It just always seemed like 4chan circa 2016. So I'm not that surprised. She's going to be pissed when Lady Ballin doesn't win an Oscar, right? Yeah, Daily Wire is going to go after those Oscars. And if they don't get them, it's because they're conservative, obviously. The same reason that none of the people at the Daily Wire had careers in Hollywood, right? They were pissed. They were passed over because they were conservative, especially Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's there's even like a clip of him, like, you know, oh my God, Paul Squall, thank you for the bits. One time in high school, I skateboarded in an abandoned building. I'm an anarchist now. That's how it works. That is how it works.
Video was uploaded on September 29th, 2022 and was extremely successful.
And again, we do have like a lot of content. That's why I've been streaming so much, right? Because there's a lot going on right now. And I know if I don't stream, I will miss it. I feel like I'm still missing some stuff. So if you want to help me actually cover that, right? We're kind of well on our way towards that sub goal. We got 2 out of 10 on Twitch, 1 out of, I think, 20 on, I don't know how, let's call that 2 out of 10, out of 20. Let's call that 1 out of 10 on, yeah, I don't know how that works, but for some reason it gives you 2 points if you're gifting a sub. It gives you 1 point if you are renewing a sub. I feel like those should both be the same. It was down to 22. It has 100-gallon gas tank, yo, on each side, so 200 gallons. You also need the fuel def, diesel exhaust fluid, which helps keep the particulates down. But basically some kind of a derivative of artificial urine. Oh wait, I've heard of artificial urine. Do you know, like, people that like try to get pass urine tests sometimes will order artificial urine? I need to get some in case I ever go to the beach and get stung by a jellyfish. I don't want to actually have to pee on myself or have somebody pee on me. Oh my god, you can't say this stuff on YouTube. Oh my god. I mean, you can, you'll just get, your video will have no reach. I'm talking about like fixing a jellyfish injury, right? And maybe that artificial urine might help.
Garnering like 10 million
There is a game called Cave Story too, huh?
views in the few months since it went online. It was deemed so entertaining it became the thing every Twitch streamer put on while they went and did something else to keep their audience
Okay.
busy. Ooh, that's a good...
Yeah, this is going to come back to us. That's XQC. The fact that the first person that gets introduced as maybe a content thief. Now, do we remember the whole XQC thing? Right, you had Sniper Wolf, you had XQC, and you had Hassan, and people were mad that streamers were freebooting, right? The idea, you know, you, like Sniper Wolf's the primary example of what freebooting actually is. XQC is another good one, right? Of just like watching content and like, whoa, no shot, you know, just like, right, very, very like limited actual reaction, not really adding much to the stream. Hassan always gets dinged because you can always find somebody who streams for 8 hours a day is going to take a pee at some point, and you're gonna show that that chair empty and suggest that Hassan is freebooting too. But if you've ever actually watched Hassan, oh my god, Buffy Geek, tier 1 sub to bipedal meat bag, thus activating the hype train. Now Twitch people and YouTube people, do you like when I put on music and dance for the hype train? I was worried that got distracted, right? I looked at my analytics and I noticed that some people clicked off. It's kind of like, you know, if you're into it, you're into it, but then a lot of people weren't into it. So I kind of, you know, put that on pause because I don't want to, I don't know, I don't want you to show up for a politics stream and instead it's a bouncing on the internet and dancing stream. But if you like that, or if you've got some other idea of something special I should do, because I do want to acknowledge and, you know, I don't know. I enjoy it, but I'm fine without. All bouncing is politics, true, right? That's true. Maybe I should bounce for the entirety. Yeah, that should be the thing. I have to bounce. When you put the hype train, when you hit the hype train, I have to bounce for the entire hype train. And if the hype train gets extended, that, you know what I mean? If we reach level 2, it gets extended. If we reach level 3, it gets extended again. So basically by extending the hype train, what you're doing is you're making me exercise more.
Chunk of change right there. But then in March of this year, the video disappeared.
All right, bouncing.
Any links to the video took you to a blank page saying it was unavailable because of a copyright claim. Usually with really popular
Bouncing and
videos though,
freebooting.
YouTube resolves this quickly to avoid negative attention. But this
But can we at least agree that there's like a difference between XQC and Hassan and nocommentchick? Oh, good thinking, good thinking. Thank you, Buffy Geek, for making that poll. So now you got a poll on Twitch, right? Do you like the hype train, or does that derail you? I don't want to derail you with the hype train, but like, so I mean, like, that's what I want you to keep in mind. The difference between like a Sniper Wolf react, an XQC react, and a Hassan react, or an Irene react, right? I think we're both on the same level as far as our stun locking abilities, right? So, I mean, I hope we can agree that those are different things.
was down for a while, and then it stayed down. What's going on here?
Bouncing is
Let's look
praxis,
into
yes.
this a bit. This video is no longer available due to a claim by Pro Sportority Limited, doing business as Minute.
Pro Sportority. Is that like a combination of sports and authority? Like the Sportority? Or is that like a sports and sorority? Like a sports sorority? I don't know. I'm confused now. But
Media. That's what DBA means, by the way, aren't I clever? Minute Media is a publisher of digital content. One of their brands is Mental Floss, a digital news and entertainment site, which also has a YouTube channel. So, did he use some of their copyrighted images, or the YouTube channel's footage? Well, it doesn't look like the channel has ever covered Floyd Collins. The Mental Floss website, however, has. In 2018, Lucas Riley wrote a story about the 1925 cave rescue that captivated the nation.
Okay, so Mental Floss, a YouTube channel, also a some kind of internet site that has articles. This is one of the articles that they had, and so it got taken down, right? Now, if you saw that one of my videos got taken down for copyright, chat, what are you gonna think? What are you gonna think? I don't know how long we have left on the hype train, but basically, if we extend the hype train, if it's at 37% right now, if we push it to 100%, we go to level 2, and that makes me bounce for longer. It seems like I'm going to have an easy time, though, right now. Chat's giving me a very easy time, getting through this hype train. I'm not going to, run out of breath or anything like that, right? So, most of the time when we see that somebody got, copyright claimed, right, it's BS. It's BS. I've gotten copyright claimed, right? I mean, it's either BS or it's, just so minuscule. Like, I was watching a video and there's, 2 seconds of music and this company just, content matched it and they were like, aha, we can take your monetization, right? And I either, if I have kept my stream under 6 hours, I can say, okay, just delete that section of the VOD. And that's easy peasy. But if I've gone over 6 hours, YouTube doesn't let me do that. So they get all my money. They get all my money. So it's kind of bullshit. Like, we're used to thinking of copyright claims as being more or less bullshit, minuscule. There's nothing, it's never a sign that you did something bad, right? Unless you're just straight up uploading, content onto YouTube that's copyrighted and trying to financially benefit from it. That's, but yeah, so this is what they saw.
Uh-oh. This article is an extremely detailed summary of the story of Floyd Collins. Uh-oh. In fact, it makes the unique choice of covering the events hour by hour. Oh, he didn't. He did not just...
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal...
Now, remember this, right? This is the original video. This is Internet Historian reading this stuff out. And we're getting verbatim, missed the train. Okay, cool. I made it through. Okay, wow. So what we see here, right, is that this isn't internet anarchist. Sorry, I don't want to say the wrong name. Internet anarchist did nothing wrong here. Internet historian. This is not internet historian being inspired by Mental Floss. Being made aware of. Right. I'm not plagiarizing. If the Majority Report or the Vanguard or some other awesome letter hack or somebody does some content and I'm made aware of it and I cover that because I saw it on them, I'm not plagiarizing them. But if I got letter hack's transcript and I started to read that and I was like, this is my original idea, that would be an incident of plagiarism. So what do we see here? We see not only is it because even if I summarize it, even if I change some words and stuff like that, that's still kind of plagiarizing. If I'm using their script as the template for my thing, that we're getting into trouble. But where we really get into trouble and where it's just undeniable and it's brazen is when you got verbatim copy pasta, right? Copy pasta is a tradition on the internet as old as the internet itself, right? But in general, you're not making money off of your copy pasta. You're not making money off of copy pastaing somebody else. And that's what's going on here, right? You got some things cut out, and maybe, I don't know, does that make Internet Historian feel like, okay, this is all right, I'm not using the whole script, right? But you're using the article to populate your script. This is a problem.
Shards dug into his skin. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet.
He should try untying his shoes, said one. No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a chisel.
Hey, how about using dynamite? One clique formed, insisting that it was a great idea, till they started arguing.
So the most you got is changing TNT into dynamite changing some of the order of the words, right? There's some attempt to make it like less obvious what's going on here, but it is plagiarism.
About gas torches, but by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Whoa. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. Somehow, Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. No progress had been made.
For the first time in YouTube history, a copyright claim is real. Internet historians stole Lucas Riley's article, used it as a script for a 70-minute video, gave him no credit, and uploaded it for money. But let's consider an alternative explanation, just to be fair. This was a real historical event. They're both telling the same true story, so of course they're going to be similar. That's a good point, you're very smart. But there's a difference between using the same sources, or recounting the same history, and telling the exact same story in the same way, using the same words. And if going hour by hour didn't make it obvious, the fact it copies the rest of the structure makes it blatant. The opening, which covers Floyd entering the cave, even uses the same image used at that point in the article. Soon after, when Floyd first becomes trapped, the article flashes back to Floyd's childhood. The video copies this narrative framing and does the same thing, flashing back after he's trapped, and even tells the same anecdotes about his past.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property.
This one's interesting because the words are
Yeah, Soul Life, you're right. Like the stream, or else these noodles will turn into racist Kuffles noodles. Yeah.
quite a bit different. Instead,
And I
it's
won't be able
copying
to
the
eat
article
them.
visually by having him literally pop his head out like a gopher. You know how in the previous segments I've been showing all the really obvious examples to get the point across? Man in Cave is over an hour long.
Oh, Irene is a Sam Seder seedling? That's cute.
If I showed the funniest examples, we'd be here all day.
Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played.
Okay, that one was a joke. Sorry, I couldn't resist. There are some differences between the two, though. Internet Historian's video has mistakes. He gets the weight of the rock pinning Collins' leg down wrong. He says it's 33 pounds, while the article lists 27. Every credible source I can find has it listed as around 27 pounds, give or take, and the Wikipedia page lists 26. The rock weighs about 26.5 pounds. How do I know this? We still have it. We've weighed it. It's 26.5 pounds. How did he make this mistake when all his sources, including the one he was plagiarizing, say otherwise? It's almost like when he was loosely rewriting the script to seem more original, he accidentally changed some of the facts of the story. Or maybe it was on purpose. It's slightly harder to say it.
Yeah, I didn't know how big the rock was. Obviously, I didn't steal this from Mental Floss. It's funny when Hbomberguy says, "We have the rock, we've weighed it," right? It almost sounds like Hbomberguy saying that that he and Kat found the block on auction, or the rock on auction, and bought it, and they were like, let's see how heavy this is. 27 pounds, not 33.
Was plagiarized now. I mean, how could he be ripping anyone off if he got the facts wrong? Man in Cave is also a little confused about the fucking cave? In 1917, Collins discovered a beautiful cave full of stalagmites on his family's land, which he named Crystal Cave. They tried to turn it into a tourist attraction, but this didn't pan out. He then tried looking for a new cave on his neighbor's property, and this is the cave he got trapped in while clearing out, which was later named Sand Cave once he became trapped.
So, if you don't know, in is it northern Kentucky? There's a lot of caves. There's a lot of natural caves. I think it's in northern Kentucky. It's in part of Kentucky, right? Just the geography there. And a lot of people have turned these caves into tourist attractions. So if you ever drive through Kentucky, you'll see, you know, maybe Tennessee too, like just that, like that part of the country. If you drive through that part of the country, you'll see lots of you know, towns that have, like, the Mammoth Cave is there, like maybe the most famous one. So this is what we're talking about. This is the cave architecture that we're talking about. Montana also has some good caves. That's what people had to do before Minecraft was invented. Yeah, they had to go to Kentucky. Imagine that. God.
This is covered in the article as well as being common knowledge about this story. Internet Historian treats them like the same one cave and calls it Sand Cave. So now the story has insane shit, like Floyd advertising Sand Cave to tourists, which literally never happened because he died in it before it could open for business. That's what the story is about! This isn't nitpicking. Okay, it is. But this is the cave in Manin.
So it's a combination of plagiarism, right? Which you would think if you're just verbatim plagiarizing something that you're going to get the facts right. If the facts were right in the original story, they're going to be right in your story. But you've also got like a certain level of disconcern, right? He's not concerned about it. He's not concerned. He's kind of thinking that this content has already been made for him. So in terms of researching like which exact cave we're talking about, like the timeline, stuff like that, you can see that Internet Historian has not put a lot of work into that.
Cave. It would be nice if he got the cave right. This is the place most people my age are going to learn about Floyd Collins, and it's a shame they're learning history that's not true. Here's a funny thing I noticed, because I'm one of those weird cave people. We prefer the term amateur speleologist, but he keeps using this picture to represent the grotto Floyd is trying to reach.
On the other side is this. Until he found this hollow.
This isn't a picture of that hollow. There are no pictures. No one's even seen it apart from Floyd. And because I'm insane, I recognize this picture. It's from the website of Crystal Onyx Cave in Kentucky, which is about 12 miles away from the mammoth cave system the video is talking about. This cave is often confused with other...
Literally just typed in like Kentucky cave and found the best looking picture and said, that's the cave.
Nearby caves
That's
because the names are similar and they're so close by. So it's an understandable mistake to use this image instead of one from the right cave system. But I do find it really funny a picture being used to represent part of Mammoth is from a site whose title reads, "We're not Mammoth." Like, they tried to warn you, buddy. And I saw people congratulate this video for the effort that went into it. I assume they're talking about the animation, which is pretty decent. Internet Historian's team did a good job with this, especially considering its length. A compliment I've received myself many times. That's one reason why this is all so disappointing. This could have been good and not been stolen. We can do both. Riley is a really
alternative history guy. Yeah, it's super bad.
Talented writer.
Oh my god, alternate history, like it could be cool, right? In concept, I think I've met people who are interested in like alternate histories, alternate timelines that are cool, but half of the time it's just like they're like, yeah, like so what if Germany won World War II? What if the Confederacy won the Civil War? It's like that kind of stuff. It's like copium.
Writer and researcher. He was the article's editor for
It's copium for racists.
Mental Floss back when it had a physical magazine, with folks who worked on it calling him its beating heart. Riley is a very well-regarded, award-winning writer with a skill for telling gripping stories. And I can tell Internet Historian agrees with me, so it's a shame he gave him no credit for his work, even as it contributed to what must have been a huge amount of income for him. Doubtless more than Riley ever made for writing it in the first place. And
that's the thing, just having a big YouTube account and putting out content, even if it doesn't do particularly well, right? The difference between like putting out this video on Internet Historian's channel and putting out this video on my channel is because there's like baked in people that are going to watch the video. There are some baked in people. If I put this video, if I plagiarized Mental Floss and put this out on my channel, I'm sure like a lot of you would watch it, but it's also not necessarily what you came to the channel for, right? And it's not necessarily something that you're interested in. Whereas like a channel like Internet Historian, which this is very much in Internet Historian's wheelhouse, has so many people that are just like watching video after video after video, and the algorithm strongly associates their YouTube account with Internet Historian that he's bound that, and the, you know, like the sponsorship, right? If I got sponsored by World of Tanks, which I think I might have an offer right now, chat. Do you want to play World of Tanks with me? I'm really selective in terms of the sponsorships I take. I only want to do sponsorships that might be something that you're actually interested in buying. And if you can get like a, you know, especially if you can get like a deal with it, you know, through me, or games that, you know, don't cost you anything to play, like the Star Trek. I feel like there's a lot of Star Trek fans in the audience, like stuff that makes sense, right? I don't really, I don't necessarily think that there's a lot of interest in World of Tanks. Wait, what's it called? Wait, is it Honkai Star Rail? And like Genshin Impact, I feel like maybe people would be into that, but I'm not going to do Raid Shadow Legends. I'm not going to do World of Tanks. No offense to those sponsors. I'm sure you're lovely people. I'm sure you have lovely games, but But like the fact that he's got this sponsorship is also making him money, right? Whereas like I'm gonna get offered, I don't know, $1,000, $2,000 max to be sponsored by World of Tanks. And that is like if every single one of you was like, yes, let's play World of Tanks. Let's go click on Irene's link and play. So realistically, the most I'm going to make is like $500 on that sponsorship, as opposed to Internet Historian, who is probably making a considerable amount more.
Historian sometimes cites his sources when they come up. He'll have text saying where it's from, and that's a good practice. But this makes his choice to never cite or mention Riley obvious. He's trying to hide it. Sometimes the way he tries to look like he's done research and wrote this video himself is very funny. There's a bit where he's reading the article out loud, as usual, then pauses and acts like he's about to read something else and just keeps reading the fucking article.
Near the final squeeze, large cracks had formed. The ceiling was beginning to droop. Alright, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, but he heard Collins moaning ahead.
Dude's name. Wait, what is Casey Jones from? Is it like an American myth? This isn't the same Casey Jones, I'm sure. But can somebody remind me what Casey Jones? No, wait, is he the guy the baseball player? Is that Casey Jones? Raid Shadow Legends is made by an Israeli company. God, I've never been tempted, right? That's a gacha game, and I think there are good gacha games, but they never want to sponsor me. Like, hello, SMT DX2, where's my sponsorship, right? I would totally do some SMT DX2. You got no excuse for not sponsoring me. I feel this is like a Persona-like game, but imagine if Persona was written by the B team or the C team or the D team or the H team, the X team, the M team, like, right, some further down the line alphabetical letter team at Atlas, right? So it's like it's baby's first Persona, basically. It's Persona but written by kindergartners. I shouldn't be so mean. Being mean to people who make their living off of video games. And they're not kindergartners, and I'm not trying to, but like obviously, they're on that team. They're doing the mobile game because they're not ready to do SMTs. They're not, mainline SMTs. They're not ready to do Persona. But yeah, so it's because I actually appreciate it because of that, right? I actually appreciate, just kind of the scuffed nature of it, that has the essence of the, of the RPGs that I know and love, but it's done, with a little bit less effort. I don't know. Found Persona because of your old videos on my gaming channel. Nice. I should get back to that. I do have Persona 5 Tactica. And the other thing that I want to kind of play is Persona 3, because there's a new Persona 3 coming out in February. And it'd be really cool if I could get through Persona 3. But the problem with Persona, you probably know it. There's probably people in chat that can tell me, what is the problem with playing Persona on stream, right? Anybody know? According to American myths and folklore, Casey Jones died in a train crash, stopping a train with the brakes and warning people. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What's the Casey guy that is the baseball player? I'm sure somebody's going to guess this, right? What's the issue with RPGs like Persona? The events of the game becoming real. Yes, there we go. There we go. That's only Persona 2 that's really the big concern. And Persona 2 Innocent Sin, as far as I've heard, I've never heard anything about Eternal Punishment, the sequel to Innocent Sin, also having a curse to it. But I don't know. Those games are connected. I don't know. Maybe I should finish that. But yeah, the big problem with it, 200 hours long. I mean, I don't know. Tell me, Persona 3, how many hours? How many hours is that? Because if it's like a RPG made in Japan from the 2000s, it's, it tends to be 100, 200 hours of gameplay, which is great. There's no joy in Mudville. It's the same. So that dude's name is also Casey Jones.
So he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing Floyd trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Internet Historian wants you to think he's telling you a story he made after doing a lot of research. He doesn't want to read you a good story he found. He wants to pretend he wrote it. But this, the obvious fact it's plagiarism, and it's wrong, that's the easy stuff. What's interesting is what happened next. I've been standing on my feet for—
They added the curse as an anti-piracy measure. That's actually, there's some truth to that, right? When Persona 5 first came out, they were dinging people who would play it on stream if they got past a certain point. And what they were worried, I guess, was with spoilers, right? They didn't want people to watch somebody else play the game and be like, oh, that's what happens to in Kamoshida's palace. Oh, that's who Madarame is. Oh, you know, they didn't want, they were like letting you play the game, but only up to a certain point. And then they were kind of like suing people, or I don't know if they were suing people, but they would give you some trouble if you got past that. But obviously that was not a, oh my god, I dropped some noodles, chat. What am I going to do with that? Okay, that was not a popular decision by them. You can enforce a stream embargo after a release. Metaphor Refantasio looks awesome. Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, we don't get it until fall of next year. So there are some game fans. Oh, that's the other thing. Oh my god, chat. I hate to sandwich this like housekeeping that I very much need to do during the video, but since people are here, I should probably ask, right? Those of you who are members, which is actually quite a few, we have quite a few members now. I wanted to give you something special as like exclusive content, but I also don't want to make like a stream that is like, only the people that have memberships can get, like, I don't want to be like the Michael Brooks in the Sam Seder of like, you're not rich enough, I don't want to talk to you, you know, I don't want to be like that person, right? I don't want to be like sipping champagne and like gatekeeping people. So, you know, we got a few ideas of what we could do in terms of, you know, videos that are that I put out that maybe don't get released on but then it feels like giving you leftovers. It feels like, here's your prize, here's my leftovers, right? Here's the noodles I didn't eat. I don't know, that's kind of like not a great prize, right? Because if it's a video that pops, I'm going to put it up on main, right? We could do that. We could do, I was thinking like you know, special Discord events, but then again, we need to get Discord events going on, like, you know, for everyone too, right? And then the last option I had was like some kind of a gaming event. Like what I had in mind was like playing a multiplayer game along with people in chat, along with people, like playing a game that you can all also play. Like that's what and so I've been looking for a game like that. What is it called? Lethal Company or something like that. Unfortunately, it only allows up to four players, so that might be hard. Leftovers, you could moderate a podcast with Hassan. That's right, Hassan's not doing anything. Hassan's not. Yo, what do you think? Do you think that Ethan's gonna bring on like Stavros now? Like he's been doing a lot of content with Stavros Halkias, the comedian who just had a special come out on Netflix. Roblox. Okay, Roblox is a possibility. Minecraft is a possibility. Yeah. Just keep that in mind. And if you've got any ideas, right, that's on the community tab. If you're a member, you can see that post, right? And I also left it up to people to possibly suggest some other ideas. Maybe you've got a different idea that's not gaming, that's not Discord, that's not videos, that's not anything. You're like, no, we should do this, right? Because I want to give you something back. Casey Jones is from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's the guy with the hockey mask. Yeah, because I played this game. I played this game with Sarah, actually. That's also on the gaming channel. At least one of our gaming sessions of that, which was really fun. How about a couple of new emojis? Wait, special emojis? Can I do that? Can I give special members only? Wait, you should be able to do that. You should be, like, it seems like you should be able to do that.
Ages. I'm gonna have to sit down. That's better. This is my living room where I keep all the books I pretend to have read.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Stavros is making the rounds, right? You know, because when you got a special coming out on Netflix, you wanna promote it everywhere. So yeah, Stavros is. I could probably get Stavros on right now. Should we get Stavros? Should we bring Stavros on the? You know, as much as like his comedy is like, you know, ableist and you know, kind of fucked up sometimes. Like compared to other comedians, compared to other working comedians, he's a little bit less Joe Roganified, right? For instance, like hacky jokes like the ones that the Daily Wire is trying to sell as a new movie that the major studios are too afraid to make. It's basically like Quiet Girls. It's basically like a movie that's been made, you know, time after time. Stabby's laugh is too much. I know his laugh may have made that podcast that he was on with Adam and Nick. Nick Mullen's special was good as well. Surprisingly, yes, FTW, right? I got mixed feelings about that one though, because a lot of Nick Mullen does talk about like trans people, but it's in a very not, oh, hi, anti-corporatist wife. It's in a very non-problematic way, and kind of surprised, because when I first like saw the beginning of it and it was like about trans people, I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, not this. But so, yeah, surprisingly, I think what it is that they don't want to do, like, the right wingers have ruined all those jokes, and also, you know, there's a tradition in comedy that good comedians don't punch down, not just because they're like, you know, they don't want to be shitbags, but also because it's like, it's not funny, right? It's a joke that anybody, it's a zero effort joke, right? The joke is transphobia, right? That's so low effort. That's so low effort, right? You can do a joke that laughs at transphobes though, much more interesting. But yeah, I got mixed feelings because like there was just some shit later on in that I was like, oh my God.
And also my board games. Yes, I'm one of those people. I even have a board game about caving. This is quite hard to find nowadays, so I had to get it from Germany. They love board games there because they're not afraid to look one another in the eye. I can't wait to spiel this cave game. For my money, that's the best.
Now I'm imagining getting invited over to like a German person's like get together where they're gonna play board games, and they're like looking me in the eye, and I'm like, I'm too American for this. I can't stand it.
Joke I've ever written. Hold on, we're doing a video about plagiarism. Let's get this set up properly.
Yeah, that's right, FDW, center left.
Aha. But then, this is a whole style of video now, and by style, I mean one person did it first and then a bunch of boring people ripped her off. Stealing from lots of places is inspiration, but stealing from one place is plagiarism.
I feel called out by this. I feel massively, chat, do you know why I feel called out by this? Look. Stealing from one person, not so great. Stealing from a big corporation though, hell yeah.
Unless you call it the bread tube style, and then it's fine. I don't even know what a bread tube is. I just woke up one day and was told that.
Let me get some. Okay, so do we know? Can we look at this out? Can anybody verify this? Did ContraPoints invent bisexual lighting? Did she name it bisexual lighting? Like, I feel like it's gotta be older than ContraPoints. I feel like it's something that Destiny might have done, or like some other early adopter of streaming. Accidentally gave the winners a medal to Michael, who claimed first when I arrived in chat. Oh no. Oh, that's right. Who was first?
I was in it and that people hated me for being in it. I don't even know what it is. Anyway, when someone from Mental Floss noticed the plagiarism and filed a copyright claim, Internet Historian tweeted about the video's disappearance.
Look, chat, I could kind of do this. I could like I've thought about it. Wait. Let's see what I don't think the thing that messes me up, right? I feel like is the green screen gets in the way of me being able to effectively implement bisexual lighting. Let's try this out. Yep. That's what my bisexual lighting, it looks like I'm gonna avoid. Wait, what if we change colors? All right, pink is okay. Pink and like purple, maybe? I mean, it does kind of mess up. Yeah, it kind of messes things. Oh my God, I look like J-Reg here. Yeah, it's a little too look at that. It's too bad, right? I like the idea. Wait a minute. How bad would it look if I turned off my filter? It's a little too much of a breaking. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not real happy with that. Okay. No, we need to change the filter. Add the chroma key back. We'll take away the bisexual lighting, but it's like a good thought. If I ever had a good background where like I wasn't using the green screen, I think it would be good. Anyway.
but in a kinda suspicious way. He obviously knew why it got
It
claimed.
was invented by Sherlock in the show? It was invented by the show?
But he chose not to
Watching some combat sports event, and even they have bisexual lighting?
say why, so his audience
Who
could
invented
freely
it?
speculate amongst themselves for hundreds of posts about all the ridiculous reasons YouTube takes things down. Some of them noticed Pro Sportority is based out of Israel and got anti-Semitic about it, but ironically, so it's fine. What an interesting audience he's built.
Of course it's ironic. Of course. Everything on 4chan, all of the merchant memes on 4chan are ironic. Nobody's saying this but unironically. No, of course his audience isn't being anti-Semitic. How could you accuse him of that, Hbomberguy?
All this needless speculation has helped to create a smokescreen. People assume the video was taken down for a bullshit reason, and there is no clear explanation.
So it really is from Sherlock. That's not even a joke. Lexical's telling me that the show used bisexual lighting, and Tumblr, somebody on Tumblr developed the term bisexual lighting. And then that hinted that Moriarty might be bisexual. Yeah. Discord event says good for Gabby.
When there is one
vote for
and
the
he
Discord
didn't give
event.
it to them on purpose. Internet Historian has taken videos down before. A lot of them, in fact, like dozens. None of these seem to be because of plagiarism. He says he just doesn't think they're very good anymore. I think he got a bit of what we in the business call trolls remorse. Like, oh, maybe this video
We do need to do a Discord night. I was trying to think about like what would the best night be for a Discord night. And to me it seems like maybe Thursday night. If like I don't stream on Thursday, then we could do like a Thursday night Discord get together. What do other people, other Discord kiddies, what do you think? Maybe I should ask in the Discord too.
was inappropriate and normal people would judge me for it. And he got rid of that video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips and reading a hentai in an extremely racist Japanese man impression. That's not advertiser friendly, and we want those World of Tanks bucks, don't we? But since his fans are, you know, normal cool people, they saved all those old videos, and there are several channels dedicated purely to re-uploading all his old inconvenient
So keep this in mind, right? Because it's going to come up again. All this stuff is going to come up again when Sitch and Adam try to say that Hbomberguy is a bad faith SJW trying to cancel our internet daddy.
stuff, and some of them tried to re-upload Man in Cave and instantly got hit with a copyright claim as well because the video is in YouTube's system now. Here's a screenshot that was posted of one of these claims. The infringing video blatantly and unlawfully plagiarized verbatim text from our article, and the placement, pacing, and presentation of content is almost identical to the article. Speaking from experience, normally claims aren't...
So do you see what happened? Right, this is the back end. I think I've shown you my back end a few times. Some people have seen my back end. Right, the back end on YouTube is what I'm talking. Chat, what did you think I was talking about? Obviously, I'm talking about the analytics and the, you know, the content claims and everything else, right? That back end, right, is what I'm talking about. But like you can see here, this is if you were to upload something that was tripping the copyright filter, that was, you know, a known, you know, copyright offender, then you'd get this, right? You'd see your video would come up with this and it'd say select action. And the, you know, the things that you can do is you can mute the sound if it's a music, you can cut it out of the video if it's like, there's a few different things you can do, or you can just like agree, like so, you know, there's claims that'll take your channel down. There's claims that'll get you a strike, and then there's just claims that they're like, no, we want the money. But this is a takedown claim. This is a claim that takes the video down at the very least, if not, gives a strike. Talking about butterfly ladies, back end, yes. Oh my god. Oh my god, but that's the back end of a channel, not the internet historian channel, but rather a fan of the internet historian that uploads the content that internet historian takes down because they just love this stuff so much. They got to upload it. And this is how it was kind of discovered what actually happened. That this wasn't a normal copyright. This wasn't like, oops, I accidentally got some music that was copyright, or oops, you know, I used it, you know, like this isn't some spurious stuff. This is a real issue. This is a real incidence of straight up plagiarism and the, yeah, plagiarized verbatim, right? This is not, and keep that in mind too, right? Because it's going to come up again with Sitch and Adam. They're going to try to claim to you, after having seen this, right, that this was just a normal copyright issue. And that what do you do if you get a copyright issue? Maybe you apologize, you take down the video, you upload a version that doesn't violate copyright, and we're Gucci, right? No, no, right? I know there's a huge culture of don't, what is it? Like, don't ask permission, ask forgiveness. But that's just, this is bullshit, right?
Anywhere near this detailed. The article's owners are not messing around. This is how we found out about the plagiarism. Kat was browsing her drama Reddits, as she does a lot, and she saw a post with this smoking gun in it. It's amazing how easy it is for a story like this to not get spread to a wider audience, even when it's for a video this popular. The furthest the story has got so far is a thread proving it, just sitting in a
What is it about cats that are good at finding things? I feel like I know another cat that's really good at finding things.
random subreddit with like 90 upvotes. If Kat hadn't seen this, I wouldn't be talking about it, and you wouldn't know it happened either. So, thanks, Kat. You're so cool. I love you. Most YouTubers in this situation would fight a copyright claim publicly, arguing their case where everyone could see it, which would force YouTube to take notice and do
if you don't know, Kat is Hbomberguy's significant other.
something about it. People at YouTube on Twitter all the
I know, right? Is there a cat that's good at finding things? Really?
time and get responses and see things fixed. I once tweeted randomly about an old test video I deleted getting copyright claimed somehow. I didn't even at YouTube about it, and they still found it and asked me for more
Lena says that's my life motto.
information. They're pretty diligent about responding to people messaging them on social media with problems.
Oh god, is that the old... So if you don't know, the Surfs had a channel before the Surfs Times, which if you see a Surf video, 99 times out of 10, it'll be on the Surf Times. But there was a channel that they had before that, that was just the Surfs, and it got taken down because Nazis basically falsely copyright claimed it and got it taken down. And it was only because the Surfs had so many friends in high places on YouTube, so many prominent friends that were able to retweet them, that were able to get attention. That is how you get somebody out of YouTube jail, by the way, right? And the time that I got out of YouTube jail, right, I got a copyright strike that was completely bogus. We have actually Jesse Gender to thank for getting me out of that. I don't think I would have gotten that strike taken off if it hadn't been for Jesse Gender's intervention. So many thanks to Jesse.
Internet historian can't start a public case about this because he is in the wrong. He stole an article for money.
Wait, what is this? Is this like, is that a honeypot? Is that what people are posting now? Who is represented by the honeypot?
And bringing attention to it would just broadcast to his audience he did 70 minutes of plagiarism. Right now, not many people know about this, although some of his viewers have noticed how strange it is he's avoiding talking about it. Why isn't he telling his audience who to get mad at and go after? Why isn't he giving his completely normal fans marching orders? Because he ripped someone off and he doesn't want you to find out, that's why. In May, 2 months after the video disappeared, a new version was uploaded, claiming to be a re-upload of the previous one. But then, 2 days later, it went private. On the Internet Historian Reddit post about the re-upload, the big guy himself wrote about there being some complications. Again, being vague about what's going on. This new version would remain private.
And by the big guy, we mean Joe Biden. It's a TMR thing?
But for about 2 months. It's not clear why. In July, while I was making this video, it finally came back
Oh, it's Donald James
up,
Axe.
but only
Okay.
unlisted. You can watch it, but it doesn't show up in a search or your recommendations. You can't watch this video now unless you know it exists and go looking for it and get the link from somewhere else. This new version has quite a few changes. It opens with this new clip explaining what happened, but in the vaguest way possible.
Sorry for the re-upload, fellas. The original got copy struck.
Again, we have a comment about it being copy struck, but no explanation.
I noticed this a long time ago, right? This is like a classic like old internet thing, right? Like they'll say we going in, boys, or something, like, right? You know, there's always this like the way that the YouTube channel addresses their audience is like, it's like a gendered, like masculine, like way, and like I would find myself in the audiences of some of these creators, and I'm like, I'm not a fella. Neither the NAFO kind of fella nor the other kind of fella. I'm not. This is not me that you're speaking to. Do you not realize that I'm in your audience here? Wait, UFT, other than Lance watched this? Am I missing something?
why. He's still hiding what happened, in a pretty sneaky way this time. You see, this graphic of the copy strike has been edited. The notice on the video actually looks like this. It shows who made the copyright claim, but obviously he doesn't want people looking up the company behind it, because then people will find out why the video is unavailable. So now he's editing screenshots to try to hide
Oh god, the Hunter Avalon situation, yeah.
what he did. The re-upload uses mostly the same animation and tells the same story, but lots of the voiceover has been rewritten to try to sound less like the article. Here's a section I showed you earlier.
His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above.
Now here's the HD remaster.
His right arm is wedged against the roof of the cave, and his left is stuck in place underneath his
Here's what I think, and I'm not the first to come up with this idea, right? Maybe you're just having deja vu again? I'm not the first to come up with this, okay? I feel like it would have taken less effort to read the article, write your own script, and put out a video than it would have to do all the rewriting and all the obfuscation and all the dodging and re-uploading and like all this stuff. Right, by the time he gets done with it, it's like he would have been better off just not plagiarizing. But I mean, here you notice the difference between this and James Somerton. James Somerton's videos were still up because the people that James Somerton was stealing from a lot of times were not did not have the power, did not have the money, did not have the clout to be able to really do anything about the fact that their works were plundered. Whereas, I mean, this is just like, you know, they have a content bot on the watch for themselves getting
torso.
Mental Floss does. My channel is currently on 2-week restriction. Oh, that sucks.
Flipped the order he talked about the arms and reworded how he talked about them. He hasn't really solved the overall plagiarism, he just changed.
You got in trouble for having Ip Man in the background as a background video? Oh my god.
The words more than last time.
Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground poking into his back. Floyd tried to breathe calmly. Floyd took slow, steady breaths, so he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Miller thinks for a moment, then says, "Yeah, all right." He grabs a lantern.
In the past, we've seen people reword stuff they stole and hope they don't get caught. But now we're getting a special treat. We get to watch someone go back and try to change it even more. Like, no, we already know you stole this now. You can't take it back and pretend you didn't.
But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. There's nothing Miller can do. So he hurriedly turns around. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor.
Mini Doctor says, I'm the Ip Man of shoveling.
Floyd fell back down. Homer, Miller, Burden, and the other 3 men were flat on their backs.
I want to get across how much worse written this version is. Riley's article has a chilling section about Floyd spending an entire day trapped screaming for help. He began a tormenting routine. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Minutes melted into hours. His voice disappeared. His arms tingled numb. Pain radiated up his ankle. This is vivid storytelling. I can feel myself going insane, even imagining being trapped there for 25 hours. It's a really good passage. Internet Historian liked it too, so he stole it.
He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell. Hours passed. His voice gave in. Arms tingled numb. Pain radiating up his ankle. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
Now, in the remake, he has to tell the same story, but with completely new words, so we get this.
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. Yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep to recuperate. He would then wake sometime later, remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
It's just not as effective. The feeling of being stuck in that cycle for dozens of hours is gone. It's quite difficult to take a story you got from an article and tell it again without using any of the words you liked.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old.
Oh, I guess I can't mention Kentucky now. That makes it obvious. Better re-record.
Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6.
Some of the changes give away how uncreative he was, just how much he relied on Riley's work even with the most basic shit. He used his words about someone's hands being bruised and purple.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, especially now with their bruised and purple hands.
So in the new version, this had to be changed.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands.
Why would you not just write a new description of some hands in the first place? This is so lazy. What is wrong with this guy? And despite all these changes, the factual errors about the cave and the rock are still the same. It's like this version was made to annoy me. It's especially hard to make major changes when you already made the animations. It's almost impossible to remove Lucas's influence without doing so much work it's not even worth it. For example, the gopher section has been completely removed since it was directly copying an anecdote from the article. He's replaced it with a new segment, which is just C-tier reference.
So this is what I'm talking about when I say that there's more effort that goes into covering up this crime than ever would have went into not committing it in the first place, right? In terms of you steal somebody's script and you make an animation around it. Now, how hard is it to keep your animation? Because you don't want to, animation's expensive. I don't know who he hired for that or whatever, but you know, I mean, that's probably a big part of the production cost, right? You don't want to do the animation again, but now you're in a situation where you're literally having to take out the cool part where he comes up like a gopher, which I'm sure was a really, you know, climactic part of the video, maybe, just to not be using the same script.
He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like that.
Holy crap, Lois, this is just like that movie. Some of Riley's article was too short and simple to meaningfully change, so those parts have just been taken out.
And all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden,
thank you for the follow, Raffle,
fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away, and all they could do was leave for now and rest.
Since it can't use any of the clever words it stole anymore, the whole thing's been dumbed down.
Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position. So Floyd is trapped laying down like this.
Oh,
imagine sitting down to watch your favorite show and the streaming service has replaced it with a different cut where all the characters talk like idiots now.
You made me look bad, and that's not good.
I feel bad.
Was that a Scottish accent on Tony Soprano? What are the sums of money involved in this? What's it worth? Well, can somebody tell me how many subs? I mean, like I mean, you can get an estimate using Social Blade. They're never particularly reliable, but it's, I guess, a ballpark figure. But as far as I know, Internet Historian, aren't they like 10 million plus their channel size, right? When you get to like a big channel, it is a lot of money. For people like me, I don't make a lot of money off of ads. I keep them enabled just because I know that YouTube has said something about that they might on a future date start deleting channels that can't be monetized or that aren't monetized. So I feel like, you know, I feel like it's a little bit of an argument for the value of keeping my channel around, but
for the people who enjoyed the original. People in the comments and on the Reddit page are asking why he changed it and why all their favorite lines are missing. They don't know why because he didn't tell them. Why is the new version of the video
sounded like a Peaky Blinders line?
Listed and not public? Well, it could be because it's a lot worse, but mainly, by being so much worse, it kind of gives away what he did. This video's fans obviously want it back up, but if it goes back up and it's obviously much worse written now, the 10+ million people who saw it the first time, potentially even more than once, will wonder why it's different and look into why and maybe find out. But if it stays down, people will wonder why it's down and look into why and find out. It's like he's trying to delay the inevitable wider discovery of what he did by letting the video exist.
No, I don't mean inactive accounts. Like, right, YouTube's talked about, like, you know, the idea is that, like, if you have a channel on YouTube that they deem to be unmonetizable, I think that's the language that they used, unmonetizable, that they are they reserve the right to delete the channel, right? So I guess if you were like every single video you just said like every single cuss word and slur, I don't know.
But as quietly as possible, so no one wonders where the video went, but not too many people see it and notice the differences. It's a precarious situation.
Yeah, I heard about the inactive account too, but
and I don't envy him. But he does deserve it. Right now, he looks like a plagiarist and a liar, and a coward who's willing to ruin his own video.
10 million. Midi Doctors confirms that, Internet Historian is at 10 million. Yeah, I mean, a considerable amount is tied up in this movie, this video. And I think Hbomberguy, wait, did Hbomberguy's talking about 10 million views, right? So, I mean, God, let me see. Oh, I used to know the math. It depends on what time of year it's released and a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Because you get different ad money depending on if you're close to Christmas or if you're not. But yeah, potentially quite a bit of money is at stake there.
And let it gather dust unlisted in the corner to try and hide what he did. To be fair, the new version now actually cites Riley's article. Whenever a section was too difficult to change but too significant to remove, he keeps it in and cites the article at the bottom. In the original, there were several places where he quoted the same sources Riley quoted, and in this version, just to be safe, he also cites the article to make it clear that's where he got it. The description of this version also acknowledges the talented Mr. Riley and links to his work. This would have been cool if he'd done all this the first time and not tried to hide it, but this is like if Philip re-uploaded a very slightly changed version of the plagiarized videos and just put "thanks to Boomstick Gaming" in the description. It's too late to hide what he's done, though that hasn't stopped him from trying. Oh, late breaking update. A couple weeks ago, the Man in Cave re-upload became public again. I wondered how he would stop people noticing its weird changes. Then, days later, he uploaded.
So we're looking at 1.7 million. Now, I actually don't know. I don't remember how this works. Does it reset if you private something? Does it reset your views? Like, I know that like when you private something, like your total views will have like a big hole. Like it'll show you you got negative views that day. But I don't know if it's really if it's gonna this knocked. Wait. 4 million subs on who's okay, so Internet Historian, am I hearing, has 4 million subs, and then the video somebody said 10 million though.
Uploaded this year's new video, so people's attention is onto the next thing now. The only people who really noticed the video coming back are the hardcore fans.
Oh no, the hardcore fans.
Was a real clever boy move.
You keep this in mind, right? Because this is going to come back up, right? We're going to watch Sitch and Adam's takedown of Hbomberguy, defense of their internet daddy, who's not really all that right-wing, and even if he was right-wing, it wouldn't really matter, and the fact that you notice that he's right-wing just proves that you're an SJW, so keep this in mind.
I wanted to sneak my weirdly changed re-upload back out without too many people noticing. This is how I'd do it.
Oh, Big Man Dogs is telling me he had 4 million. He had 4 million subs, and now it's at 3.99. So it's not like an Illuminati. Remember, Illuminati sank from 1.7 million to, I think, now 1.3 million. Illuminati lost 400,000 subscribers. What did Creep Show Art lose? Like 300,000, right? So you know, when you become the person of the week, and that week stretches into a month, right? You can lose a big portion of your subs. Now you won't ever lose all of the subs, because some of those subs aren't even real subs, right? There's people that sub to your account and they never really think of it again, and so you're not going to lose those people, like, unless you pop up in their feed and they're like, oh yeah, that piece of shit Illuminati, I don't want to sub them anymore.
And all I'd have to do next
Hbomber's the CoffeeZilla of YouTube plagiarist. Who knew?
Was hope no one ever makes the video I'm making right now. Oops. Right, my eyes have gone
TYT lost 2,500 in a day.
Fuzzy, so it's time to get back up. My knees really hurt too. Okay, I threw out an IKEA poang to make room for this beanbag chair, and it's rubbish. I love sacks full of balls, but not this much.
Yeah.
Don't get a beanbag chair. Oh God, Jesus.
I mean, wait, aren't they? I thought beanbag chairs were nice.
Hey, the mic's still out of frame. That's nice, that never happens. I don't know, a proper apology would be nice, and maybe an explanation for why it happened. As far as I can tell, this is the only video where he's just ripped something off like this. I hope. You know, why did he do it for this one? Really, I just want to know where he got 33 pounds. I'm a simple man with simple needs. Yorkshire puddings with a little bit of gravy on top, and explanations for discrepancies in numbers. My parents never took me to see a psychologist, so I assume that's normal. In the meantime, I'm very happy to accept the award for Jack's Film's second best video of 2022. The version from
They're unsupportive. Okay.
2022 is gone. Get it off the list, Jack. Bump
Dusty Smith lost 200K when he came out against the alt-right.
me up. Now, what's the first place one? And how do I destroy it?
You know who I'm really interested in? Like Ethan. And this may not be pertinent to H3 because H3, like, I don't know what the trajectory of H3's pivot, you know, from being kind of just another anti-SJW shitlord channel to being kind of a center-left channel, right? How many does anybody know how many H3? Depends on the filling, the chair shape, how effed up your back is already. That's a good point. Yeah. I had, like during the pandemic, I was just like living in the weirdest situation where, you know, I quit school and I was, you know, trying to find a new place to move into on the fly. And one of the places was by this like notorious, and I've heard stories about this landlord since then, but this kind of like notorious landlord in this one part of town that buys up a lot of apartments in that part of town. But what I noticed, because I don't get backaches, chat. My back is good, right? I'm knock on wood, knock on everything, right? I am so lucky not to have back problems because I know people who do, and it is, oh my God. I mean, they're going all kinds of places looking for relief. It's a huge, you know, it's a huge like lowering of your quality of life, right? But I don't have back problems. But when I moved into this one apartment with, for some reason, 2 beds in it, right? 2 beds in the bedroom. I don't know why. And they were just like they didn't have like, or maybe they did have box. I don't remember. I remember them having like metal springs or something. And it was like this old bed frame. And every single night that I went to sleep on that bed, I would wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning with a severe backache, and I would have to get up and walk around in order to get my back to stop hurting. And then as soon as my back stopped hurting, I'd go back to bed and I'd wake up again at 6 with a severe backache.
That's the steamed hams one where an animator did like a million different styles. That one's really good. And it even tells you which styles it's doing and when in the description. This cartoon cites its sources better than half the stuff I covered in this video.
It's still young. Yeah, I mean, that's probably part of the reason that...
Well, I guess I'll settle for second place.
Also, I do exercises that have a lot of rotation, right? One problem that I find, because I know a little bit about this, I've done massage therapy, with my clients, is that when they do exercises like running or elliptical or something where they're all in like, this is like the sagittal plane right here, everything that you're moving is in one plane, they tend to have back problems, right? Whereas I do a form of exercise, kickboxing, that has a lot of twisting, right? A lot of wait, I'm trying to think of the scientific word for it, but right, basically I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and doing even like this and like that sometimes. But like something about that exercise has been really good for me compared to just doing cycling, which is a sagittal. That's the problem with a lot of exercises, right? A lot of the cardiovascular exercises, running, cycling, elliptical, stuff like that, right? You're just in that sagittal plane and the body's meant to rotate.
This time. So there we have it. A bunch of examples of plagiarism, why it happens, why it's wrong, and all the ways it can result in destructive results. With these 4 examples, I think I'm ready to reach some kind of conclusion. Just don't touch the screen or move the mouse.
Oh, just so you know though, like I'm a massage therapist, but this is not medical advice. You should definitely talk to your doctor about this sort of thing, because people are different. People have different bodies, and if your body is a certain way already, the stuff that works for me might not necessarily work for you. So just so we're
There's
clear.
no way you haven't seen the runtime. You've probably guessed what's coming. Where's the part where he turns out to be on a green screen and the video's about someone else? Congratulations, you figured it out. You know all my tricks. The student becomes the master.
Wait, I'm the one who got caused TYT to get new ads. I was the one that got chat complaining about them which is why they. Oh, they're mad. They're mad at Sam Seder because of what kind of ads were on TYT before. Also, what kind of ads are on my channel? I think there's some I think there's some way to if you get ads that you don't want, get rid of them. Maybe. I haven't ever done it. It's very important. My neck and my foot are killing me recently. Couldn't get them to stretch. It turned out I needed more rotations. Yeah. I mean, it can be very helpful. It's just a principle, right? Of actually functional exercise, if we're being specific.
Master of shit! It was real the whole time! Ah! Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown
so
and
we
worked
kinda
backwards.
This is so we got the background, right, that we're gonna need, right? And this is what Sitch and Adam don't want you to see. And if you're in their audience, you probably haven't seen this, because why are you gonna watch a what is this, 40-minute? No, it's 30 minutes. Like a 30-minute expose on your internet daddy. Why would you do that, right? When you can just watch it on Sitch and Adam, and you can have Sitch and Adam tell you that internet historian did nothing wrong, and Hbomberguy is a big SJW, and he got triggered by the fact that internet historian is not as big of an SJW. I don't know. It's just this whole thing. The fact that you notice, first of all, internet historian is not right-wing, and second of all, if he is right-wing, what's the big deal? People are allowed to have their own politics, and third of all, if you notice that he's right-wing, it's only because you're an SJW. So we should probably, how are you doing, chat? I need to bounce around. Pretty sure they banned their mods for the same reason. I just wanted people to have Milo and Stitch. I almost called them Lilo and the real thing is Lilo and Stitch, right? Milo and Stitch. That would be with Milo Yiannopoulos. Dr. Rashid Aiki really. Wait, am I pronouncing Dr. Rashad? I feel like I'm mispronouncing the last name. Really let me down. He let corrupt moderators run wild. Sam Seder would never allow that. Oh. They're stuck in 2015. They are absolutely stuck in 2015. The funny thing is that most of their content is anti-SJW cringe, and you can't really do exposés of cringe content when you yourself are incredibly cringe. And I gotta say, after having watched more, I almost said Lilo and Stitch, more Adam and Sitch than I have ever in my life. That's the conclusion I'm coming to, right? Is that it's very much stuck in 2015. It is very much cringe, and they're very much in their own bubble, criticizing other people of being in their own bubble. That overlay, was a Snoop meme? Oh, you're talking about Adam's got the glasses. Yeah, that is very 2015. That is, what's up, Polly? That is very 2015. So yeah, that's what we got coming up next, but I just wanted to see what chat's got to say about what we watched so far. You're on a bouncy ball because of your back? My back is not a problem for me, right? The only time I've ever had back problems was when I had a terrible bed and a terrible landlord too. Now I've got a pretty cool landlord. Yeah, I hope maybe. There's a little issue with getting the rent to her, but other than that, has been fine, and my bed is really nice now, so I don't have any problems at all as far as that. Let me go back and chat here. Found a corner store clerk. You found out your corner store clerk is a socialist. Definitely would have pinned him for MAGA. I mean, that's the thing, right? That the stereotype of working class people who do customer service as being more often right wing is actually not true. And as is the stereotype about the wealthy being socialist. That's one thing that never made sense. But the right wing, they just take it for granted. And if you're living in this echo chamber, if you're rebreathing the literal flatulence of creators like Adam and Sitch, you're in the cave. It's the allegory of the cave, which is very 2015 BC, right? It's not even our 2015. But yeah, let's get into it with Adam and Sitch, because we've got a lot. I'm gonna watch multiple of their videos. They've got one video debunking Hbomberguy, telling you about how Hbomberguy is actually an anti-SJW, for noticing that internet historian is kind of right wing. And you've also got a video of them taking down Sam Seder for taking down Tim Pool. You can see what a lot of times what they're doing. It's just like, as much as they're constantly accusing other people of simping, right? I don't know what else to call like 55% plus of Adam and Sitch's content other than simping, other than trying to like notice me daddy to bigger right-wing content creators who, like I said, aren't really right-wing. We just think that they're right-wing because we're SJWs. And even if they were right-wing, that's totally fine. So let's get into it. Sitch and Adam. I noticed also, should I start doing this, chat? They put this little red dot by all their live streams. I think it is helpful to let people know that your live streams are live streams. So they've been going after the president of Harvard lately. Just general right-wing shit. But what I've also noticed is this, right? This is what's new. And this is what we're going to kind of concentrate on today. Is they've, in addition to the clips, in addition to uploading like the best of, you know, the best, I don't know if they've got the Vanguard up here. They actually didn't put the Vanguard stuff. I don't see the Vanguard getting a video. Well, I mean, then again, we've got all this bonus content. You might want to know, you might wonder, wow, Piers Morgan spanked Norman Finkelstein? I don't think so. That's a pretty deceptive thumbnail right there. But yeah, you see the clip, like, right, these are their clips. These are them promoting, you know, stuff that happens on their stream. We've also got this bonus content. I was wondering, what is the bonus content? Is this stuff that, like, you know, didn't quite make the cut way back in the day? Is this old stuff? Like, what exactly is even going on here with this new bonus content that we've got? And it turns out that this is prepared content. This is their foray into, I guess, a kind of prepared content, right? Now, when I say prepared content, like, we're thinking like YouTube, we're thinking videos, we're thinking that they're edited and everything. It's not exactly like that. It's more like a mini podcast, right? With somebody that knows the issue in depth. So here, Sitch, I think, has watched the video. Maybe Adam Friended has not. And Sitch is taking Adam through what he found about Hbomberguy's video, a little expose, you know, and Adam is kind of the stand-in for the audience. So, you know, doing what you do on a podcast, like answering the questions that aren't quite clarified. So,
for the script of the video, you should.
And you're going to be surprised, right? Because in addition to, like, right, so the first thing I notice is that, like, this is prepared content, but it's like, it's not that much different from their normal live stream. In fact, I wouldn't say that there's any elevation in quality, which is what you'd expect. That's why you do prepared content. As a streamer, you do prepared content to get your videos out to a bigger audience. The idea is that maybe your normal content has some lulls, has some lags, has some like stun locks, you know, where you're not that exciting. And to make it more exciting, you're gonna edit that stuff out, or you're gonna, you know, write a script or something like that. You know, do voiceovers, right? Do it like a normal YouTube video. Keffels does this, right? Keffels has got a whole channel devoted to this. I don't know how successful Keffels has been with it, because she's not exactly maybe cut out to be a YouTuber, but she's given it a try. So this is what they're trying to do, and you tell me if you think it's a success or not, because I'm seeing some glaring holes in this.
Hey now, Adam.
What's up, Sitch? How you doing?
What's
Good.
up, Sitch? What's up, Adam? How's it going?
So today is an interesting story.
I've got a new SJW for you. His name is Hbomberguy.
Hbomberguy, a
Hbomberguy.
large socialist video essayist, a breadtuber, though he does do videos that are not always directly related about politics, made a video about YouTubers who he's accusing of stealing content. And this video is blown up.
That's a wild way to introduce this video for somebody that's seen the video, okay? YouTubers who he's accusing of stealing content. So with this video, one of the easiest things to say is that there are YouTubers who stole content that Hbomb is exposing. Right? There's no reason not to say that, but notice that PSA Sitch doesn't say that.
Got over 1 million views already.
I mean, you saw what we saw, right? In this video alone, because that's what they're going to talk about. They're going to talk about, of course, they're not defending James Somerton. They're not defending, James Rolfe. They're not defending Illuminati or anybody like that, anybody they perceive to be left-wing. They are defending the right-wing guy, which is going to become a real point of irony when we get into their argument, right? Their argument is that the only reason that Hbomb threw in internet anarchist into this video is because internet is anarchist is right wing, and this is like literally an ideological attempt to silence somebody's free speech.
Talking about it.
Can we get for some free speech in chat?
And in the video,
Drew is right. Wait, Sitch sounds like such an incel. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't want to accuse somebody of being an incel just for the fact that they use a Ransona. There's many reasons to use Ransona. Did I say internet anarchist? Did I default back into that? I'm so sorry. It's not internet anarchist, who is, as far as I can tell, not an anarchist, but is on the internet and is kind of apolitical, right? This is internet historian who is, despite the fact that the presentation is very apolitical, I wouldn't say apolitical, really suits internet historian. I almost said internet explorer. Yes, free speech.
he
Freeze my peaches, steal my sunshine.
accuses the popular and beloved YouTuber, internet historian, of stealing content.
Exactly, bad lefty. There are major stacks of receipts in Hbomb's content.
It's a tough charge.
Okay, so that's the first thing to let you know that this is prepared content, is that, but the thing is, you could put that in any video. And I think they do. I think that's their same intro.
That's a big accusation there.
Right. Now, but the thing that interests me about this video,
So what I'm noticing so far is that I feel like it's safe to say there is less effort in this prepared content than there is in their streams.
is I ask myself, was Hbomberguy attacking internet historian because he just believes so strongly in his heart of hearts that it's wrong to steal content, or was this a politically motivated attack? Does he...
So notice we're starting off not in the, analyzing the correctness of the claims that Hbomberguy makes, but with the idea of what was Hbomberguy's intent. Now keep that in mind, right? Because if you notice all these things that I'm pointing out, you're going to see how deep the hypocrisy rabbit hole goes with these assholes, okay? And, look, I'm calling you assholes, Sitch and Adam. If you want to come on and have a conversation about it, feel free, right? I'm not, I don't know what to call you, but one thing I will not call you is honest, good faith actors here, right? So already we are interpreting Hbomberguy's intent. That's the subject of this video, not whether internet historian stole content. Not whether it was plagiarism, because you're going to notice later that there's an attempt to conflate the concept of plagiarism with the concept of copyright violation, which I think in the minds of most YouTube people, there's a big difference. There's a big difference between, an accidental violation of copyright, which happens all the time, and we all feel like YouTube goes a little too hard on, and straight up ripping somebody else off like James Somerton did. I think we can all agree on that. I hope we can all agree on that, at least.
Want to try to smear internet historian as an evil, right-wing, crazy, bad racist person, because I think that's what's going on here. I think that's really what's going on here. I think the attack against him was clearly politically motivated, And I want to show you how Hbomberguy is in fact a huge.
So what is the implication here? If the person exposing your plagiarism is politically motivated, then the expose doesn't really count. Right?
Huge hypocrites regarding the whole.
That's what they're seeking out to. That's their thesis statement right there. Hbomberguy, huge hypocrite, but Adam and Sitch, oh my God. Well, just wait to see. By the end of this video, you can tell me who you think the hugest hypocrite in this content is. Is it Hbomberguy? Is it Sitch and Adam? Or is it me? Maybe I'm the hypocrite. Maybe I'm the bad faith actor. But you can decide for yourself. I think it will be clear, though.
Stealing content accusation.
Well, I'm usually.
Oh, it's an accusation. Okay, so we're not granting the obvious that script was lifted from a Mental Floss article. We're counting on the fact that Sitch and Adam's fans are using them as a buffer between themselves and the expose that Hbomberguy is doing on their internet daddy.
Very skeptical. I'm like a skeptical type person, but when it comes to socialist video essayists,
right,
let me tell you, I think this will probably be pretty easy for you to prove. But let's do it. Let's see what you can do here.
Okay, so here's the background. So Hbomberguy, he did his super long 4-hour video. He talks about how there's a video that Internet Historian made some time ago, like 6 or 7 months ago, that was about a person that got caught trapped in a cave in like the 1800s or something. And apparently this video, I never saw it. It's all goes on, outside my realm of interest. But apparently a lot of people like this video, and it got, all these views. So after the video had been up for a while, it gets taken down. It gets a copyright strike. And it turns out that there's an article by the publication Mental Floss that wrote.
It just turns out, it just happens to be similar. Like they were both interested in the same subject, maybe. They both had the same historical interest in this incident in a cave in Kentucky. And was it in the 1800s? Is that what I think we're dealing with the 1800s here. Argonian Bum says, I have to admit, I'm kind of impressed that they managed to find a way to misinterpret Hbomberguy's very easy to understand video. They are doing mental gymnastics, Argonian.
All about this cave incident, and it seems
monkeys on typewriters. Well, if we're talking about Norm Finkelstein, then it's electronic typewriters.
It was like Internet Historian was inspired to make the video based on the article, and he took a lot of sections from the article and he, read them basically in the video, and he kind of took the structure of the article and he used that to structure the video, and he didn't credit or cite the article for the information in the video at all.
Okay, so it's an original article that he found on the internet, and he turned that article into a video. Now, I've seen some of Internet Historian's videos, and he usually adds a lot of jokes, a lot of animation. Is this like exactly the same as the article, or is there a substantive difference?
So it's not just, so you're exactly right. If you've seen one of Internet Historian's videos, it's all animated.
They're amazing.
Right. They're really great. It's all animated. There's, voice acting, there's jokes, there's all sorts of stuff in it.
Wait, sorry, I gotta rewind us a little bit. There's jokes. He puts jokes in there. Like, right? It's not just content theft. There's jokes that's animated. And also keep in mind, like, what they're saying here about despite the fact of there being this huge overlap in the literal words used in the video compared to the article, it's original content because he makes jokes and there's animations he's adding. They're gonna argue that this is transformative content. I feel like the internet, Sitch, has eaten your brain. All right? It's not a brain worm. This is like a brain sandworm, and it just made a hole in your head and went right through and swallowed your brain in one bite. That's what's gone on here. If you think this is transformative content, Sitch, then there's a sandworm out there somewhere in Arrakis with your brain in its stomach, okay?
A lot of animation. Is this like exactly the same as the article, or is there a
I'm getting animated myself.
Substantive difference?
So it's not just, so you're exactly right. If you've seen one of Internet Historian's videos, It's all animated.
They're amazed.
Listen, you shouldn't be comparing this to internet historians' videos, because from what I can tell from Hbomberguy's response, if there had been, especially if Hbomber doesn't like this guy because he's a bit of a chud, especially if that's true, that may be true. I can't disprove it. I can't prove it. I don't know what's in Hbomberguy's heart. You don't know what's in Hbomberguy's heart. But you know, if we even take your assumption at face value, then you would expect there to be more exposés. If this is a common practice, if this is just what internet historian does, then there'd be a lot more. The Somerton video, the Somerton section maybe would be a little bit smaller and have an addendum on Hbomberguy. And this video, this man in cave, which is just one segment, nobody. Okay, maybe Philip and James Rolfe, right? But Illuminati did not get off this easy. James Somerton definitely didn't get off this easy. Internet historian is getting off pretty easy. And my assumption, my good faith assumption, is because there's not a lot more obvious content theft in internet historians' videos. But the way that you're talking about it, it makes it sound like this is common practice. You are doing such a bad job defending your internet daddy today.
Right. They're really great. It's all animated. There's, voice acting, there's jokes, there's all sorts of stuff in it. So like he was using the article as the source of the information, but yeah, like obviously, he has his own animations and everything, on top of it.
His shtick is very much informative and funny eye candy. So,
yes, right, exactly.
Morbius Dragon is here for the Dune references.
Exactly, and that's
the only thing I could think of. I was like, brainworms. This is not brainworms. This is mind snakes.
Exactly what the K video was. So yeah, so so my position is like, okay, obviously, if he used this article as a source of information, if he took lines directly from it, kind of used it as the framework for the script of the video, he should obviously cite the article, and he should ask them for permission if he can do that. Right.
Do you really have to ask for permission? It seems like fair use, but look, at least cite the article.
Do you have to ask for permission? No, you can just get your script from an article on... What are you talking about? Like if I went to a Cracked article and read it into... like did a voiceover of the Cracked article with no attribution and was like, look at my funny jokes, right? Those are not my funny jokes. Those are the funny jokes from cracked.com or whatever. Is it still even up? Did Cracked fold or something? Like Cracked had like, there was like a lot of legitimately funny stuff on Cracked, right? If I took that stuff, represented it as my own work, made an animation to go with it, like, is that transformative content? These guys don't know what transformative content is. And I'm saying this as somebody who's been accused of stealing people's content by a very bad faith sysadmin of the Voshclout network, right? So I have all kinds of sympathy towards false claims like this, right? That I think that reacting to videos, I don't find that to be... but like, look, when I react to Hbomberguy's video, do any of you for a minute get confused and think that I wrote the script for Hbomberguy's video? I recorded Hbomberguy, that like that shit is mine? When I watch Sitch and Adam, do any of you think that like I am the creative force behind this video, right? It doesn't make sense. I'm reacting to this video. I'm criticizing this video. It's very obviously not my content, right? So you could regard that as an inline citing, because this is going to come up again, right? This is going to come up again. And look at what they're doing. They're doing React content, the same as I do. Now, I will say one thing about Sitch and Adam, okay? I'm going to grant them something right off so you can see how good faith I am, especially if you're from their audience and you're in here waiting to watch me be a bad faith SJW or whatever the hell you think I am, right? Like I'm gonna say this up front, right? They add a lot to their content. I don't think they're stealing content. I've never seen something where they show a video and the main attraction to their React video is actually the video itself and not them. I don't think that they're XQC. I don't think they're on the ground doing the worm in a debate against Ethan. I hold them in a slightly higher regard than Sniper Wolf and XQC. However, they are doing React content, same as me, same as Hassan, same as anyone. And keep that, put a pin in that. Like, keep that in mind, because it's going to come up again, right? When they talk about Hassan in this video.
I agree there.
Because they can't help themselves chat.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you like legally, I don't know, you can kind of get into the weeds about it, but yeah, I mean, at least cite the article. I would say, just to be safe, probably ask them.
I mean, you're literally transforming an article.
I don't even have blue hair now.
Into a video. It seems like the ultimate form of transformation.
That is, you think that's the ultimate form of transformation? What are you talking about? That's the most creative work you can do after being inspired by an article? after being inspired by something that's written down. The most transformative you can get is to take it and turn it into your script.
I guess. I mean, the argument would be like, okay, if like you can't take someone's screenplay and then like make a movie without paying them, right?
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
that's
That's a
not-
good point.
So we're gonna have to forgive Sitch here. This, this is a very weak point. But remember, a sandworm ate his brain.
That's
Yeah,
a good
but maybe
point.
that's not applicable because the screenplay is literally written to be a movie. So maybe that's not really a one-to-one comparison. But anyway, whatever.
Shai Halud, blessed be his coming and his going.
You know, you should have decided it. You probably should have asked. That's
Although, Chad, if you must know, I refer to him as Shaitan.
fine. But as you said, he did do like a lot of work transforming it into his style of animated video that everyone loves.
Right.
Okay. So Hbomberguy like kind of going through the article, he's showing all the similarities and he's criticizing Internet Historian for
Right.
copying.
Being a general prick, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, he does a thing too, which I'll show you where
This is so familiar to criticism of me for reacting to other people's videos, other people's, their use of their platform, where I'm just called an asshole for noticing things that are right there in front of your face, right? You think that this is an ally to trans people, but here he is bringing on a transphobe, letting the transphobe just go off with a gish gallop and providing, no opportunity for the people who disagree with this guy to meaningfully push back, because that's the nature of a gish gallop. That's why they do it, right? If I say 7 things and you'll have time to push back on 3, then there's going to be 4 things that the audience sees not being pushed back on, right? And I got called an asshole. I got accused of harassment for that, right? For noticing things. I'm sorry. God.
he constantly criticize him for lifting stuff
What's the deal with Twitch panels, right?
from the article or not citing them, that's fine. But he constantly mind reads Internet Historian and assumes all these negative motivations to
You started out this video assuming a negative motivation of this being, and it's not even a negative motivation by your standard, right? You're accusing him of doing this action, including Internet Historian's very obvious plagiarism, very, very blatant and very clearly laid it out, and there's receipts for everything, of being politically motivated, right?
him that he just Hbomberguy just pulls out of the ether. He just says, oh, well, Internet Historian did XYZ because he's intentionally trying to hide something, when he doesn't know that. He just made that up. But
Right.
So anyway, and Hbomberguy talks about this. So when Internet Historian puts that video up, it eventually gets taken down because Mental Floss finds out about it. They hit the video with a copyright and it gets taken down. And Internet Historian takes some time.
I could ask, what's Klingon for "come girl"?
Re-edits the video. So he edits out parts of it that were, I
is it
guess,
"come on,
particularly
girl"?
egregious to Mental Floss. He cites
Sorry, that was like a little...
Mental Floss in the description, and in the video itself. He re-puts up the video.
Oh,
It's
come
up for a
get
little bit. It
your
gets
girl. I
unlisted
see.
for some time period, and then it gets made public again, and it's been public for over a month now. It's sitting on
Okay,
his
so
channel.
it would appear that
So
he's
do you see what this is doing? This is substituting for anybody in the audience of Sitch and Adam who ostensibly, maybe there's a big cross-section that love Internet Historian, and they don't want to watch this video. They know that there's something bad. They know that Internet Historian got called out, but it's by a leftist, so it doesn't matter. So instead of watching the leftist, who we know is bad faith, right, without even... We know what Hbomberguy's motivations are, right? Hbomberguy does not know what Internet Historian's motivations are, but we definitely know what Hbomberguy's motivations are. We're going to watch it through Sitch and Adam, and they're going to tell us what's really up so that we don't have to watch the actual video. And look, if your video goes through and debunks, shows all the arguments correctly, represents them correctly that Hbomberguy made, and then shows why they're wrong, okay, I mean, you've debunked a video. Good job, right? But that's not what we're seeing here. That's not the intended purpose of this video. This video is very much meant to substitute. Oh my God. I'm not just so you know, I'm not saying that they've violated copyright here, right? I don't think, like I said, I don't think they're freebooting. I don't think they do that. I think they react hard. I think they react long, and I think they are very much on the Hassan Irene end of the spectrum of maybe reacting a little too hard, maybe going a little too depth, maybe stun locking a few too many times like I'm doing right now, rather than the XQC side of things. So it's just like, no shot, right? Just, whoa, wow. Or I don't even know, what is Sniper Wolf's like? Does Sniper Wolf even react? I've heard things, chat. I've heard things about Sniper Wolf. The Sniper Wolf. The Sniper of Wolves.
Been making changes to appease Mental Floss, whatever their problem was. So this happened before Hbomberguy made his video?
Yes.
So what's he complaining about?
Well, see, but that's part of the question people were asking. Like, wait a minute. Because Hbomberguy's video came out like yesterday.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Right, it's a brand new video, and people are like, wait, why are you attacking Internet Historian when like that video has been up on his channel, the re-edited, version of it, which cites the source, has been up on his channel for over a month now. Obviously that would
So Sniper Wolf is basically akin to XQC.
Imply that Mental Floss doesn't have a problem with the current form that the video is in.
I got a headache now. The fact that Mental Floss didn't take down the current iteration of the video is supposed to exonerate Internet Historian for purposefully plagiarizing a article and representing it as his own original thought with no attribution whatsoever.
It's they didn't copyright hit it or anything. He seemed to have worked out something with them behind the scenes. So what is the point of doing this video if everything seems to have been worked out now?
Sniper Wolf actually takes extra time to obscure the credits of the credit creators that she reacts to.
Now you say, well, maybe he just wants to point it out. He really wants to stick it to Internet Historian. But I think what's actually going on here, and I'll show you because I've compiled some clips from the video here. I think it's really clear to me that Hbomberguy is just doing this because he doesn't like that his friend,
literally blurring out the watermark. I guess that's something Illuminati did too.
And some of the people he knows likes Internet Historian, and he thinks Internet Historian is a secret, evil, right-wing bigot, and he wants to use this as an excuse to attack him.
Disgusting.
So here, let me show you. This is in.
So do you see this? This is a narrative that they've established, right? They've created on their channel. This is something that they're not really having to explain much because people are familiar with the fact that when an SJW makes criticism of somebody, it is unfair and it is to cancel, and you're turning this innocent person into this big villain, and it's just something to be laughed at, right? We've heard the story before.
Hbomberguy's video.
Internet Historian fan. Years ago, I saw a video of his about DashCon, a failed Tumblr convention, and it was really just a bunch
of... As we know, attendant at DashCon, the only person who actually showed up to DashCon was Big Red, and let me tell you, was she ever triggered?
Of jokes about SJWs and how bad Tumblr is, and it was really disappointing. He had the opportunity to...
Yo, that's great. That's great. There's so many things you could hit Hillary Clinton for, but you're gonna call her autistic?
Talk about a really interesting moment in history, and he just used it to post cringe. But that video was eons ago, and I don't like to judge people by super old stuff they made.
Bring back DashCon.
And a lot of people I really respect seem to like him, so I'm sure he's way better now.
I mean, it sounds like a better time than the Fire Festival or Woodstock 99.
Okay, so this is the introduction, by the way, that Hbomberguy gives to kind of like frame his audience on how to think about Internet Historian, right?
Well, but he's setting us up there, obviously. He doesn't think he's way better now, or he might have not included him in his video for 20 minutes on a non-traversy, right?
He's better now. What are you talking about? Okay, look, if you want to say is better now, right, what would that involve, right? That would involve, first and foremost, an acknowledgement. I'm so sorry. I needed to get content out to my audience. I was under a deadline. And I caved in to the impulse to do something really easy, to take some low-hanging fruit, to literally take somebody's article and represent it as my own. Through being held to account and acknowledging that to my audience, I have grown as a person. I recognize that even in extenuating circumstances, this is wrong, and I have failed you. I hope that you have the trust in me to learn and grow from this. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. The video got taken down. He rewrote it. He paraphrased the article. And then that's supposed to represent, like, he's not problematic anymore. Has learned, has grown, has moved on as a content creator. We'll never do that again. These guys are so full of shit. And you know why? Because after that sandworm, like, crawled through Sitch's brain, swallowed his brain whole, it also took a shit as it left. All right? That's what we're going, what's what we're doing here. This is not Sitch and Adam. This is like shit for brains and Adam.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so he's setting him up like, oh, he's made.
And Sitch, if you want to come on and defend yourself, you are perfectly welcome to. I think you won't, though. I think you don't want that accountability any more than Internet Historian wanted the accountability for literally ripping off somebody's video.
He made jokes about SJWs. Oh my God, right? Oh
my God. Here we go.
Fucking donkey! Video game donkey!
Stop laughing at Sonic! God damn, the wrong thing came up when I pressed that. Anyway. Here's me stealing Bo Blacks's content.
But listen, has he changed? And it's like, okay.
I'm sorry, Bobby.
Oh, and by the way, he said that he didn't believe or find any other evidence that this, like, using articles or anything was a pattern of Internet historians anyway.
So how is he bad faith? He let Internet Historian off so easily. And the right-wing shit was just shit that Hbomberguy noticed. He didn't dwell on it. He didn't try to cancel him. He didn't imply what we're about to read about Hbomberguy. What we're about to read about Internet Historian actually has a lot more, hardcore criticism about him being, like, maybe more right-wing than even Hbomberguy thought, right? It was just noticing, right? The same as me. This is Hbomberguy getting yelled at for noticing things.
Like, this was the only thing.
So this is like a one-off.
Right. Okay. So part of why this seems so suspect to me is, as people pointed out, like, Hbomberguy.
Who are these two weirdos? I don't know. They're associate. Oh God, I see. Here's where if they do watch my video, they're gonna get mad, right? But I'm just noticing things. Okay, I'm not dwelling on them. I'm not using it as. I'm not telling you what content you can and cannot watch. Obviously, I'm watching this content. I'm not suggesting that you watch it either, but your choice is your own, right? But I think Sitch is on that. Is it called EFAP? Can somebody tell me what does EFAP stand for? Like they're like Nerdrotic, is like the channel, I guess, like, in terms of their content. A lot of this is like, movies today are too woke. Disney is losing money because they're woke. Everybody is woke except the Barbie movie, which is actually secretly not that woke because we really stand Ken. Okay, so that's why that made money. But other than that, get woke, go broke. They're just like they're two weirdos doing 2015 content 10 years later. Not quite. Fandom Menace. Yeah, there we go. I hope this is not seen as a insult, right? I think you're okay with all these creators. I think if I were to do a takedown of these creators and Sitch and Adam saw it, they would feel like I was being a big old SJW.
Is a bread tuber. He actually pretends like he's not in this video, which is weird, and I'll show you that at the end. But he's, he's very leftist, he's very socialist. And people are like, why aren't you're going to spend all this time on Internet Historian. Why don't you spend time on, like, the people who actually steal hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours?
Barbie isn't woke because the main lead is white.
Hours and hours and hours.
I can think of a few people that do that.
Right. And
yeah, it's only Barbie if it's if Barbie's, it's only woke if Barbie's black.
One of the biggest people who is well known for stealing hours of content by quote reacting to it.
Who could
Here
it
we
be?
go. Who could it
Is
be?
a little-
Oh, I wonder, chat. We all know who they're talking about, and their audience knows too.
Guy
Yeah, no true plagiarist, exactly, Argonian.
named Hassan Piker.
Hamas
A little guy named Hassan Piker.
Piker.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Hamas Piker.
There you go.
And
there we go. You're such a hypocrite. You're such a hypocrite, right? Guy that's not okay with what Netanyahu's doing in Gaza is his Hamas Piker, right? If you don't immediately stand 100% of the actions of the IDF, I guess you must be a terrorist. Such hypocrites, such utter and abject hypocrites, because you're going to see that what they're defending Internet Historian is, and to you know, not to sound like a broken record, but first of all, Internet Historian is not that right wing. Second of all, if he was that right wing, it wouldn't really be a problem. That's okay. That's his free speech. And third of all, you're an SJW for even noticing that he might be kind of right wing.
so you might say, well,
Only an SJW would say that. I don't know how these guys could be bigger hypocrites, right?
Sitch, listen, you know, reacting to things is not quite the same as
There's possibly a bit of bitterness and jealousy. I can't say though, because I can't look inside the hearts of Sitch and Adam and say whether this is coming from jealousy or whether they're just triggered by the fact that somebody is not as right wing as they are, and that they're noticing that because they are so right wing.
It's like, you know, quote, plagiarizing.
See how it feels?
Maybe it's a little different, right? You might say, maybe it's a little different. Well, this is interesting.
Casual racism directed at Hassan, right?
In the section about Internet Historian, he feels comfortable to call out a
Yeah,
different
of course they're going to call the Turkish guy a terrorist.
streamer for reacting to it.
Oh, really? So he does call out some
He
reaction.
calls that some. Let's see who it is.
Okay.
Came the thing every Twitch streamer put on while they went and did something else to keep their audience busy.
Oh, look.
Oh, look.
XQC, right? Another person who definitely steals a lot of content.
Okay, I'm glad we can agree on that.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Are we agreeing on that? We're not being ironic here? We're agreeing that XQC's, you know, if you want to accuse a React streamer of freebooting, it would probably be like somebody more like XQC and Sniper Wolf rather than someone like Irene or Hassan.
Totally fine calling XQC out. You know,
The empty house is disturbing, but what's up with that cube? What's that? Is that from a video game? Is that from like Portal? Do you see the cube, chat? My eye goes right to the cube, and then it goes to the skateboard, and then it goes to how much space XQC has in his flat there, and I'm a little bit jealous.
Pointed out, Hassan did react to Internet Historian's cave video.
Of course he did. Why wouldn't he? He's probably reacted to every single video the guy's done.
Right. So he chooses XQC. He shows XQC's name on the screen very prominently. Okay.
With an empty chair.
With the empty chair,
For
yeah.
those of you who are listening along. Looks
Right.
like XQC has taken a little break.
Yep.
As the video plays for his audience.
Mhm.
Freebooting the content to his viewers.
I mean, I do like that little glowing cube in the background. That's more interesting than anything I've ever seen XQC produce. So maybe this is the right way to approach.
Look, but it's tiny on the screen compared to the whole video. Here's the bottom corner of the video.
That's true.
Ooh,
That's like
that's a good chunk of change right there.
Okay. So XQC got 1.2 million views on it. Okay. So I'm gonna say, well, maybe he, you know, is it okay should Hbomberguy call it Hassan, right? He's calling out XQC. Should he call it Hassan? Because as you point out, Adam, even though, you know, he was using this article, he still animated the thing, voiced the thing. Like, there was a lot of work that went into Internet Historian doing his video. So it's weird to me that, like,
I'm doing a bad job. Yeah, we just got an ad and I didn't. Okay, so the ad's going to show up different now. They changed Twitch chat a little bit, and it's kind of cool because I can see events and chat at the same time. The only thing I'm having trouble seeing is the ad break actually coming up. Hey, welcome back. So if you're on Twitch, if you're watching me on Twitch, you might have just experienced a little something that we like to call I don't even know. It's like 45, That's not the top or the middle of the ad break. I don't know why it's serving ads right now. It's serving ads whenever it wants to. I can't exactly predict it, but what I can predict is the fact that if you get caught in one of those ad breaks, you're going to be sitting there for 1 minute and 30 seconds. You could miss a lot in that time. You might miss like the best part of the stream, right? If you're sick of missing the best part of the stream, you can get out of that with a Amazon Prime subscription. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. And if that is me, you will no longer see ads in my chat, right? You can also pay for your own sub, pay money to the big evil corporation to get out of the ad break. Or if you're lucky, you might be the beneficiary of a gift sub. That's happened a couple of times during this stream. Kind of a rare Twitch chat W here. But if it goes on again, your best bet towards you being the recipient of that massive amount of generosity is to be yourself active in chat so that people notice that you don't have a sub.
He's going to get hyper-focused on some issue that apparently was resolved a month ago.
Oh my God. Just like Anonymous Gifter just gifted, and we are 4 out of 10. Like, look, Twitch, like I'm talking shit about Twitch chat here. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe Twitch is about to make a comeback. I don't know, chat.
Minutes by Hbomberguy.
Yeah, so far it looks like Twitch is ahead. I'm surprised.
But the people like Hassan who steal thousands of hours of content.
Look, I'm happy for that 7 out of 10, right? That's like a teacher giving you a C when your assignment was late, FDW all day, right? My assignment was late. I was supposed to give you the ad break read before the ad happened, but instead I gave it to you after the ad happened, and you still gave me a passing grade. I appreciate you.
You know, when the other streamers that steal thousands of hours of content, they just get ignored, I guess. They don't get anything. They don't get a mention.
You would think.
Oh my God. Okay, first of all, like doing the video in general, Hassan's going to mention their name. Hassan has always mentioned their name. Often, you know, there's also like something in chat, like a URL, if you want to go follow this person, right? That was before ReactGate. After ReactGate, Hassan is now on to ethical reactions, right? Which is like letting a video play through, and I don't even do this. Letting a video play through the through the sponsorship. So like, right, if they're sponsored by NordVPN, if they're sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, Hassan watches that too. Yeah, Hassan, I would fairly say the most ethical, and also y'all are reacting. You are doing the Hassan. And I've said before, I don't think you're freebooting. I don't think you're XQC. I don't think you're Sniper Wolf, right? But the amount of content that you're adding to the content that you're watching is pretty much I don't see how you think that you are better. I don't see how you see a difference between React content and a reaction video. Which there are tons of on YouTube.
Right?
You have all the problems in the world with Hassan. Also, Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to Daymal, who just got their membership renewed thanks to Soul Life. But like, I don't understand how you think you're getting away with this. You're criticizing Hassan for doing something that you are doing right now.
Right.
Especially in this video where he's going after just about everyone.
Right. It's a 4-hour video.
They just
of course.
They just want that XQC mansion for themselves, right?
There's a lot of people that do this.
They want XQC's cleaning team.
It's just like a main thing on YouTube.
Well, so I thought it was weird. You know, I thought Hbomberguy was a real big hypocrite for not going after Hassan. But I found out I was wrong. He actually does go after Hassan in that video.
Oh, Argonian Bum is mentioning all the emotes that you get, for a Twitch sub or for a YouTube membership. You will get
he does.
massive amounts of emotes that you can use in chat, including weasels. Yeah, we got the weasel in here. We got the meow. We got 2 kinds of Alf. I feel like Alf, there's a little bit of overrepresentation of Alf, but I mean, we rated Alf the other day, so I guess it's FTW all day. Thank you for the gifted membership to Well Hello There. When I hear Well Hello There, I think of Phone Guy from from Five Nights at Freddy's. Hello. Sorry.
Hey, good. Oh, okay. Nice. He slaps him around a bit. He's
Alf is a friend of the stream sometimes.
Like, hey, you shouldn't freeboot other people's content either.
You gotta always keep your eye on Alf, though.
Right. Okay, so let me show you. Apparently, this is in the middle of the section where he's complaining about Illuminati, the pyramid lady.
Oh. Illuminati? Is that who? Okay, anyway, I'm not gonna make fun of you. Look, there's so many good reasons to criticize you for. The fact that you're not familiar with the pronunciation of Illuminati's name is not one I will currently light you up for.
Yeah,
Sucks.
we covered her.
Yeah, she used to be on Leftist Mafia.
We covered her. We didn't learn to say her name right, but whatever.
So here it is. Here's him being very critical of Hassan.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, a gift subber lead. Oh yeah, like a leaderboard for gift subbers. Yeah, because there is one on Twitch that it's in Twitch chat. I think you can see like.
You can see how content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost
sometimes Alpha is a snack for cat girls in outer space.
makes itself. Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here.
I didn't know that Alpha. Wait, are we talking about Alpha or are we talking about Stavros? Wait, what? I'm confused. I've heard Stavros is considered a snack by some. When I hear well, hello, I think of Anna Maria Forcino. Oh, I love Anna Marie's content.
Oh wait, did you miss it?
Hold on a second here. You said this is where he's supposed to criticize Hassan Piker.
Yeah, did you miss it?
Hassanabi, Hamas Piker.
Did you miss it?
Yeah, look, I didn't see any criticism. I didn't see any criticism of.
Look, I mean, if I was to do the analogy of like what they're doing to Hassan by calling him Hamas Piker, to Sitch, I would feel like I wouldn't do that. That sounds anti-Semitic, right? Where do you fucking get off? Where do you fucking get off with this, right? I'm not gonna call you IDF Sitch, just for the record, okay? And you know, it's not because I respect your views on Palestine and Israel. It's because I think conflating like the state of Israel with Jewish people is somewhat problematic. What about conflating like terrorism with a Turkish guy? Do you not see the problem there? Or is that am I just an SJW for caring about this sort of thing?
Hassan.
God damn.
Oh, okay, here. I'll pause it for you, okay, when we get there, in case you missed it, because it went by so quick.
Where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos.
Okay, he's reacting
the money
to his
almost
own video.
Okay, that.
That's wait
Hassan.
a second here.
Ooh, that's Sam Seder call him MSNB Seder. MSNB Seder. Oh my god, that's so creative. They're so creative, chat. Oh god, I wish they'd come up with a name for me, but it would probably be No Content Chick. They'd probably go for the lowest hanging fruit they possibly could and not realize that like that's been done to death. Like, right? That's already been done a million times. So speaking of Sam Seder, they did a video criticizing Sam Seder, and wouldn't you know it, you're gonna get to watch it after this. You're going to get to watch it after this. And we can go in a little bit more depth. I don't know. You might be burned out of Sitch and Adam after that. But if we're looking like we might actually hit a sub goal this time, right? It might happen. We might hit multiple sub goals. NCCNN. Oh, that's so good. That's so good, science scientist. MSNBC they're very clever. They're very creative, clever people who don't ever steal ideas from anyone or reuse stuff from 2015 or anything like that.
Hassan's room, that's his old room.
So it's Hassan's empty chair.
Yeah, so okay. So obviously since he
doesn't mention him by name.
But Chad, that's the thing. If I was like a right winger, the jokes write themselves, right? You know, it's just
right. He doesn't even mention it by name. So what's going on here? And it's funny because no one would have known, like not no one, but like most people wouldn't have even realized this happened if it wasn't for Hassan's own editor.
They didn't get the joke, right?
Okay, pointing this out.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Wait, which editor? This wasn't Austinox, right? This was somebody else, right?
So
this is not legitimate criticism here.
No, it's no criticism.
He calls out internet historian. He gives his background. He calls him out for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
He shows a still of Hassan's room without even mentioning him.
Wait, did I miss that part? Did they show the still? Oh, there it is. There's the still. Okay. So that's what they're talking about. You see the still down in the right corner. And this is something that Hbomberguy put in there, right? And it's you can tell it's Hassan because there's the his Snapchat, you can almost read, it says Big Haas. You can see, is that TikTok? Hassan Piker. Is it Hassan Piker or Hassan Piker TTV? I forgot, but right. This is like, you know, these are Hassan's socials down here. This is Hassan's old, it's not his new, it's not his current setup. Wait, is it? No, it's not. This is just a part. Wait, is it? Wait, I'm confused, chat. Now I'm like thinking I've seen 3 backgrounds for Hassan. But regardless, yeah, it's Hassan's background. Everybody knows what he's talking about. He doesn't say, by the way, this is a joke, and I actually have no problem with Hassan. And I mean, like, the truth of the matter is that these two like know each other. Hbomberguy was in Hassan's chat, right? But here's what they're missing. The freaking difference between Hassan Piker and XQC. The freaking difference between a 45-minute stun lock with deep, like, in-depth dives on other videos to explain what he's seeing there, the interpretation, the perspective, the history added to whatever he's reacting to, versus, whoa, damn. That's what they're missing, right? And look, if you're going to criticize Hassan for that, I got to criticize you. You're doing maybe less additional content, adding less to this video than in a normal Hassan stream. I don't know. We could call it even either, but regardless, you can't really criticize Hassan for being a React streamer while you're doing a reaction stream.
Not even saying his name.
This doesn't seem like equal here to me, Sitch.
Okay, so it gets worse than that.
Wait.
Okay.
So the difference, so the difference there was it said XQC. You could see the name XQC in the XQC picture. Now, did Hbomberguy say XQC? I feel like he didn't. I feel like he didn't actually say the name, but you could see his name. Now I can't tell, right? Because they're watching this on media or something. Wait, actually looks like they put this up on their YouTube channel. But whatever, they've got some kind of a like third-party program or something. Do you see this? Like, right, this isn't YouTube. This is like some third-party program that they're using. And I don't even know. There's every chance. Should we go? Oh my God, chat. If we could find the timestamp. I don't know if we can find the timestamp though. If somebody can find me this timestamp, I'll look. But if this is what I think it is, right? Then this little thing down here is actually covering up part of the video. And the name Hassan Piker is visible in Hbomberguy's video, the same way that XQC was visible. I'm not 100% on that, right? Because I can't tell, you know, if we got rid of this little transport button and the, you know, the time, there's names for these things, right? If we got rid of the stuff on the bottom, I think we'd be able to see that's Big Haas at Snapchat, that's Hassan Piker on TikTok. I think we'd be able to see exactly who it is. I don't think he's hiding. And also, this is an iconic picture here. The SM57B, the room, like, right? The only thing that would make this more iconic would be a picture of Bernie sitting in the background, which I don't think he had yet. I don't think that had happened. I think this is pre-Biden, maybe even.
There's more.
Yeah, let me go forward to Hassan's editor's tweet here.
Makes itself.
Okay, so then it blew up.
Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here.
Okay.
Okay.
So Hassan,
if anyone wants to find me that timestamp, I'll look at it. I don't want to say that, you know, Hbomberguy showed Hassan's name if he didn't, but it kind of looks like he did. Again, because of the way that Sitch and Adam are playing this, I can't entirely tell.
So someone who does some editing for Hassan tweeted this out. He says,
"Oh, Comrade Lamb,
I have a bad feeling that people are going to see this joke in the new Hbomberguy video and not realize, A, it was a..."
Oh, wait, we can see it, chat. It says, wait, is that a still from the Hbomberguy video? No, that's, wait. It looks like, that looks like just a scene from, it looks like we're just watching Hassan down here. Okay, no. So we're watching Hassan. We're watching Hbomberguy in Hassan's stream. That's what we're seeing here.
Joke, and he asked his son if he was cool with him making it.
My God.
So wait a minute. So Hbomberguy is such a cuck, such a simp, such a pathetic loser. And his video where he's going to criticize people for stealing content, that he's going to have to go to Hassan and be like, Hassan, would it offend you if I, brief?
Do you get it, though, that the big criticism here is not even on XQC? There's a mention of XQC, right? Who I think most people agree is stealing content, right? And the only reason that you would think that Hassan is doing what XQC is doing is if you literally don't watch Hassan. And you assume that all streamers do what XQC do, and they're just like, wow, whoa, damn, no shot. Like, right? That's what you'd have to assume.
Briefly make a joke that you steal people's content, thousands and thousands of hours of
These guys are 100% clout shark experience
content. I won't mention you by name. I'll just briefly show like a screenshot flash. Is that okay, sir? Sir,
Hbomberguy went out of his way to make Lance of the Surfs eat crow. Wait, when was this?
Is that okay? Can I do that?
That's insane. That's insane.
I don't think he needed to ask permission, right? But the feeling that I get is that they're friends. Sorry. He asked his friend if like they would understand the addition to their window anyway.
Yes.
And Hassan, I guess, signed off on this. He basically says, just don't use my name or anything.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes, please. Okay, thank you.
It's just so.
Their audience wants to see the daddies put down the lefties. Well, they want to see them. The I mean, they're not exactly daddies, right? I feel like you got to have 1 million subs to be a daddy. I don't know. These, Sitch and Adam, like, they're not huge. Like, let's just put this in perspective, okay? I'm about to hit 2K. I'm like 1/26 their size. Which most people, I'm a lot less than 1/26 their size, right? The 52K, right? They're not that huge. They're not exactly daddies yet. They are maybe the big bros. I don't know, but they're defending the daddy. They're defending the internet historian.
And so to me, this is like prime evidence number one that Hbomberguy doesn't actually really care. Like, he's not super motivated by, I need to stop internet historian because
we have a timestamp. Let's read this. 1:06:55 in the Hbomb video. Let me see if I can find this in the background. 1:06:55.
He's stealing content, right? Like, how can you say that you're motivated by bringing people who steal content to justice when you literally have someone who's stolen thousands and thousands of hours of content, far more egregious than an internet historian has ever done in his entire YouTube career, and you literally don't mention him by name, and you have to go hat in hand to ask him for permission to simply point out that he did it as a joke once.
Yeah, I thought these guys were about flattening hierarchies. Such isn't Hassan at the top of the hierarchy of internet content theft?
I mean,
I think he's at the pinnacle,
right?
The hierarchy of.
I thought these guys were all about flattening hierarchies. What? Oh, wait. You think that Hassan... That's a weird... For people who criticize BreadTube as much as these two do, they sure don't know a lot about BreadTube. I don't want to have to do the analysis on... Let's take a look at Hassan's YouTube channel, and let's take a look at Hassan's Twitch channel, and let's take a look at like Hbomberguy's channel, and let's add up who has more influence, who has more reach, who has more clout, who has more like seniority, right? But I don't really think there's like I don't think there's a meaningful difference in terms of if there is a BreadTube hierarchy between like Hassan and Hbomberguy. And again, it's a hierarchy not created because leftists were like, we gotta have a hierarchy. I gotta have an order of things. I gotta know who's like, to put it number one between counterpoints, Hbomberguy, Hassan. I gotta have a hierarchy. I gotta have my mind requires a hierarchy. As much as it is just the sorting of these people by the attention economy, by capitalism itself, which is a system that they exist within.
Internet content theft?
I mean, he's one of yeah, he definitely.
I think he's at the
But so
pinnacle.
they're portraying this as, rather than like people that know each other, somebody that knows Hassan wanting to include Hassan in the video as a somewhat but not really serious joke, as being, oh, Lord Hassan, I must grovel at your feet. Might I make an innocent joke at your quasi-expense, but not really? Whilst thou understandeth that my dedication to my feudal lord, Hassan Piker, be true. Deign thou that I might maketh a little joke with your screen setup, with your stream setup. Like, right? That's not what's happening. They're friends. Come on. Be normal. Be fucking normal, Sitch. Be normal for once in your fucking life.
Right. It's just, I mean, he'll call it XQC by name because, you know, he just has the wrong politics, right?
Do we have that for sure? Did XQC actually get called out by name? Like, we saw XQC's like name. We saw XQC's name in the shot, but I don't know. I don't remember.
Backwards.
Okay, here, let's bring this in and take a look. 105. What was it? 106.55 or something? That's I'm about to put on chat. Every time I'm trying to show you something, instead I just go like,
I'm laughing at Sonic!
I just tell you to stop laughing at Sonic, right? We're not gonna laugh. Oh yeah, I was supposed to play Sonic today. Aw. Can I still play some Sonic? I don't know if I'll give you as good of a react though if I play Sonic. Okay, so what was it? 105. Yeah, it's Illuminati YouTube content 105. That's 105.50 or 106.55. Is it like here?
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube.
Youngest warrior of war gathered hundreds of stray dogs.
With ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos.
There we go.
Where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money all.
Okay, so, oh my god, here it is. Here it is, chat. Do you see what I see? Let's just rewind this slightly. Okay, and I'll show you.
People off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to.
Okay, now, like, look, I mean, I guess you could say that if somebody's watching it on their phone, right? Or like, I've got it paused right now, you know, it's a little hard to see, but like, look, Hassanabi on Twitch, Hassanabi on YouTube, Hassan the Hun on Twitter. I can't read the CC's in the way of the Instagram. There's these are all Hassan's socials. The same way that XQC was identified by the fact that it said XQC on his video. Hassan is, it's like, what is this incoherent argument that they're making? Play Sonic and watch the debates. Oh wait, watch, yeah, debates would be easier to do, maybe. Outright theft as such is not the flattening of hierarchies. Well, this is what we're having to explain. Like, apparently Peter Coffin needs this explained to them. Apparently Sitch and Adam need this explained to them, right? That there's a difference between like somebody's personal intellectual like ideas, so somebody's you know personal intellectual property, and like the means of fucking production. Right now, and again, we already mentioned that if it's like the, you know, something like, here's the idea for cold fusion. Well, yeah, eventually at some point, you know, you need to you need to share the cold fusion with the rest of us. Otherwise, it doesn't really mean much that you invented it. Also, you really wouldn't be able to bring it to production by yourself unless you're Elon Musk, and we all know that Elon's never invented anything. Allegedly is what I'm comfortable saying there. What Hbomber did is normal in the academic world. A lot of good video essayists are academics and didn't start out, or at least, you know, went through enough like of an academic career to know one or more citation styles, and even if they don't use like you know, Chicago style or like any particular style of citation, they're gonna cite it in some meaningful way. Elon invented the electric car. I don't know. I actually don't know. I just know that Elon has benefited a lot more from other people's inventions than he has contributed to the collection of inventions in the world. But yeah, there it is. It's pretty clear that we can see that that's Hasan Piker. You would have to be quite daft to miss that fact. The other thing that I wonder is if anybody's got the timestamp for what was it, the if anybody's got the timestamp for the XQC, the exhibition of XQC. Like, I guess we could look at that and see, does he say XQC's name? I mean, he does show you can tell it's XQC from, you know, text, right? Same as Hasan, but I don't know if he.
But Hasan, you know, good leftist breadtuber socialist Hasan, oh no, he has to ask for permission before he can insult him.
APA.
Right, yes. He's got to bow
I'm right there with you, Chris Perez.
down to that hierarchy. Oh, yes, Hasan. I know.
MLA. Yeah, I did that in high school. And then I ended up using a lot more APA in college for some reason. Elon invented nothing, allegedly.
No, you're above me. Please don't squash me.
And also we find out from the editor that Hbomberguy was in Hasan's chat when Hasan...
Oh my god, scandal of scandals. Wow. Wow, they were really trying to hide. I'm glad you dug that up. I'm glad you were able to find that fact that was hidden from our eyes by the very deceptive Hbomberguy.
Was not reacting to one of Hbomberguy's videos too.
Not reacting. Shut up. Just like you're not reacting to this, right? Just like you're not just like you're freebooting Hbomberguy's content. Yeah, sure.
And Hasan
Really?
knew that he was in his chat, yeah. So this is how much of a simp Hbomberguy is for Hasan.
He got the name X from something he found cool at age 12.
Wow.
Oh,
So-
Elon.
Oh, so just as
Well,
a
this
quick
is how all these guys blow up, because Hasan reacts to all their videos.
There's the jealousy. Okay, now I can't tell you for sure. I don't know what's in their little hearts of hearts. You know, maybe they're just rabid right-wing chuds, right? But maybe they're a little jealous that they don't have, like, the internet historian is not shouting out their channel the way that that Hasan does, which is weird, right? Because this flies in the face. Because a big part of the argument in ReactGate, a big part of the accusation of Hasan stealing content was the idea that the people that Hasan watched, and this goes back to their friend, I think, JX, is it Eshi or Exy? JXy, right? So, you know, the whole JXy thing was that JXy claimed that one of his videos started performing badly, worse, after Hasan watched it, right? But here they are saying that he watches Hbomberguy, he watches, you know, whoever on BreadTube, and that's how they get big. Then how did he get big? Right? You see what they're trying to say? They're trying to say that none of these channels are really big, right? That it's funny because this is almost like an argument that you could make for like the original anti-SJW channels, right? If you read the alternative influences report, a big part of what that was talking about was that these channels benefited from doing content on each other, talking with each other, cross-pollinating each other's audience, and that was how they blew up, right? And you know, I don't think alternative influences was complaining about that and saying that, well, this is not really organic growth, you know, like, right? That's like, but that's kind of the feeling that I get from them, is that Hbomberguy is not organically big. Hbomberguy, who started YouTube before Hasan had, you know, was doing this kind of content, who I think, you know, if Hasan is indeed bigger in terms of overall reach, overall clout, overall influence, right? He didn't start that way. Hbomberguy, like it says later on, and they're going to show this, right? That BreadTube was not something that Hbomberguy ever set out to be part of, or you know, intended to be part of. It was something that he woke up one day and people either loved him or hated, told him he was a part of it, and either loved him or hated him for that fact, right? So Hbomberguy is one of those content creators that was around before there was the name BreadTube existed, right? He was just like a a YouTuber that had kind of, you know, sort of left leaning, I guess. Although there's not a lot of, like, most of his his videos are, you know, they're cultural criticism, if anything, not political. Adam and Sitch are just jealous of Hbomb and Hassan. No way any normal person would find Hbomb asking Hassan for permission to use his stream clips abnormal or simpish. I love that word. I'm mixed on Hassan, but he's a net positive. So they say, yeah, I mean, like, I obviously don't sign off on everything that Hassan does. We might watch a little. In fact, if we hit the sub goal, we will watch some Hassan later on, him talking to Stavros, where I think it does get a little bit ableist. And of course, you know, Hassan would call me, you know, tell me to be normal. Like, right, there's difference, you know, I have differences of opinion with Hassan, but I would agree with you in saying that he's a net positive.
Videos as soon as they come out. That's why these guys can get to like 1 million subs in 2 weeks.
What are you talking about? Somebody, oh my God, I'm asking chat so much, chat. But I'm curious, if we looked at the social blade of Hassan and Hbomberguy, if we would find out that maybe Hbomberguy's influence predated, which is, I'm pretty sure that's true. I'm pretty sure Hbomberguy was around before Hassan. But they're sloppy and they don't care, and their audience lives in their buttholes. And they're breathing the fumes of the gas of these, like, these sandworm brain-eaten, like, just clowns that are protecting them from actually encountering criticism of their internet daddy, internet historian.
Well, for a lot of them, yeah, Hbomberguy was like popular.
Literally reacting to a video. Yeah, exactly, BCatK, exactly. Twitch, you are kicking ass today, I gotta say. You are kicking ass in terms of subs, not so much in the chat. I don't know what happens. Maybe like whatever platform is dominant, the other platform gets like intimidated, and you're just like, oh geez, I don't know if we can keep up with YouTube chat. Believe me, you can. You just have to try.
Before, but for, like, you know, Noah Samson and all these other people.
You've shown it. You're like, wait, you're like ahead. I think, yeah, YouTube is ahead in terms of the sub goal for once. That's kind of amazing.
Samson, Adam something, all these guys.
Right. Yeah. So as a quick side quest here, the way I found out about this tweet from Hassan's editor, because I ended up getting tagged in a thread where someone was arguing with Hassan's editor. So I'm going to show you this argument and how it kind of evolved. Okay. So the guy says, so someone
wait, are we like, I feel like we're about to hit another ad break here. Do I have to scroll up or do I scroll down? I don't even know how it works here. Chat, I'm so confused. I think we got an ad break coming up. I'm not sure. But if we do have an ad break, it's an ad break that you on Twitch can get out of by using a Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you've got a Prime sub. You can give it to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see ads in my channel. You can also get out of it by paying $5 to Twitch to get yourself a sub. Or if you're lucky, and some people, believe me, have been lucky today, there have been a number of very generous people giving gift subs. If you want to be the recipient of one of those gift subs, though, you're more likely to get that if you're active in the chat. Just combine both chats? Oh, are you talking about, Donald James, are you talking about the thing where, like, it would be, there'd be like a bot in YouTube being like, this is what somebody in Twitch said, and there'd be a bot in Twitch saying, this is what somebody in YouTube said?
Responds to Hassan's editor and says,
is that what y'all are talking about, Mini Doctors? Are you talking about the it's like a chat bot that, like, relays the chat? Yeah. We've tried that, but I thought I remember people not liking it.
How about he called them
it's a restream bot.
Nazi. Yeah. That always works when someone hits Hassan with a reasonable argument / sarcasm. and
okay,
and
so
here
they're definitely affording they're definitely alluding to their friend JXE here.
He's talking about how, you know, very famously
oh my god, Michael Seitz. XQC is at 126.05. Chat, you're so good at finding things. And Twitch chat, you're still kicking ass on sub goals, so no, I don't want to make chats jealous of each other, right? I don't want to make it like I'm being like laughing at Sonic. I'm telling you to stop laughing at Sonic. That's not what I was going for. I'm not trying to make, you know, I'm not trying to be like a weasel. There we go. I'm not trying to be a weasel and play you against each other to motivate you to be more active and engaged and stuff like that. That would be silly. Wait, so let's go back over here, and we've got our 126. 126. Oh, so XQC comes up after Hassan. Ah. Ah. Ah.
Man in Cave is about Floyd Collins, a cave explorer who in 1925 got trapped in a cave. Nice one, Floyd. The video is an hour and 10 minutes long and pretty detailed, covering the events hour by hour as they happen. What a unique way of telling the story. The video implies a deep level of research and understanding, and that animation's pretty cool too. The video was uploaded on September 29th, 2022 and was extremely successful, garnering like 10 million views in the few months since it went online. It was deemed so entertaining it became the thing every Twitch
Oh, there it is. That is a pretty parsed out argument that you got to make.
streamer put on while they went and did
He's not saying XQC's name.
something else to keep their audience busy. Ooh, that's a good chunk of change right there.
I mean, yeah, I you know, the only thing I think you could say is that like XQC's name is shown bigger and more prominently, but again, going back to, wait, what was it, like 105 something, or was it 106 something? Let's compare these, right? See, this is the kind of thing that Sitch and Adam, if you're going to make this argument, you got to do this stuff. You got to, you got a huge chat, okay? Somebody in that chat will find you timestamps. If somebody in my chat can find me timestamps, certainly somebody in your chat can find you timestamps, right? You have literally no excuse if you're going to make these arguments from like actually showing them to be true.
Ahead.
Wait,
These are so perplexing they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop! An AI voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you! Incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy.
Wait, where was it? Is it like, I feel like it was like here. Oh yeah, was it 106.55 maybe?
Reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other
Okay, so yeah, the only thing you could possibly say is that, like, yeah, maybe Hassan's name is smaller than XQC's name. Is that really the argument that you're hanging your hats on? Is that really what you're telling me? Is that the fact that Hassan's name was smaller than XQC's name in Hbomberguy's video was intentional and was meant to save Hassan from any sort of shame over freebooting content, which he does exactly like how stupid do you think we are? All right, I probably could have said that in a less ableist way, right? But how that we think that XQC and Hassan are doing the same thing. That's really the argument that you're going to make? Like, corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures and you tell me they're the same? Is that what you're saying, Sitch and Adam? XQC, Hassan Piker, I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference. They're both stealing content, but we're not stealing content. No, we're different. They're not different. What kind of just, like, I feel like the sandworm crawled into both of your brains. Okay, anyway, sorry. I keep on going on this. I'm going to get more and more toxic. I'm not trying to be mean, okay? I'm not trying to be ableist. I'm not trying to be ableist with PSA Sitch and Adam Friended, okay? That would be hypocritical. And I'll leave the hypocrisy to the freaking masters here in this video, which is obviously these two.
Hassan stole or reacted to JXC's content without even being there. And then Hassan, called JXC a Nazi. And the accusation, the reason that he felt comfortable calling and referring to JXC as a Nazi was because Jay had been on EFAP.
Right. Jay is so far from a Nazi. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But here's Hassan's editor still repeating the nonsense, saying, "Don't they have a podcast with dudes who are friends with the Sargon freak?"
Okay, so this only works if you don't know what Sargon's been up to. Otherwise, it's an absolute weasel that they're pulling here, right? And they are weasel-ly little liars. Holy shit, my dude. Holy
fucking pronouns!
Shit.
Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How dare you be friends with someone on the right?
And then he says, I did look into...
How dare you be friends? Oh my god, we're gonna make it like Sargon is just a guy that has, you know, some right-wing views. It's not like there's like documented racism or anything like that. It's not like he's far right or anything like that. It's not like he ran. Is salmon of cod still a thing? Yeah, I guess so, right? We're still talking about Sargon. We're actually talking about JXE, right? If you remember from the first React Gate, probably one of the central figures. This is a member of the EFAP team. I'm just like, I don't know much about JXE. I just know who his friends are. That doesn't mean that, you know, he's right wing, but he is like the editor is saying, like, you know, hanging out in the company of Sargon of Akkad, right? So, I mean, I guess that says maybe more about like his tolerance for far right shit rather than necessarily proving irrefutably that he himself is a far right person himself. But yeah, I mean, like that's the podcast that he's on. It's one of these like fandom menace kind of podcasts, right? So if you you know are like, yeah, no, that's totally inappropriate to. We called him Salmon of Akkad from the time that, yeah, he was in UKIP. That I was trying to remember, but yeah, what he'd run under, yeah, it was UKIP. So I mean, like, are there farther right parties in the UK? I guess, but I don't know what you're trying to defend at this point, right? I don't know what you're trying to defend.
To it, and I found a podcast he's part of having Sargon on to do race realism about Turkish people. J Nazi ain't beating the allegations. Sorry.
No, that's just funny.
Wow. These guys will call anyone a Nazi for anything.
Anyone a Nazi, yeah.
Yes.
What?
It's almost like doing content with Sargon of Akkad gets you called far right. Wow. It's almost like maybe he'd call us far right. What do you think about that, PSA Sitch? I don't know. That seems pretty wild when clearly we're centrists. The enlightened kind. We're not right wing. No.
EFAP was doing a race. Look, that doesn't seem at all credible.
Yeah, I don't listen. You know, I haven't seen every episode of EFAP. I'm very skeptical that EFAP did an episode where they talked about race realism.
But I'm not going to do the work of actually looking into any of this, right? Because I would rather just have my audience take my word for it, continue to rebreathe my farts, and live inside my colon. Because it's a lot safer than living inside my head where you might actually get eaten by a sandworm, the sandworm that just swam through there eating my brain, right? We're talking about how this, it's beyond brainworms, right? It's beyond like brainworms, right? You know, you got an unconscious idea that's maybe kind of racist or something, but you're not aware of it, maybe kind of transphobic, maybe kind of homophobic, whatever, right? That's a brainworm. We've got brain sandworms. We've got the sandworm like just jumping through their heads, swallowing their brains whole and taking a shit on the way out. That's what we're dealing with Sitch and Adam.
Skeptical. I'm going to call that a full-blown lie. Like I just
without checking, without any sort of documentation, which Hbomberguy has provided in droves, right? No, but this is your prepared content too, right? On a stream, you could maybe make this argument. Hey, we're in the middle of a stream. We do not have time to. We're going to pretend like our chat couldn't find like a reference to what we're actually talking about here to prove it. Like, you know, here's, and then again, you know, you're kind of proving a negative, right? But you're doing prepared content. This is a video that you guys have made. It feels a lot more like a podcast, but believe me, you know, they said in the beginning, this is a video, all their bonus, you know, they're marked bonus on the thumbnails. Those videos are prepared, right? Those are videos that they somewhat prepared for, although it does just seem like the rest of their content. So they ostensibly had time. If this was a key crucial point of proving that there was no race realism like spoken of on EFAP, then just do like a little bit of something.
Unfathomable to me.
Yeah, that sounds pretty wild.
Mahler doesn't like to cover politics.
I know, it's hilarious.
Yeah, they don't cover politics. They just cover how everything is fucking woke. That's right. They don't cover politics at all. Dudes have more sandworms than Muad'Dib, right?
Insane.
It's hilarious. Oh, so this is Hassan's editor, by the way, or one of his editors.
Yeah.
So how did I get tagged on this?
Is that the free editor?
Yeah, there you go.
Is that the free editor?
No. So the guy who's
we're gonna remember old scandals of Hassan that like actually have explanations and resolutions and didn't actually pan out the way that we're saying, but just hoping that you remembered like the accusation, but not the truth of the matter. Their brains are full of sand trout, right?
responding to says
the maker.
Or the guy responding to him says, so by your stance, you're saying that everyone who's ever been on EFAP is a Nazi? So you'll gladly admit that you think Too Gay to Lift, which is Adam, who we talked to.
Right. Yeah, no, I love Adam. Adam's great.
JCJ Graham and PSA Sitch, a Jewish man, is a Nazi.
Look, we can talk about terminology if you want to. We can discuss the difference between a Nazi and a fascist, an apartheid enthusiast and a genocide apologist. We can talk about the difference between those terms if you would like, all right? I believe that Hassan was speaking euphemistically. Please forgive him.
Say it with your full chest. And he has like pictures of how many times we appeared on the show and like how long the duration was or something. And so this guy responds saying, Jewish people are not special and are very capable of being Nazis.
What?
To say otherwise would be anti-Semitic. Even fucking Netanyahu has done literal Holocaust revisionism.
We're just going to laugh about it. We're not going to look up the fact that Netanyahu literally says that Hitler got his idea to go after Jewish people from the Grand Mufti. Would never have thought of it, but this Palestinian official convinced Adolf Hitler to go for it. Right? That's actually true, and not only that, but like I mean, there's oh my god, if you just know what you're talking about, like this stuff stops being funny really quick. And the shit that you're just laughing at, like you're laughing at somebody who is enacting an amount of civilian casualties that makes anything that happened on October 7th pale in comparison. That's funny to you? That's fucking funny to you? That's hilarious? God damn.
Wow.
So now this guy, this Hassan editor guy is like, I guess implying that I'm a Nazi or capable of being a Nazi.
That's, yeah. They kind of cracked that with Ben.
Do you see how they parse this though? Like they hate identity politics, but there's one little aspect of identity politics that they really like. And it's not actually identity politics. It's not actually intersectionality or anything like that. But it's the concept of the supposed immunity idol, which is a right-wing parody. Right? They take the fact that people that don't have any power versus a group that's in power don't have the ability to enact like violence at the same scale, oppression at the same scale, whatever at the same scale as somebody who is in power. And they turn that out and say, oh, so I guess if you're black, then you have the immunity idol and cannot be racist. And that's literally not what anybody's saying. I guess if you're, you know, if you're like, right, that's it's twisted, but they love it. They love it. They love the immunity idol. And they believe in the immunity idol because it gets them by in their silly arguments.
Shapiro, obviously.
Sure.
Because they always want anyone on the right they think of as a Nazi.
Valerie, the lovely Italian, says ID poll cringe not equal to ID poll base. Well, what we're really talking about, right, is like, intersectional leftism versus the parody thereof, versus the Ben Shapiro concept of intersectional leftism. If you ask Ben Shapiro, what he'll say is that they've taken a hierarchy which may or may not have existed at some time, depending on the day, how he's feeling that day, may or may not have existed, right? And they're inverting that hierarchy so that everybody that is perceived to have been oppressed, whether they really are oppressed or not, because we all know that anti-black racism ended with MLK, right? Right? We're flipping the pyramid. And now it's a dictatorship of the most oppressed. That's what intersectionality is, according to Ben Shapiro. According to somebody that is either incapable or too incurious to actually grok, to use the Elon Musk term, to actually grok the actual ideas of intersectionality. EFAP is features Rags. Yeah, I think Rags is on there. I don't know. I feel like Xanderhall used to talk about Rags a lot. I was not on the internet at this time. Like my information about the old school anti-SJW, Gamergate, everything is woke kind of content circa 2015, which is definitely the vibe that they're rocking, especially with these ironic thug life glasses, the TikTok filter that Adam's using here, right? Straight out of 2015. Didn't Ben Shapiro say that the Arabs like to destroy? Yeah, exactly. What's up, C-SPAN Stan? Oh my god, I almost mispronounced that. The way I see it, it's about analyzing all different vectors of oppression in order to counter it in an effective way. Whoa, thank you for the follow, C-SPAN Stan. And welcome to the stream. There's like ramifications that converge at higher levels.
But right, it's so just name calling at this.
Yeah, we're talking about like the multiplicative factor in oppression, that being, oppressed from like one vector is not just like, like if you add vectors to that, it's not just an addition, it's like a multiplication. There's a multiplicative factor at work.
This point.
So my response to this was
the Final Fantasy VI blind status effect sunglasses.
You edit for Hassan?
I need to play through that game.
How long does it take to edit out every 3-second brain loading pause he has in between every other word?
Got him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Seems an exhausting process.
They have a AI bot that does that now. Sitch.
So, there you go.
Yeah,
well,
I figured out.
He's got to watch out. He's going to lose his job.
How does Adam know about that AI bot? This is actually true. There is not an AI bot, right? But there's both third-party programs. In fact, and I think some editing software that has the capacity. It's called Remove Silence, right? That's what he's talking about. So Adam, how do you know about Remove Silence? What I know about, though, is that there's been another ad break that I haven't warned you about, and I feel like there's another one coming up. It's not telling me when they all are, so I could be wrong. But if you're in Twitch chat right now and you don't have a sub to your name, if you don't have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, right, you're in danger of getting sucked into the 3/4 of the hour ad break. I don't even know what to call this shit anymore. It's confusing. Twitch is putting all kinds of ads over my stream. It used to be 1 every hour. Now it's 2 every hour, I think, although it's not showing me that. But yeah, if you want to get out of that, the cheapest way is an Amazon Prime sub. If you already have Prime, then you've got a free sub to give to the free streamer of your choice. If that turns out to be me, you will no longer see those ads. You can also pay $5 to get out of the ad breaks. And you could also possibly benefit from somebody else's generosity if they're nice enough to give out gift subs. It happens from time to time. It's happened a few times in this stream, right? And it also gets us closer to our sub goal, which we're looking like we might actually make today. I don't know, Chad. It's a 50. I give it 50-50 odds whether we hit the subbreak and get into that extra content where we get to watch Hassan and Stavros Halkias, which might be kind of interesting. But again, sorry, I got stun locked there. I got diverted, right? The point is that if you're more active in the chat, you're more likely to be the beneficiary of somebody else's generosity.
Oh yeah, this guy's getting replaced.
We're gonna get replaced.
That's okay.
Right. Oh, and also when I was looking through this guy's timeline, I also saw that he was still justifying using racial slurs against Destiny.
Avatrino says Premiere Pro does that. Yeah, AI cuts.
Wow.
This was recently, only on November 22nd. So he's still insisting that it's okay to use.
Oh God. Okay, so this is a term that is not a racial slur. If you want to call it a slur, call it a class slur, right? It's a combination, right? And it's a word that starts with G, a word that Twitch, I think, has banned people for using. So I don't know if Twitch has got the memo of what that actually means, right? But it's a combination of like rich and a chud. You're calling somebody a wealthy right-winger when you say that. That's the slur that they've caught Hassan's editor and Hassan calling Destiny.
Racial slurs against Destiny. So, nice guy that Hassan.
Don't you love people with principles?
I do.
I love people with principles. The kind of principles like obfuscating what Hassan is actually calling people rich chuds. And like making it sound like he was calling them the N-word. I don't know. He was calling them some kind of slur. Adadak, thank you for the resubscribe. You missed the slur? Yeah, we all did, because there was none. There was no slur. I don't care what Twitch said. There's no slur there, right? I'm not gonna say the word. I think you all know the word that we're talking about. You can even see the word, right? So I'm not gonna say the word on the off chance that Twitch thinks that I'm doing a tactical G word or something like that, right? But yeah, it's not a slur, and if it's certainly, it doesn't have to do with somebody's race. That word is not saying you are bad because of your race. That word is saying you are bad because of your class. Not you are bad because you're poor, but you are bad because you are rich and you are right wing. Like, right? It's like calling somebody the oppressor. That's a fucking slur. I'm sorry. Did I notice that you were standing on my did I notice that your boot was standing on me? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. That was like, that's not right for me to acknowledge that. I'm supposed to just take it like a bitch.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, that was a little fun sidetrack back to Hbomberguy. Okay. So we have, he, in the beginning of the segment, he frames in his audience's mind that Internet Historian is an evil anti-SJW. And then
yeah, right. Bigot is a slur.
You have on top of that, he's completely unwilling to call out Hassan in any substantive way, and he has to beg Hassan permission just to make a joke where he doesn't even mention Hassan by name.
Right. And it's not even that funny a joke, to be honest with you.
No. Okay, but let's see what else he does here.
For hundreds of posts about all the ridiculous reasons YouTube takes things down. Some of them noticed pro-sportority is based out of Israel and got anti-Semitic about it, but ironically, so it's fine.
Wonder what they do with this. Yo, I mean, I don't even want to leave this up on my screen. This seems like real anti-Semitism. Like, I mean, you could assume that it's a joke, but that's like assuming that a 4chan merchant meme is a joke. It might be a joke to like some of the people on there, but there's a good portion of people on there, and especially, 4chan now rather than 4chan, 15 years ago or something like that, right? If somebody's doing an anti-Semitism, it's probably not ironic.
Interesting audience he's built.
Okay.
Oh wow, I hate this accusation.
Right. So, what he's talking about here is that Internet Historian.
You hate this accusation? But you're not beating this accusation because those assholes are in your chat too. And I'm not just talking about your YouTube comments. I'm talking about in your chat, okay? You do fash propaganda, okay? You do content that these assholes, these anti-Semites love. And so are you really that surprised that they're going to be in your audience? Do you really think that they care about the identity of the person doing the
like the copyright? You know, when you click on the video, it would say like your video has been copyright.
Like, it should bother you that these pieces of shit fucking agree with you.
Claimed, and it would say, you know, that the country, the company's name, and it says parentheses Israel, because I guess that's where the company's located.
I guess.
Right.
So in
what else would it mean? What else would it mean? Like, you guess. What? Come on. He's so in this mode of like, I don't really want to grant anything that Hbomberguy or Hassan are saying. I don't really want to. I guess. You know, if you say so, right? You know, he's just in this mode of denial.
300 plus replies, which Hbomberguy saw because he just put them up on screen. The number. He found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 replies where people were either jokingly or seriously being anti-Semitic because it said Israel. Okay. And so he says, oh, well, this must be a reflection of your audience.
It's a reflection of your freaking content. It's a reflection of your freaking vibe. It doesn't mean that you yourself, you know, they're internet historian is not being called a Nazi here. Now, we are going to get into a Reddit thread in a second to see if maybe, you know, there is something kind of disturbingly far right about internet historian. I haven't read it yet. I literally haven't read it. Oh my God, chat. I'm making Reddit jokes. The lowest tier of humor available to me, but I'm doing them anyway.
Interesting audience you built, of course, implying that internet historian is somehow doing something intentionally to garner Nazi.
And no, there's no implication of that. You are mind reading, my friend. You know the thing that you started off criticizing Hbomberguy of doing? You're doing it. Your hypocrisy here is just going exponential at this point, right?
He's in his audience.
Right. Yeah. No, I hate this accusation.
Yes. Because 5 whole people.
How is someone jokingly anti-Semitic? Because amongst the far right, they love to joke about anti-Semitism, right? But there's also people right there that are like, they don't mean it as a joke, right? And you can't tell. This is what happens when you get the 4chan audience mixed into your audience, right? You literally can't tell like who's doing it because they think it's fucking ironic. And it almost doesn't matter at one point, right? If you're putting shit up that is an anti-Semitic, you know, thing, and you mean it as a joke, but the people reading it don't read it as a joke, like, is it a joke? Does it matter what you mean? Can anybody tell that? Can anybody look at your, you know, username and be like, oh, this one is serious, this one is not serious, this is not a Nazi, they're joking. The joke is, ha ha ha, Nazism, my dude, right? Versus like they're a Nazi making a Nazi joke because they're a Nazi, like, right? There's irony gives people plausible deniability. Exactly, Zara.
Out of hundreds of replies made this joke.
Yeah. Look, I always think if you want to try and pull people back from controversial opinions, you have to at least be able to talk to them. So.
You got to be able to talk to those Nazis. And that's what's wrong with me. That's what's wrong with Hassan. That's what's wrong with Hbomberguy is we put off Nazis right away. They come in, they see what we're talking about, they see what our vibe is, and they don't want any piece of it. It is not appealing to them. Whereas internet historian, they're not really pushed off by. You know, he doesn't like out and out signal like I'm a fucking far right weirdo, right? But he doesn't also not. He gives enough signals where they feel happy. They feel safe. It's a safe space for this kind of shit. That's what he's cultivated, right? Not like he's purposefully like all the Nazis come unto me, please, like my dark magic, I will bring all the Nazis into my audience, right? But he's cultivated a safe space for people like that, ironically enough.
That's my take on it. But yeah, no, this is just ultimately bad faith. So.
Right. Okay.
Tell me about bad faith, you jackass.
Original got copy struck.
So okay. So throughout the video, as I said earlier, whenever
Chad Alpha, have they ever talked to Vosh?
Hbomberguy like reads.
I feel like I'd be surprised if there wasn't a interaction between them.
Pretends he can read the mind of an internet historian, and he assumes like.
So like the thing that you just did, he did the thing that you just did. And that's why you're criticizing him? Because he did the thing that you just did, which is not bad when you do it, but it's definitely bad when he does it. Okay, go on.
Like the worst possible interpretation. Even he constructs this scenario I think is very interesting. So I just played you a segment, and this wasn't back to back. I'm editing this just so you can see it back to back. He just played, or he has in the video where he's like, oh my God, internet historians audience, these 5 people, they were being anti-Semitic when they saw the copyright was from this company in Israel. Okay.
And this was on Twitter, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So then later, when an internet historian when he re-uploads the video and he shows this picture of the copyright claim, or just a graphic to show that there's a copyright claim, it's not like, it doesn't show the company name and that's from Israel.
Right.
Okay.
Smart.
Right. So you might think, well, maybe he did that because, he didn't want anyone to bother the company.
Because he knows that there's Nazis in his audience and he doesn't want any of those Nazis to, I don't know, bother the company or harass anybody, and then that come back and reflect poorly on him. Yeah, something like that, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe he did that because he didn't
mind reading for me, but not for the exactly
want anyone to be anti-Semitic, right?
Of course.
Now.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong. Hbomberguy knows the real reason he did that. Okay.
Oh, really?
No, you're the real mind reader. You tell us, Sitch. We don't need Hbomberguy. You tell us what Hbomberguy was thinking. Right. In fact, you can tell us that Hbomberguy acted like he knew what internet historian was thinking, because you, unlike Hbomberguy, can read Hbomberguy's thought. You can read people's thoughts. That's the power you gain when the worm takes a shit in your head. Like all that spice melange that worm shit in your head is now giving you prescience to be able to mind read. Unlike Hbomberguy, whose brain has not been eaten by sandworms, who does not have a deposit of spice melange now in the place of his brain, and is thus not prescient, right? That's how it works, Chad. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. I just wasn't thinking, as I hadn't turned on my mentat abilities yet, but when I did, it all became clear to me.
He can read minds?
Yes.
Again, we have a comment
about... How
about...
do I know that? Because I read minds. I, PSA Sitch, read minds.
Being copy struck, but no explanation why. He's still hiding what happened, in a pretty sneaky way this time. You see, this graphic of the copy strike has been edited. The notice on the video actually looks like this. It shows who made the copyright claim, but obviously he doesn't want people looking up the company behind it, because then people will find out why the video is unavailable. So now he's editing screenshots.
So wait, that's not interesting to you two? That's not interesting? That's not anything, apparently.
To try to hide what he did.
There's no intent shown here, right? And I get that, like, making a claim about somebody's intent is a little dicey, right? And you expect there's a kind of a burden of proof on you there. But does he not show receipts? Like, this video is like nothing but receipts. This video would probably bang harder if some of the receipts were taken out. These receipts are like Hassan's stun locks. They are like my stun locks, right? They're not. There's too many receipts. There's too much stuff.
What a bitch!
Still too much stuff.
I hate this guy, Sitch.
Okay, so he puts up the screenshot, and there's people that make, there's a couple people that make anti-Semitic remarks, and he criticizes internet.
I used to have like a principal who would always say a couple three, and we thought it was really funny because, like, I don't know, the opinion on school is that in my school was that a couple means two, right? We were pretty dead set on that. I don't know if this is like a regional thing or what. But this guy would always say, we got a couple three, blah, 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 blah. I just thought it was funny because, yeah, you're stretching the idea of couple. Once you get to 3, it's stretched. It's definitely stretched, if not broken, right? But they're talking about 6 people. Chromatic Mage, what's up? I need a professional accountant for all these, right? This is a massive stretch. A couple 6. You just doubled my weird principles stretching of the concept of a couple. A couple is now 6. We got a couple 10,000 of these like how far can I stretch a couple?
Historian for that.
What does couple even mean? Yeah, a couple is 2 by default, but also can be used for more than that, I guess.
So then when he puts up
I would say several, though. For me, couple ends at 2, several starts at 3.
The image again, and he removes the company. He gets criticized
but also several ends at like 7, right? Maybe 11? Like, I don't know. How far can you stretch several?
For not putting up the company name. You like that? Like, it's so obvious to me. Okay, like if I was in the same situation and I was like, okay, well, I don't want my audience to like harass, these people, because presumably he's had some.
Yeah, I'm no expert in like the typology of couples and several, but I do know that calling 6 things a couple is a bit of a stretch.
Conversations with him behind the scenes to get the
3 is a throuple. Oh, I like
new
that.
video okayed without them hitting it with a copyright.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, so you don't want them to, send harassment at these companies. So, you're not going to broadcast it to everyone, so they go bother them, right?
Of course.
Must be because, and this whole logic that the Hbomberguy has come up with, he's doing it to hide it. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, because in the description.
Why is it edited then? Why didn't he just take the thing? Like, if I want to show that, like, Vash's sysadmin, like, tried to have my channel taken down, I take the clip from the email from YouTube showing that Vash's sysadmin tried to take my channel down, right? I don't reconstruct the receipt when I have the receipt. But if you don't want somebody to see the receipt, if I was trying to make a allegation that it was actually Destiny's sysadmin, and I changed White Nervosa to Cake, I get, if I was being deceptive and trying to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't really happen. I don't know. Wait, she's such a fucking nerd. Yeah, I'm the ultimate math nerd. Who knew?
Description. It says the article that he used.
Mm-hmm.
It says that in the description of this video, and in the video itself, it says at the bottom, it says like this is from this article, right?
Yeah.
It gives the citation. So anyone would just click the link and they'd be like, oh, okay. They know exactly.
Yeah,
it doesn't take a rocket science thing. Like,
yeah, people are famous for clicking links in descriptions. What are you talking about? I've got my Patreon link in the description. How many people do you think are clicking that?
This video had copyright problems, and now there's now in the description you see this thing that it's linking to.
God, if I had people click on every single link that I have, I'd have a huge. I would have no financial concerns. We'd be talking about hiring an editor, chat, if that was real.
When you see an article that like a lot of the information is from, like,
yeah,
he's a person's not going to be able to put 2 and 2 together here.
He's obviously not trying to hide it. I mean, didn't he?
Obviously.
He posted on Twitter.
He just edited and gave us a notification that literally is not on the video, just for the shits and giggles, just for transformative content. There we go. It's that's what it is. That's what it is. It's transformative content. Aggressive nativity, like a nativity. Oh, naivety. At first, when you said that, I was thinking an aggressive nativity scene. What would that be, chat? What would an aggressive nativity scene be like? Is that like all the animals have fangs and stuff? And the baby Jesus has got like a uh-oh emoji on its face? Like, what is an aggressive nativity scene? Like the 3 blind men or like metal? Metal band. An editor. Yeah, I'd be able to hire an editor if everybody clicked on sorry, I don't want that to come off as complaining. I'm just saying the fact that like you're saying that it's in a link in the description, right? And as content creators for YouTube, we all know that not every like link gets even noticed, let alone clicked on, right? Otherwise, these 2 would have like a giant Patreon. If everybody clicked on their Patreon link, it's probably a pretty big Patreon, but it'd be even bigger. It'd be orders of magnitude bigger, right? Obviously, people do not see everything in the doobly-doo. That's why it's called a doobly-doo. Joseph demanding to know who the daddy is. Oh, yeah, exactly. There we go. That's a good question, right? What? Mary and Joseph having hardcore. Oh, no.
That it got a copyright claim. So everyone knows what's going on, right?
Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
Look, it is smart to edit it out because you don't want a bunch of people.
Look, everybody knows that I think we got another ad break coming up. I might have missed it already. I haven't seen it, though, so I'll read it out anyway. Yeah, it's the same deal as always, right? If you don't want to see those ads, you can get out of it with a Prime sub. You have Prime. You can use that for a free sub on Twitch. If you use that on my channel, you'll no longer see those ads. You could also buy yourself a sub to get out of it, or you could possibly be the beneficiary of somebody's generosity, although that sort of thing is more likely to happen when it does happen if you're active in chat.
Attacking the company, even if the company is not in Israel, like the company could be in good old America, and you don't want your fans going in.
Good old USA.
No, he's hiding it,
abusing the company. So,
okay. So after all this stuff, he starts to go into like when he's done
So
going
that's what
over
they're saying. That's what they're saying. Is he edited it so that the company wouldn't get like harassment. Like the company that exists solely to do copyright claims and not necessarily as a social media account that you can and blow up and get in trouble, right? That they wanted to hide that, right? They wanted to hide the names of the innocent parties that, okay. But see, here's the thing, right? Their reason to be mad at the company that did the copyright claim stems from the fact that as YouTube viewers or as YouTubers, we're used to copyright claims being bogus, being bullshit, being spurious, being, predatory even, right? We're used to copyright claims not being real. The only reason they'd go after this is because he's not explaining that this isn't just a copyright claim. I kind of did some plagiarism. And again, there's never any moment, like they try to claim that there should be forgiveness. There should be, he's fixed it. They took down his video, and so since he was forced to, he re-uploaded the video with enough of the lines changed so that it's not triggering a response from mental floss again. Thus far, remember, right? So that by virtue of that, this is old news, and there's no reason to harp on this except for the fact that Hbomberguy is a political ideologue. Unlike these two cutting fash propaganda, they're not political ideologues, right? Nothing that they do, them going after Hbomber, has nothing to do with politics. Do you see what enormous hypocrites these two are? Do you see what absolute clowns these two are? Look at this unironic fucking 2015 thug life asshole down here, right?
The whole plagiarizing stuff. Here's where he gets into the how you know that internet historian's like a secret right-wing guy.
Internet historian
I wouldn't say secret.
has taken videos down before. A lot of them, in fact, like dozens. None of these seem to be because of plagiarism. He says he just doesn't think they're very good anymore. I think he got a bit of what we in the business call trolls remorse. Like, oh, maybe this video was inappropriate and normal people would judge me for it.
Okay, so now notice what that video is called. I'm not going to say the R word that they used, but there it was, right? This is a channel that gets massive sponsorships, right? And I think that's what Hbomberguy is implying, that name for a video title is a video title that might make a sponsorship problematic, because we know that when sponsors look over your channel, they're not watching like all of your content and seeing what's in there. They're looking at the titles and the thumbnails mainly, right? They're looking at what's prominent, right? And what's prominent right there is a title for a video that has like the R word in it. That's not brand friendly.
Okay.
Right.
So he zooms in on this video.
Wait, are there two bad lefties in chat?
It's called Habo Rape.
Right.
And
How
it's
did that
only
happen?
11.
Racy.
Yeah. And so you might be like
2K views. What the
Is this a controversy?
heck?
Well, this is on a re-upload channel. This isn't on the official channel.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
And you see it's only 11 seconds long. So he just puts this out there. So you look at the title of the video, you see the thumbnail, and you're like, oh my God. It's like a woman and it's got rape in the title. Like, is internet historian making fun of sexual assault?
It doesn't matter if it's a joke. It's not brand friendly. That's the point.
That's crazy, right?
Sure. Yeah. What's
Right.
going on here?
Let me show you what the video is.
We're gonna watch the
Look,
whole
even
video.
if the video was like, taking it seriously and talking about a serious issue and not being an asshole at all, even though if there was no joke, it would still be brand unfriendly, right? Brands don't want to be associated with that R word, no matter how it's. I mean, this has been a problem on YouTube of channels getting or videos getting demonetized, talking about very serious subject, talking about harassment, talking about like bigotry and stuff like that, because the words that get used in the titles of those videos are not words that are brand friendly. This is really simple. For YouTubers, this should be there was a bad lefty with a weird icon in here twice.
I mean, it's 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just let me know. Do we have like an impersonation issue, or is this just like two people that came up with a similar name?
Whole 11
Do we have
seconds.
time
Are we
for
okay?
it?
We have time for it.
All people would judge me for it.
So the little avatar would walk up to your
I'm just
avatar
making sure we're all okay.
and say,
and say, hello, I'm grabbing your breasts, I'm doing this to
Okay, so Habbo Hotel is a game from like a long time ago. I haven't heard of this in a long time. There's like a controversy involving 4chan. It's pretty much for kids, I think. And yeah, it was like I don't know, like a shittier version of Second Life, maybe. Is that a good way? Like combine Second Life with like Minecraft and Legos, and you've got Habbo Hotel. It's a hotel. You go around into different rooms in the hotel. You talk to other people, but it's like for kids, right? You know. And 4chan found out about it, and so they thought it would be really funny if they went in there, if they all made avatars of black men with afros and suits and ties, and they spammed the pool is closed because of AIDS. There's AIDS in the pool, and so the pool is closed. You can't swim in the pool. The pool is closed. There's AIDS. That was the joke, right? And so you've got like a kids game that's got like, channers, I guess, just, trolling, essentially. I'm guessing that's what this is. That's the only, that's the only real time I've like heard of like a mention of Habbo Hotel. It's not but so this person, I don't know. See, I don't have any context, right? I'm trying to offer context here, but I don't have any. It looks like it's from a longer piece. But like he's saying, it's 11 seconds. Wait. Are you sure? Wait. Why does it say it's 3 minutes and 49 seconds if it's 11 okay, I'm so confused now. I'm looking at the time, right? The clip that they're showing, whatever the content they're showing us is 4 minutes. How is this 11 seconds? Or are they saying the super racist and not entertaining? Yeah, pretty bad joke, to be 100. But I mean, it's
to you, I'm having sex with you, and now.
But I mean, if I'm to guess, maybe that's what this came from, right? People trolling a kids forum. Like, I don't know, this looks like more recent, so maybe this person is recounting, stuff that happened to them when they were much younger. And what's weird is that if this was gay people doing it and not channers, 4chan would be calling them groomers, right? Oh, you're gonna go up to kids in a kids game and say sexual stuff? Oh, that sounds like grooming to me.
Now I'm leaving you.
I don't know, but again, I'm just spitballing here, chat, because I don't know the context, and nobody knows the context. And honestly, the context doesn't matter. The content of the video doesn't matter. What we're talking about here is brand safety, which were internet historian to leave that up, internet historian would provide less of. Internet historian being a big channel that receives sponsorships and ostensibly doesn't want any of those sponsorships getting taken for reasonless, like the person was scrolling through there and they saw, Habbo R word as one of the titles of the video. So we're deep in a rabbit hole that we don't really need to be in. We're being misled is what we're being. If we had Twitch mod level tools, this wouldn't be an issue. Wait, is there really an issue here?
What?
That's it.
What game does that happen in?
The game that was in the title, you silly bellies. The game that was literally in the title. That's the game. That's like all is well. Okay, just making sure.
It's this, I don't know, whatever this game is.
I just don't want to think that we're having Twitch problems in YouTube. That would be wild.
It's like Habbo Hotel or something. I think it's called.
I have had one issue. Like I think there was only 1 or 2 times where we got like, no, actually there was a few more. There's only been a few times where YouTube.
You've lost your virginity.
No, it's even better. It says vaginity.
So Internet Historian makes this like joke video about this person who's like making this claim about like playing this like Lego looking motherfucking graphic game where someone types in like chat like
sticks D in you. You've lost your virginity.
And because it's not gay people, or we don't know that it's gay people, we're gonna act like this is all a big joke. But god damn. Like, heaven forbid that, like, there was any implication that this was gay people doing this, that this was trans people doing it, that this was any type of sexual minority that was responsible for these shenanigans rather than 4chan, right? It would absolutely be, like, beyond that. They'd be talking about, like, grooming.
Vaginity.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, but this is why Hbomberguy is so dishonest, because he just zooms in. Like, if I hadn't played this, you would be like, oh my god, what is that crazy video? And then you watch it, like, this is hilarious, and like, what you like, oh yeah, nothing, you know. Internet Historian is not a bad person for doing this video. Obviously, this is a funny.
I don't think that that's what was trying to be implied, right? I think the implication was that like these are some other videos that Internet Historian has deleted.
Videos, obviously,
and they're not it's not like that they're a bad person. It's just that, like, I don't know, like, I would guess that they've spent some time on some chans. Right? That's look, that's just cringe, okay? I gotta say, it's not like bad in the sense of like, I don't know. I mean, you take that as you will. Like, you know, people have some thoughts about 4chan, right?
This seems very innocuous and very funny.
Right, exactly.
And I am not going to defend them against like the perceptions that people have gotten of that website for very good reasons.
Sex with you, and now I'm leaving you.
And he got rid of that video.
Okay, and then here's the other one he does, and this is particularly dishonest too.
Video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips and reading a hentai in an extremely racist Japanese man impression. That's not advertiser friendly, and we want those World of Tanks bucks, don't we? But since his fans are, you know, normal,
so
cool.
Do you see the point of it? The point of it is about being advertiser friendly. The point of it is about brand safety, which is a question that comes up with larger channels because brands spend a lot of money to advertise on those larger channels. It becomes a big part of the income for that largest channel. And, you know, if like stuff like this is on that channel, it might cause some of those brands to think twice.
People, they saved all those old videos, and there are several channels dedicated purely to re-uploading all his old inconvenient stuff.
It begins. Okay. So I want to point out something. He says, that video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips, okay?
Right.
That's how he describes it.
That's not an accurate claim.
So, well, that makes you think, because when I heard that, I thought like, oh, did he has like a clip compilation of just like Tucker Carlson clips or something? Like, that's what it makes you think of. Like, it's not like, and I thought like, why would Internet Historian have like a bunch of just random Tucker Carlson clips? It makes you think that he's like praising Tucker Carlson or something, right?
Not necessarily. Like, if I said I had a bunch of Adam and Sitch clips on my clip channel, which I don't, maybe I should, but I don't. What would you think, chat? Would you think I was praising Adam and Sitch? Would it be like, oh my god, Irene's a right-winger? Is that what you'd think? Or would you maybe come to a different, or maybe like I love how, so the implication is that Hbomberguy is attributing motives, is attributing like intent to Internet Historian that is just not provable by the receipts that he's showing. And to show this, Sitch is interpreting intent to Hbomberguy that's not necessarily being shown by these receipts. I don't know what to tell you. They're just massive hypocrites who, you know, wasted their audience's time giving them the feeling that they don't need to watch the Hbomberguy video. There's nothing there of interest. They've broken it down. These are the good parts. These are the parts that show that Hbomberguy was bad faith, and that this video was not about, you know, like exposing Internet Historian for any sort of plagiarism, because all that happened was this little snafu, this little innocent snafu happened where, you know, just it happens that like one of my videos corresponds verbatim with some article written in middle floss, and it got taken down. But don't worry, he edited the script to make it not as obvious that it was plagiarism, and he re-uploaded it. So it's all taken care of. There's been no accountability. There's been no apology. There's been no acknowledgement. There's been an absolute attempt to hide and obfuscate what's really gone on here and play this off as if there was just a wacky copyright system of YouTube. I'm just suffering at the hands of the wacky, weird, messed up copyright system that we all know and hate, rather than I ripped off a freaking article and tried to pass it off as my script.
Like, this definitely plays into the frame of, guys, he's a Tucker Carlson fan, right?
Right.
Like, that
we
is
all know what that means.
Yeah, exactly. That is obviously what the signal is. That's why he described the video this way. Okay. So let me show you the video.
So let me just like this one little missive, this one little part of the video. Let me interpret the intent of Hbomberguy, that there's no desire to expose another example of plagiarism from a very prominent channel. What did we get? Like 3.9 million subs? A pretty big channel, bigger than James Somerton's, bigger than Illuminati's, right? Twice as big as I think as Illuminati ever was. But no, he doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about plagiarism. He cares about owning the right wingers. But also Internet Historian is not a right winger, but he did it to own the right wing, even though Internet Historian is not a right wing. And even if he is a right winger, it's what's wrong with being a right winger? That's a political thing. Who are you to tell me, what my political beliefs are? Free speech. And also if you notice me being right wing, that's because you're a goddamn SJW.
Or I'm not going to show you the whole video because it's like 11 minutes, but I'll show you the first part of the video.
Begins on December 15th. Handsome man Tucker Carlson hosts Kurt on his show. Kurt was publishing some nonsense on Twitter, and Tucker asks him, "What the fuck, dude?"
Wait,
Tucker, if you don't want me to answer the...
That was Final Fantasy music. What the fuck? Okay, wait. Let me just like can somebody? What is this guy's name? Eichenwald? Carl Eichenwald? What's?
So let me show you the video. Or I'm not going to show you the whole video because it's like 11 minutes, but I'll show you the first part of the video.
Begins on December 15th. Handsome man Tucker Carlson.
He's a handsome man. Okay, if you say so.
Hosts Kurt on his show. Kurt was publishing some...
Okay, Kurt Eichenwald. I feel like I've heard this name before. I believe Trump was institutionalized in a mental... Oh. So not to be political or anything, but I just wanted to say that this guy that says that Trump was institutionalized for a nervous breakdown in 1990s, which is why he won't believe... So, I mean, it does sound like an unproven conspiracy, but it's also like, I believe, not like this is the facts. This is not... Like if this was QAnon, right? If this was that kind of conspiracy, it'd be like definitely Hillary Clinton, when she talks about pizza, she's really talking about kids, right? It'd be something like that, definitely she's drinking the adrenochrome, she's carving up the faces, she's, Clinton body count, hashtag Clinton body count, right? But instead we've got somebody with a theory that Trump was institutionalized.
Nonsense on Twitter.
It's nonsense, okay? Saying something bad about Trump, that's obviously nonsense.
And Tucker asks him, "What the fuck?"
Now that being said, like I don't think that if Trump did have a nervous breakdown in 1990, that seems like it's not a justification. There's so much wrong with Trump that like that's not a thing.
Dude.
Tucker, if you don't want me to answer the question,
I'm asking you the question.
To answer the question, I would really like to answer your question. Would you like me to answer?
So it's Tucker Carlson embarrassing, I guess, like is what I'm getting. Like now, I don't know if this is really what happened on the show. It might have been that this guy embarrassed Tucker Carlson, right? Because it's heavily clipped, right? But I think what they're trying to show is that this person who had a theory about Trump, an unproven theory, is an embarrassment, and that Tucker got his goat.
Me to answer the
got his goose.
Question or not? Yes or no? Do you want me to answer the question? Let me answer the question. Go ahead. Look, you're not fooling anybody. You're trying to stop me from giving the answer. So let me give you the answer.
This unhinged liberal was exposed by Tucker Carlson. What are you talking about? This isn't political. This is just a random, because like I think what they're trying to imply, right? What Adam and Sitch are trying to hang their hats on here is the idea that Tucker Carlson, this is a goof. This is a gaffe. Right? This is a silly little clip. This is a silly little moment on television that internet historian caught and put up on his channel because he found it funny. He found it hilarious.
It's a little nutty, I gotta be honest.
So this guy's a nut for thinking that that Trump had a nervous breakdown in 1990. That's, you know, and that's fair. That may be true. I don't know anything about the actuality of, and I don't care. Furthermore, I don't care. Let me just state this really clearly. I don't care if Trump had a nervous breakdown in 1990. That is never going to affect the way that I will vote, okay? There is 0% chance of me voting for Trump in any fucking situation ever. And as I say that, I know there's somebody out there coming up with hypotheticals. What if it was Trump versus the queen alien from Aliens? And if the queen alien from Aliens gets to be president, then she gets to lay eggs in everybody's stomach. Okay.
For Carlson falsehoods. Okay. And
thank you, Temporal Insanity. Thank you for the follow. I would vote for her. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I can sit here and I can read them to you one at a time. And we can talk about what you have to say.
Okay, so we got an unhinged lib with conspiracy theories about Trump. We can kind of take that and take all the nutty QAnon conspiracies and say, hey, both sides. I mean, this is, I don't know what you're going to call this, and I'm saying this not in the pejorative sense, right? But this is pretty effective right-wing propaganda. This is serving a purpose for right-wingers to portray people who don't like, this is Trump derangement syndrome, chat. This is a narrative that's been established, that's being built, and it's being reinforced by that clip. But you're going to claim to me that this is a goof and a gaffe and completely apolitical, and how could I dare think that possibly the internet historian might like be a little bit right-wing?
That's pretty good. Kurt, I'm running out of time. You're not letting me answer the question.
Okay.
So
I think
let's
that
go
you're humiliating yourself.
Look how much time we are wasting with me trying to say, let me answer your...
It looks like he's trolling. He brought on this, like, this lib with a conspiracy theory about... I don't even know if it's a conspiracy theory. Like, for all I know, this could be true. I don't really care, right? And anybody who, you know, is against Trump, like, should have, like, there's, like, I don't see how this is going to affect anybody's voting. Like, anybody, like, going to be like, oh, yeah, yo, in 1990, did you hear that Trump had a, like, I don't care about the grab 'em by the pussy thing. I don't care about their, you know, sending rapists. I don't care about, you know, any of the stuff, right, that Trump's done. But what I do care about is the fact that he might have had a nervous breakdown in 1990. That is it. I'm voting Hillary. I'm voting Hillary because that nervous breakdown, but it's a good thing that that Tucker debunked this, right? We saw that this was all just Trump derangement syndrome and nothing real serious and nothing that we have to worry about. What the fuck? This is like, it's not that funny of a clip. Like, as a goof or a gaffe, it doesn't really rate that high. Like, I want to know now, how many of these clips does he upload, right? Because I feel like you could find, there's a lot of goofs and gaffes on news, like where there was the keep fucking the chicken guy. That was funny. That was really funny. There's the Rip Bozo guy, right? There's a lot of funny stuff that goes on news, right? That is maybe even apolitical. But what is this doing here? I don't know.
Question. You want me to answer?
And also, I don't think that Hbomberguy really cares that much about, like, I think this wasn't like the point of his video. Look at what they have to go into. Look at how niche they have to get to try to prove whatever the fuck their point is in this ridiculous prepared content. May I remind you, this is Sitch and Adam's foray into prepared content, into making a video ahead of time, right? There is no limitation on this video like there would be on a stream. This is not like a, you know, off the cuff. This is not just like a, right? They have all the time in the world to construct the video how they want, to prepare the clips, to decide exactly what they want to, you know, talk about here. And this is what they're talking about.
I've never had an interview like this in my life. On Newsweek.com.
I
Let me answer your questions. I don't think anybody's fooled.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
So would you describe that as...
I mean, funny in the sense of the most blasé YouTube poop, sure.
Basically Tucker Carlson clips to someone? Do you think it's an accurate depiction of what's happening in these clips?
It's a Tucker Carlson clip that does have a political point. The point's a little bit obscure by the fact of how it's cut, but whatever.
No, obviously not. Tucker Carlson is just reacting. I mean, you could call him Tucker Carlson.
You could,
but yeah.
But if you said it without context, the implication is, oh, he's simping
Tucker
for
Carlson
Tucker
is doing something. Yeah,
right.
exactly.
When it's like the reason. Okay, so what the video that this is about is that this guy Kurt Etchenwald or Ingwald or whatever.
Yeah, what's going on here? This is a mystery.
Yeah. So what's going on here is that he had that tweet about he made that tweet that like she believed Trump was institutionalized in the 90s or something, and that's why Trump didn't want to give over his medical records. So then Tucker has him on the show, and then they have this like insane interview where apparently we just saw was what's going on, and this led to a bunch of people who were Trump fans. Kind of like making fun of...
Oh, temporal insanity. I gotta ask you, are you related to virtual insanity in any way?
Of Kurt here, including someone sending him an animated GIF that was like when you clicked it, it like strobed, it had like a flashing effect.
Right.
And so Kurt claimed that he actually had a seizure from that.
I was gonna say, no, please tell me you didn't claim that made you.
So nothing political about this. We just found a goofy a goofy lib to make fun of. Nothing political though.
Pass out or something.
Yeah, he did. He claimed he actually had a seizure because of the animated GIF. And
temporal insanity's got to double check on 23andMe. Okay.
He actually like subpoenaed
Fair
enough.
enough.
And they got like the guy's name, and it was like, they were trying to arrest the guy or sue him or something. I don't, whatever. But the whole thing is, and then this kind of like led to a whole thing down the road where like Kurt like was like tweeting something out. And
okay, so I don't get the sense, because I watched this, I don't get the sense that like Hbomberguy was trying to make a super strong like correlation between internet historian and like right-wing content, right? But this is right-wing content. What else do you call it, right? As a goof or a gaffe, it kind of fails. It kind of leaves us empty. The only thing that this can serve as is like liberal tears, dunking on the Trump derangement disorder lib that has a weird conspiracy theory about why Trump won't release his medical records, which is weird. It is non-standard. They, usually the presidents release those kind of things, but Trump, didn't want his tax records coming out, didn't want his medical records, whatever, right? I don't know.
When he tweeted something out in the background, people noticed he had a porn tab in the background.
Oh no!
It was like a cartoon anime porn.
Oh,
and that's why in the video,
Wait.
That's why in the video
internet
historian
before was that was the thing where Hbomberguy said that internet historian did the cringy Asian accent.
And he's like reading the comic. He's reading the cartoon porn comic that was in Kurt's background, and he's doing it, and it takes place in Japan.
Wait, how does that?
And so he's doing it with like a comedic, like Japanese accent,
So he's just basically giving the background away.
So in other words, right, even if you're a right winger and you think that it's totally fine. Like make fun of Asian accents like all you want, right? But just get your jollies. Do an Apu accent from The Simpsons. Like make fun of every accent, everyone who has a funny accent. That's hilarious, right? Even if you're that person that is like, that is fucking fine. I think accents are hilarious humor. I don't think it's played out. I'm somehow not aware of the fact that these jokes were made from like 1970s with Andy Kaufman's character on Taxi, literally somebody with an accent that doesn't even exist, all the way to The Simpsons with Apu, and that this is a fucking tired ass joke that isn't that funny and is like low key or maybe high key kind of racist in different cases, right? But even if even if you're that person that has no problem with that, you gotta recognize that brands do have a problem with that. Brands do not want to have a situation where their brand is now associated with somebody like literally laughing at somebody for their accent, right? That's a brand thing, and it's not woke. It is capitalist, right? It is protecting the value of the brand. That's why that decision is made. And if we get into it more with PSA Sitch and Adam Friended, if we do hit the sub goal this time, you're gonna see more of that, more of the misunderstanding of where wokeness, corporate wokeness, actually comes from. And if you're queer, if you're a POC, you kind of know this already. You kind of know that the corporations are not doing anything out of concern for people like you. They're protecting their brand. They're making money. They are giving their customers a good feeling about the brand. That's why it's done. It's never for ideological reasons. It's never to change the world. Corporations do not have any interest in changing the world. Corporations have an interest in seeing what people are like, seeing how people feel, and catering to that and trying to associate themselves with good things and not associate themselves with bad things, like the old Apple ad, think differently, right? We're going to show you a bunch of creatives who are using Apple products and give you the idea that if you are a creative, that you are going to benefit from using these Apple products, that all the people like you that are doing what you're doing are using this kind of hardware and this kind of software to make the things that they make, right? It's the same fucking thing. Apple does not care about creativity. Apple does not want to make the world a more creative place. Apple does not want to see creative types praised and raised up as as pillars of the community or anything. Apple's selling iPhones. Apple's selling, well, it would have been at the time like iPad, or like, what are they called? The iPods. Yeah, iPods. Apple's selling devices. That's what they're doing. That's what brands do. They don't care. They don't care about social justice. They don't care about oppression. They don't care about any of these things. They care about money. As Fox News themselves said, it is neither blue nor red, but is rather green, right? The reason that they did the whole election denial thing, brought on Mike Lindell and all that other stuff, was because they were losing their audience to outlets like Newsmax and OAN, and they didn't want to do that. They wanted to keep those viewers, right? It wasn't made out of any sort of political concern, and that's a political network. That's a very political, that's probably the most political of any of the networks, and yet Rupert Murdoch, Roger Stone's like really he's been done for a while. Rupert Murdoch is, he doesn't see red, he doesn't see blue, he sees green.
Happened here in Internet Historian's video.
Yes, so it's very, okay. So it should be very clear that like Internet Historian is like talking about this like internet saga with Kurt, which was like a huge thing, because like I remember this very vividly when it was going on at the time. So he just made a video about it, and
Did I say Roger Waters when I meant Roger Ailes? Damn.
The only reason Tucker Carlson's even in it is because the interview with Tucker Carlson is the inciting incident that leads to all these things down the road, which is the claims about the seizure, the porn, and all this other stuff. And so
it's a pivotal moment in the story. It's got to be involved.
That's what starts this is what starts the chain of events.
Yeah.
And so, but then what do we have? We have Hbomberguy here very dishonestly frame it as if he's some like big Tucker Carlson fan.
Yeah,
It is a pattern, along with the coverage of the bike lock, Antifa, Bandit, and all other kinds of things that right-wing people care about, right? That's what he covers. That's who he is. He's not he's not an overtly political channel, but he does have political, like a political sign that he leans to, and it's definitely on the right. Now, we're going to see how far on the right in a second.
Hbomberguy is so dishonest. Yeah. This is exactly what he does. He just looks for dirt on you. This is my definition of cancel culture right here.
There we go. That's your definition. So in other words, cancel culture doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Thanks for clearing that up, Adam Friended. Cancel culture is when somebody else makes one of your internet daddies look bad. That is what cancel culture is. In other words, it's completely meaningless, and it's a dodge by you when you get caught with your hand in the fucking cookie jar. Right? No, you didn't. It's cancel culture. I wasn't eating those cookies, and even if I was, they weren't that good. All right? You're so full of shit, Adam. You're so full of shit.
Dishonestly trying to paint someone as a racist, sexist, or homophobe.
Yes.
That's what he's doing, right?
That's 100% what he's doing here.
Where are you even getting that? Where are you even getting that?
And he, like, what does it have anything to do with the claims of the K video and plagiarizing or any of that stuff? It has nothing to do with any of that.
Look, this video's almost 4 hours long.
No, it directly is related to the fact that, you know, why the times where Internet Historian has taken down videos.
Some fat to be trimmed
He's
here.
protecting his brand. He's protecting his channel. He's protecting his sponsorships. That's what we're showing.
Here, Sitch. I feel like he could have trimmed this part out.
Right.
Doesn't seem relevant.
Yeah.
To the
I mean, that's a choice, okay? That's a choice. And it's actually a more complicated choice than you think it is. Like, right, the way that runtime plays into the YouTube algorithm is a little bit more complicated than people think it is. There's people, you know, on the side of like, just make the video as long as you possibly can, right? If I make a 12-hour video, a lot of people are going to see that it's 12 hours and they're like, I don't have 12 hours. Like, I was interested in your thumbnail. I was interested in your title. I'm not interested in spending 12 hours figuring out what the fuck this is, right? And at the same time, you know, there is like you know, it's like, anyway, there's two sides to this. There's like a watch time percentage and there's watch time overall. They both play into the algorithm. It's a legitimate question. It's a legitimate, like, you know, controversy, you know, which ones need to be prioritized. And I would argue that it's somewhere in the middle, but go on.
Main story of stealing content.
Right.
Because I don't think anybody's fooled.
Are we still on? Okay, thank God.
I don't even know what a brand.
Oh, okay. And so, and also, I just want to say, so it's interesting. So even Shu said today.
Even Shu.
Today, she said, I love how a pretty valid criticism of internet historian plagiarizing something has turned into him being a secret Nazi.
I love how a pretty valid criticism of internet historian doing bald-face plagiarism has turned into a controversy about cancel culture? Because maybe there was like the internet historian was shown in a correct light as being somebody that is of the right, not necessarily like hardcore or anything like that, but
because these people cannot be normal about anything for even a second.
Tell me about it, PSA Sitch. Tell me about being normal for even a second. Person who's doing the same kind of content that Hassan does and yet criticizing Hassan as a content thief.
No, they can't.
So,
yeah.
And I said, I mean, that is, I think that was Hbomberguy's intention from the beginning, from how he framed it.
I think that, okay, that's great. I'm glad that you can read his mind, even though clearly he can't read anybody's mind. But again, remember, Sitch's brain has been eaten. It's been shit in by a sandworm, and it's been replaced with the spice melange. So it makes all the sense in the world why Sitch is able to read minds in a way that Hbomberguy never could. Because all Hbomberguy has is bisexual lighting, and bisexual lighting does not allow you to read people's thoughts the same way as having your brain eaten and replaced by spice melange does. Thank you.
He framed it this way intentionally. And then this is weird too. He throws this thing in where he pretends he doesn't know what BreadTube is.
Or jokes? Are you going to say or jokes? Please say or jokes.
Which is obviously a lie. And I know it's like.
It's not obviously a lie. It's obviously a joke. It's obviously a joke.
Kind of a joke, but it's very weird.
Thank you. You called him a liar, but let's admit that maybe it's kind of a joke. Okay, not a lie then. But I called him a liar anyway.
Weird. Because we all know that he knows what BreadTube is. He is like very far on the left. He is like a socialist, I believe.
Very far in the left. He got criticized for Peter Coffin for not taking the opportunity to tie this all to capitalism explicitly. I wouldn't say that he's very far on the left when you get criticized by a weird like right-wing Nazgul like Peter Coffin for not being like class conscious enough. I wouldn't say that puts you far on the left.
Or basically, you know, on like,
yeah, what is sarcasm?
Like right there. So I don't know why he's pretending he doesn't know what BreadTube is.
Wait, I thought you said it might be a joke. But no, we're going to go back to the real hard accusation that he's lying. He's literally lying to his audience. What a weaselly little liar he is, right? This is, no, realistically, like, okay, just for anybody who's playing along at home, let me explain this in case anybody doesn't get it, okay? He said, I don't even know what a BreadTube is. I just know that people told me that I was on it, and that they either loved me or hated me for it, right? So Hbomberguy's channel has been around for longer than BreadTube. What is BreadTube? I was around when, I don't know if it was when the phrase was coined or just when it, came into the lexicon. But yeah, in a ContraPoints live chat, people were posting the bread emojis. Can we get some bread emojis in chat? Does YouTube still, or does it we still have those baguette emojis? The baguette emojis, the baguette emoji, right? That's the bread. So people, bread. ContraPoints is playing a video game. ContraPoints says, I see people are posting bread in my chat. What does that mean? And the response is, read the bread book, right? The bread book is a book by Kropotkin. It just, some people say a good introduction to anarchism. Other people would point you towards another resource rather than that book, right? But that's what BreadTube is. It is an emergent consciousness on YouTube of people that are, and it's not just leftists. ContraPoints is not a leftist, all right? ContraPoints is part of BreadTube. It's like a niche. It's like commentary. Or anti-SJW content. You could even, so sometimes there would be the loaves of bread, but usually it was just the baguette. That's where BreadTube comes from. So Hbomberguy, making videos for a long time before this even exists, all of a sudden is told, hey, what does it feel like to be part of BreadTube? And Hbomberguy says, that's really weird. I never signed up for BreadTube. Finds out what it's about, maybe vaguely agrees with, the sentiment of a lot of people on BreadTube. If you take it in aggregate, it's like left-ish, right? It's like it's like it's like at the intersection of liberal and leftist, right? There's liberal content creators, there's leftist content creators. The one kind of person that you don't really find on BreadTube is like a right winger, right? It's of the left, sure, but it's not something that Hbomberguy ever. Oh my god, is that a pickle? Is that a pickle? Oh my god, I'm hungry now. Now I want a sandwich, chat. I already ate my noodles, but now I want a sandwich. An introduction to anarcho-communism. So I don't know what to tell you. These guys are so fucking bad faith, and either they're just completely ignorant of this, or they're not. I mean, you heard what he said, right? Maybe it's a joke, but also he's totally lying. Which is it? Sitch? You want to make up your mind, or is the sandworm shit going to do that for you?
BreadTube is. I just woke up one day and was told that I was in it and that people hated me for being.
So it's a joke based in truth, right? He obviously knows what BreadTube is, but he didn't sign up to be part of it.
In it.
And you can see the end of this video, kind of the way that he does content where, is there a lefty, is there a anti-capitalist consciousness in here? Probably. But is it explicit? No, that was Peter Coffin's criticism of him.
I mean, I think people hate you because you're kind of an asshole who seems really dishonest and sleazy.
I'm sorry, Sitch, but that is massive projection. I hope you're standing in front of the mirror when you're saying that, because that's who needs to hear this. You, Garfield, this is you, Garfield, this is you. I wonder who this sign's about.
Terrible politics, and you're hyper woke.
Yeah, fits.
But whatever.
Well, I think that
look, you are the right wing equivalent of whatever the fuck you think woke is, jackass. You are the absolute. Oh my god, ad break ends in 1 minute. I missed it. I was supposed to tell you it was coming up. It's on the 30s? God, it's so confusing now.
dishonesty is a big part of it.
Sure.
Yeah, and you guys would know everything about that, wouldn't you?
So there you go, Hbomberguy, total hypocrite. He's going to spend 20 minutes attacking internet historian who apparently worked out this problem a month ago with the people.
Worked out this problem. Yeah. Got his video taken down and re-uploaded it with more summarized version of the content that he stole, of the script that he stole, reworded the freaking video again. So it's all good now, right? There's no attempt. There's no attempt to acknowledge what happened. There's no attempt to apologize or anything. He's still hiding it from his audience, but you think it was all taken care of, right? You want to pare this all down to like it was just a copyright issue. And at first there was a problem with the copyright, but now there's not a copyright problem. How do we know that? Because his video's up right now. His video is up. So nothing, no harm was, even though the rest of the video is James Somerton plagiarizing people and those videos staying up mostly. Right? So we've seen in this video countless examples of like in the beginning of the video is it like the how do you deal with plagiarism? What do you do about plagiarism? Talk about it, make videos about it. That's what Hbomberguy is saying. If you are a smaller content creator, you are not going to get noticed. You are not going to be able to take down. If you're a larger content creator, if you're mental floss, you might actually be able to do something about this. But for most people, you can't fucking do it. God, I'm sorry, chat. This is just like incredible. I'm amazed by this.
That were,
yeah, lazy guy who makes 4-hour videos, right?
Had the problem with it, and yet he's going to not call out Hassan Piker by name and has to literally ask permission.
Not call out Hassan Piker by name. We saw Hassan's name, the same as XQC's name was visible, right? He didn't say either person's name. He showed their names. You could see it, right? We just went back to that timestamp and we checked. It would have helped if you had done that because it looks like his name on the version you showed was a little bit obscured by your little, transport controls. What do you call this thing, chat? The bar below the video? Is there like a name for that? But it was clearly there. And if you'd done any actual looking into it, you would have seen. You would have seen that Hassan's name is right fucking there. God fucking damn it. How... Weasel-ly little liars, literally lying to their audience. Literally, is it a Chiron? No, I'm talking about the thing where you see the, like, the time and there's the play button and there's the thing that shows you where you are in the video. Are we back yet? Is Twitch back yet? I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you that there was an ad break coming up. Some of you might have gotten sucked right into it. Some of you might have seen an ad. Some of you might have missed me just like yelling at these literal these weasels literally lying to their audience, right? But if you no longer want to see those ads, one easy way to do that, one cheap way to do that, I won't say easy way because you have to connect some stuff on Twitch, but you can get out of those ads for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Many such cases, right? You can also pay $5 to get yourself out of that, pay the ransom to Twitch to get out of the to get yourself a sub, or if you're lucky enough, you might benefit from somebody else's generosity. Although if you want to do that, your best bet is to be active in chat. That way people see it's very clear that there's a chatter that doesn't have a sub and they want to help you out, right? That's how the human empathy response works, right? They see your name, they see no sub by your name, and their oxytocin gets deposited and they feel bad and they want to take care of you, right? It's a beautiful human response that happens, right? That's another way that you can get out of the ad break. But I just thought I should tell you, since I totally forgot to tell you ahead of time. Usually I try to tell you ahead of time. Unfortunately, Twitch is not very reliable about telling me when there's an ad coming up. Okay, so again, we are, I don't know, somewhere in the realm of like halfway towards the sub goal overall, I would say, right? And I am promising you a really funny segment with Hassan and Stavros, right? Or really anything that you want if we hit that sub goal. Like, I'm amazed when we can hit the sub goal. My heart is warmed. I'm very happy. And the oxytocin in my system starts dropping too. And I want to do more content for you. So if you're here for more content than would otherwise be deposited, the more spice melange, more delicious spice melange that will make you prescient, just like Sitch, make you able to divine other people's intentions and their inner thought processes, right? Then make that sub goal happen, because we are actually pretty close. Yeah, produced by Childbirth and Hugs. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. It's a very cozy hormone. It's the coziest of hormones, isn't it? Would you say, am I wrong? Are these guys right-wingers? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to say it, right? They'd be mad if I called them that. They'd tell me that I'm an SJW for noticing these things, right? But I can't deny it. They're right wingers. They want to present themselves as enlightened centrists, right? They see the problems on the right. They see the problems on the left. Mostly the problems on the left. Mostly the problems with wokeness, right? But yeah, they're pretend centrists. Exactly. Okay, so let's take a look. Somebody sent me this. Somebody in my Discord, right? Which would be a great time to push the Discord. Right, because you can get in there too, and you can make suggestions if you want to. Let's see. Let me go and grab you the link that you need to get in. Copy. Boom. There it is in Twitch, and there it is in YouTube. Yeah, I feel strangely optimistic, chat, about our ability to hit the sub goal today. I don't know though. It's like, you know, I haven't inhaled enough spice melange to be completely prescient where I can see all things at once, but was it in Discourse? Yeah, it was in some place strange, right? So generally, if you want me to cover something, the best place to put it is going to be in the stream suggestions. But this time somebody put something in Discourse and somebody else let me know that it was in there. So we're going to take a look. We're going to take a little trip down to Reddit, our YouTube drama. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is Brainy Biscuit giving us this information, right? And I haven't seen this before, so I don't know what to think about it. Since Hbomberguy's video, Plagiarism and YouTube, I've been compiling information regarding IH's plagiarism and ties to the alt-right. However, there has yet to be a post dedicated to the latter, so ties to the alt-right, right? So this is just a question that we're asking because it's pretty clear that, yeah, is he right-wing? Yeah, he's right-wing, right? But, you know, ties to the alt-right, okay, I don't know. I mean, I know that there's alt-right people in his community. I'm not saying that he, you know, they're there through his intention. Alt-right people like his content, right? But, you know, you could always be a grifter and play to a certain audience. So, but yeah, as far as like tying him to the alt-right specifically, I haven't seen that information. But let's see if Brainy Biscuit can like throw some light into my darkness, right? A little light into my darkness. Let's try. Documenting all the strange and disturbing discoveries of the past several days. Okay. So listed below are individual receipts, additional context, and oh, there's more to this. Okay. Oh my God, there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit of information here. All right, so let's see what we think. So again, like I said that he's right-wing, the bike lock fugitive of Berkeley, right? This kind of obsession with a vigilante who wields a bike lock is definitely a preoccupation of the alt-right. Even I would say like this preoccupation with Berkeley, right, is a right-wing thing. And if you're the kind of person like Adam and Sitch who's like, no, it's not, it's just like a normie thing, you have your head up Donald Trump's ass. I don't know what to tell you, even if you're not a Trump fan or whatever, even if you know, like there's some, you know, right-wing shit that you hate, that you don't like, right? You definitely, you know, kind of buried your head into that silo to the point where you're not getting enough oxygen. There's a bit of a gas leak, right? And you are breathing that gas leak right in. All right, so bike fugitive of Berkeley at 55, an item description box from World of Warcraft displays a durability value of 1488. There are no items with 88 durability in World of Warcraft's database. So it was a deliberate edit. So in other words, right, let's see, what exactly is this? That's a YouTube link. I guess we can take a look. I'm guessing, is it okay, so here's his video. Yeah, bike, fugitive of Berkeley. That's...
April.
Wait, that's the whole video? Or are we gonna get the part where we see the bike? Okay, so yeah, this is like there's base stickmen. This is just like, this is the salad days of the alt-right, right? This is their fond memories. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we don't want to see anything. Here's the bike lock. Okay, here we go. Yeah, durability, 14 out of 88. So now, if I'm being super good faith, right, and steel manning the fuck out of this, I could say, I don't know, maybe internet historian is calling the bike fugitive a Nazi. Maybe that's what's being implied here. So like a one-off, right? Maybe there's different interpretations. I'm stretching here, right? Because that's a 1488. That is an obscure. When was it? 6 years ago? 6 years ago. 2017. Ooh. I don't know. This guy's definitely deep in the discourse. I mean, I guess you could be like a ContraPoints fan and know what this means. ContraPoints did a lot on dog whistles of the alt-right, and but I don't think Internet Historian is a ContraPoints fan, especially in 2017. Yeah. So 1488. I don't know. Yeah, because it doesn't even make sense. Like, so an item that was 14 out of 88 durability would be an item that's about to break. This looks like a pretty new kryptonite bike lock. So I don't know. U-lock of an anarchist tough guy. So do you see? Look, it's just. I don't know what to say to them. This is right-wing shit. The U-lock of an anarchist tough guy. Right? This is the stuff that the alt-right was obsessed with in 2017. It's not looking good for our friend, the Internet Historian. And that's just the first one. Right? Additional note, transphobic pronoun joke at 20, oh my god, what is this? At 10 seconds? 10 seconds. He goes 10 seconds before, oh, there we go. There's the, okay, so they got pronouns. Antifa's got pronoun. Look at the, no, he's not right-wing at all. How could you ever think this guy is right-wing? So this person's pronouns is triggered. This person's pronouns is neo-pronouns that, oh my god, this is like, yeah, this, oh my god. Okay, I don't know. All right, let's keep looking. Second reference to 1488. There's two 1488s. Pro Gamer 1488. What the fuck was this? Hitler's birthday is on the calendar at 03. Interview with Summit Media friend and mutual on Twitter. Internet Historian confirms that when approached by the website, Famous Birthdays, he submitted a fake birthday of April 20th. No. Oh, it's 1989 though. Let's see if it would be like it'd be 88 if it was like you could make it more obviously. You could increase the power level of the dog whistle. In other words, there's 100 and oh, it's the 100th anniversary. Oh no. Adolf Hitler's birthday was actually in 1889. Wow, okay, so never mind, I'm wrong. I don't know. Chat, apparently, newsflash, I don't know that much about Nazis. Okay, that's the birthday. I knew that April 20th was the birthday. I had a friend who was born on that day and used to always remind me that he shared a birthday with Adolf Hitler. But like 1889, so yeah, that's a 100-year anniversary. But I mean, like, I guess it could be a 420 joke, other than the fact that it's like, oh my god. I don't know. See, like, any one of these by itself, you could kind of, oh my god, wow. Any one of these by itself, whoa, what just happened? Anon Nom Nom just became a sponsor. FTW All Day just became a sponsor. JR just became a sponsor. Sid Nanda became a sponsor. Natalie Marie became a sponsor. Wiuch Tuba became a sponsor. Darren McNeil became a sponsor. but I can't tell, who do I have to thank for these gifties? Will Florida too. Will Florida. My oldest brother's birthday is 420. I mean, yeah, like so I'm notice that like I'm steel manning this as much as I can. Bike locks have 10 out of 10 durability. They're made to not get cut by bolt cutters. Yeah, that's right. You'd have to really fuck up a bike lock to make it have a low durability, right? It would have to be that you would, I don't know, cut it a bunch or something, like that somebody try to cut through it, but they hadn't quite made it. That would be the wow. There's even more. Are they auto renewals? I don't even know. But how many people put their membership on auto renewal? Is that even a thing? It is giving you twice the credit. It is giving you twice the credit. Look, we're gonna go. We're going long today. Like it seems like just to cover the normal content, but I will try to give you that extra content if we hit the I want to show you that there's something that Stavros and Hassan went over that I feel like I feel like they've got special insights. It's about the IDF, right? And their attempts to resurrect the sperm. I don't know how else to say it. Resurrect the sperm of fallen IDF soldiers, right? Mine renews if I don't cancel. Is that real? So you think that these people just like all auto renewed at the same time? Because like to me, if it's auto renew, see, I don't know if it's a real renewal because these would be like gift subs. Unless somebody bought them like multiple month gift subs, I still can't tell. I don't know whether to. I mean, I guess I'll see. You know, in a couple days on YouTube if it says that my my funds go up on YouTube. But yeah, like so far not looking great for the internet historian, the internet alternate historian, let's call him. Okay. So there's the birthday dog whistle, maybe, but and again, like one of these things by themselves, maybe it just like happened. Maybe he really was born in 1989, and maybe the April 20th thing is a 420 joke, or maybe his birthday really was, you know, April 20th. But you know, we're racking up too much stuff. We're racking up too many coincidences, right? At 5:43, Sumito asks him if he's referring to 420, which IH confirms. At 6:35, IH says, yeah, 1989. I don't know. I can't remember, but there was some joke with 1989. Oh no, I can't remember what joke that was. Jeez. There's some joke about 14 words, and I don't know. Might be just a coincidence. I just can't remember what it is. A few comments speculate that IH is pretending he doesn't know Hitler's birthday. What a coinky dink. What a coinky dink. And then Sumito replies, who fuck it? Interview with Sumito Media. Okay. So Sumito thinks he knows. Pools close. A full breakdown by... So that's a video. Okay, so these are... Wait, no. What does this link to? This links to a video. Yeah, okay, so... that's a video. Pools closed. Like I told you, that is in regards to the Habbo Hotel. That was a trolling incident of 4chan and other similar websites on the child's video game Habbo Hotel. Like I swear to God, like it's not. It's like it's like a shittier Second Life. I don't know how to describe it. Right? It's not something that. You know, there's not. It's not like a video game. It's not like fun or anything. It's just like supposed to be. I don't know. I think it's supposed to get kids to spend their parents' money on coins or something like that. I think it's one of those. VPN man, a character dressed in a KKK robe, inspired by the NordVPN logo, used for sponsorships. What? What? That's the VPN man. Oh, wow. God, we got some problems with brand safety, don't we? That's like look, it's bad enough if you got stuff that you know your sponsors don't want to be associated with, but to literally put that on your sponsors, that's kind of wild. He likes to live dangerously. Collaborates with JonTron. And again, a lot of people collaborated with JonTron. This, in and of itself, not that much of a big deal, but it's fitting a pattern. Tucker Carlson watch parties. Internet historian makes several comments on his post, which have been since deleted. However, did Hbomber? I feel like Hbomberguy might have covered this in the video. I'm getting deja vu. Anybody else getting deja vu? Yeah, again, I don't know if those I don't know if those signups on YouTube were real or not. Maybe it's just like a thing that it does, like as a month anniversary troll to make me think that there's 10 more gift memberships. I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out eventually. Okay, here are screenshots of the original comments. This comments about, there's a post that's been deleted on Reddit. And then there's screenshots of the original comments. So follows Gavin McInnes, founder of the Proud Boys. Follows Chaya Rychek, aka Libs of TikTok. Follows Ron DeSantis. So I mean, like, this is sounding like, yeah, it's far right. I mean, I don't want to overstate my claims, but I feel like to the extent which, internet, to which Hbomberguy, Hbomberguy's coverage painted internet historian as a right-winger, I feel like he's pretty backed up by that, right? And in the same way as, like, you'd find from, like, Sitch and Adam, right? We're not talking about, like, necessarily a Trumpy, but Ron DeSantis, if you know about him, as far as his willingness to make trans people a pariah, to go after LGBT people, to stoke moral panics against all kinds of queer people, right? Like, I don't know what your distinction is. Okay, it's not Trump. Great. It's Ron DeSantis. In some ways worse. And so Trump, when Trump talks about trans people, he acknowledges that nobody cared about trans people a few years ago. And he gives off the sense that he's not really that concerned, but that he knows that it absolutely resonates with his audience. It's just what I've been able to piece together myself with the help of various Reddit and Twitter users. None of these examples are, yeah, exactly. None of them are conclusive by themselves, but together they paint a rather upsetting and revealing picture. If you have any further information or evidence, please comment, DM. I will investigate and add it to the list. Feel free to share this with anyone who's unsure as to why IH is suspected of being a Nazi, and spread the word. So, this is a content creator who is largely viewed as being apolitical and is clearly not apolitical, right? Apolitical people are not obsessed with the Battle of Berkeley. Apolitical people are not obsessed with the specter of Antifa. And look, if you're the kind of person that's like okay with this shit, like, yeah, I do know about the Battle of Berkeley. Yeah, I do know about the bike lock vigilante. Yeah, I care about this stuff. I helped close the pool. I was in 4chan at the time when we were raiding into Habbo Hotel. If you're that kind of person and you're okay with this, I think the VPN man dressed as a KKK character is hilarious as fuck, right? I like JonTron. I like Tucker Carlson. I like Gavin McInnes, Chaya Rychek, and Ron DeSantis. Then fine. You don't have to cancel. You don't have to cancel the internet historian. He's playing to your crowd, fine. But there's some people that aren't like that. There's some people that this shit is dodgy as fuck. It's not just brands, in other words, that are put off by this. And this is what I don't now. Can somebody remind me? Maybe somebody said it in chat. What actually happened with? Do we know that? Wait a minute, those memberships, they went off twice, didn't they? All those memberships, it wasn't 10, it was 20, wows, right? The wow thing. This thing. That happened 20 times, right? And that makes me think that it's I just don't know if people can give memberships like anonymously. Who? Oh no. It was just I from Streamlabs. It was I. Streamlabs. No, that's not what you're saying, right? It was just one from Stream. Oh, from Stream. Yeah. It was just one. Okay, so it rang out once. I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery. It didn't. What's a sponsor? A sponsor is somebody who supports me and supports the stream and helps us get closer to the member goal so that we can do a little bit of extra content when we hit the sub goal, right? So just like there's subs on Twitch, right, for people who don't want to see the ad break anymore, people who want the emojis, and people want to drive us closer to that sub goal and get that extra content for us, and even, you know, like, make me jump on the trampoline when you hit the hype train, right? So we got like 3 ways that we can hit that goal: Twitch sub points, YouTube member points, and super chats, right? They're all vaguely equal. I tried to equalize them all so they're like the same amount. And yeah, members support the channel and they get exclusive content. And we're also thinking about what else to add to the membership as far as maybe more exclusive content. Right now, it seems like people are favoring some kind of a gaming event. So if we can figure out a way to do play like a multiplayer game together, that's what we're gonna try to do, unless other people have other ideas. But you really like my channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody who supports the channel in any way. And even if you don't have the money to be able to give memberships or get yourself a membership, you can always hit the like button. That helps me out innumerably. It's actually a powerful tool. Like, YouTube does respond to how many likes a video or live stream receives. Think about it this way: everybody that hits the like button, you're maybe potentially bringing one more person into the community. So it is pretty powerful. But yeah, I mean, pool's closed, court is closed. I have ruled that Internet Historian is definitely right-wing. You know, whether he's like a Nazi or a meme Nazi or just like a 4chan fuckwad, I don't really care. I don't really care. I feel like anything that Hbomberguy said about this guy is well justified at this point. So, but I don't know why this feels like, I feel like I saw this somewhere else too. It feels like deja vu to me. Why you don't see a join button? Wait, does somebody have an answer for that? I feel like somebody had an idea. I'm gonna hit that like button so hard. Yeah, just hit it once though, because if you hit it twice, it goes away, and that's not good. That's a wash, is what we call that. So let's see. We've covered the, okay. So we got more Sitch and Adam. If you're ready for it, chat. I don't know if chat wants to revolt and pick something else. You can always override my my executive decision by hitting that sub goal, and the person that hits the sub goal gets to cancel whatever content. Are people ready to see? Because this is about Sam Seder. This is Sitch and Adam again, and I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do their content like twice in a row. I've noticed their prepared content, and I've noticed that it's bad. It's sloppy. It is worse than you would expect, right? Because prepared content means potentially that you put more effort into it, more thought into it than you would with a live stream. These guys do live streams all the time and put out videos from their live streams. Now they're putting out content that this wasn't on stream. This was just like, you know, Sitch and Adam. Sitch had this thing that he wanted to tell Adam about. You know, it's kind of like a podcast or something, but it's ostensibly it's prepared, so they could edit this. They could prepare it. They could do whatever they want, right? They got like unlimited time and resources ostensibly to make this, and yet somehow this shit ends up being worse, not better, than their normal videos. And this is not even all of it. So the other thing that I noticed that was relevant to our interest here at nocommentchick Live Wait, why? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. I'm on live. No wonder I can't find. Yeah, they're obsessed with this president of Harvard. How many videos do you think they're got? 2 videos so far. 2 videos and going strong on the Harvard president. The Elon Musk was kind of interesting, but like I don't want to watch too many of these, right? I do want to show you the Sam Seder Tim Pool thing because we've kind of talked about this before. In fact, I've got a video that I never finished that I want to finish. I got like halfway finished with this video talking about the controversy between Sam Seder and Tim Pool, how far back this goes, and you know who's right in the, because there's a back and forth between Sam Seder and Tim Pool as far as who is like they've done, I think, one debate. They set up another debate, but it never happened. And Tim Pool blames Sam Seder getting cold feet. Sam Seder blames Tim Pool for really not communicating. And I go into in depth on this as far as, you know, my breakdown of what I think really happened with the second debate, the second Tim Pool versus Sam Seder. If you saw the first one, you know that this shit does not go well. So let's get into this. I gotta pee, though.
Hey now, Adam.
Hey now, Sitch. Hey now, Adam. Let's go.
Hey now, Sitch. What are we talking?
Look, I'm gonna like leave you with a friend of the VOD right here. That's right, Vriska Circuit, to tell you that NCC did nothing wrong, much like Vriska herself. I will be right back with a much emptier bladder.
About here, what's going on?
So today we're watching a classic reaction of a reaction of a reaction content.
Nice, I love it.
So this is Sam Seder and company going after Tim Pool. Oh my gosh, trying to start another conflict here because
that's like a regular thing for them. This is like true. 20 of their videos a week, right?
That's true. So Tim was critical of the recent Marvels movie, specifically the Marvels movie, and how it's doing very poorly in the box office, and pointing to this, is this yet another example of somebody getting woke and going broke?
Right, that's a thing. I've heard that meme before.
You've heard that, okay.
I have,
You're familiar with that meme, okay.
Yes, get woke, go broke. Right, that happens. That's a thing.
So Sam is critical of Tim invoking this for the Marvels movie, and very critical of Tim using the dreaded CM word.
Right.
Cultural Marxism.
Cultural Marxism.
Something you like to give me a lot of hassle for if I ever use that word.
Well, look, sometimes I feel like it's overused, but maybe this is appropriate. Cultural Marxism just means woke, right? That's basically what it means.
So, I mean, it's yes, the philosophy underlying what wokeness actually is, yeah.
And Sam Seder's like, wait a second here. I got woke and I'm getting rich. So this can't be true, right? This has to be fake news.
There you go. That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's jump in. We're going to jump around this video a little bit. We're not going to watch the whole thing. So let's get into it.
So this is Sam Seder's channel.
Yes.
It is so fascinating to watch Tim Pool try and make his like sort of culture war argument based upon the box office of movies at this point. Like,
yeah.
How many times does this premise have to be disproved that there is some cultural shift happening by virtue of movie to movie that you perceive? Like, they think all movies are all woke.
It's all a referendum. And like, I don't understand how they can say, and he's about to, you know, rip into the Marvels for not doing well at the box office. And yet they were bitching all summer about Barbie, which made $1 billion+ and talks about the patriarchy. That's like the central premise.
To be fair.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah,
the central premise of Barbie is talking about the patriarchy. Eat your heart out, people that I debated with that were saying Barbie wasn't a political movie.
Emma got it. Emma gets it.
So, but it is interesting that, you know, so Sam's position. Now, Sam famously doesn't like track or follow anything of cultural relevance. Okay?
Right. Yes.
You know, like he actually talks about this later in this clip about how he like only watched Marvel's or Avengers Endgame because he has a son and he thought the movie sucks. And it's like he seems completely detached from like anything, you know, like any media, any TV, any movies. I think he even told us this when he was on.
Okay, so did I miss anything? This video is about Sam Seder hates Tim Pool. Oh my god!
But now they're
freaking communist invading radicals. Wait, did we hit the goal? Do people know that we're really close to a milestone? It's the 1.9K milestone. Wait, something just happened. Something happened while I was away. Oh, my dogs are goth gave me a $5 Canadian sticker. I wish you could like look at the sticker like up or like I could make the sticker like appear on my but thank you for the super sticker. Wait, so oh my god, I wish I could make that count for the that should go into the super chat. Wait, does it? Oh wait, I think it does. I think that goes into the super chats. Yeah, super stickers count for super chat goal. So that's pretty yeah, so that chat is already all over this, right? What is cultural Marxism? Where does it come from? Because like I don't think that Adam and Sitch, from watching this video, I didn't get the impression that they know. Right? They're like, okay, maybe cultural Marxism sounds a little bit silly, but what is Tim Pool really talking about? He's talking about wokeness. He's talking about wokeness. He's noted, and wokeness is bad, and wokeness is annoying, and wokeness is cringe, and this is definitely wokeness, right? So what's the problem with Tim Pool talking about cultural Marxism? I don't know, chat. What is the problem with cultural Marxism? So when I look it up on Wikipedia, right, the first okay, so let me read you off the first, like when I Google it, I get 3 results. Wikipedia, cultural Marxism conspiracy theory. That's Wikipedia. Right? It's classed as a conspiracy theory. SPL, Southern Poverty Law Center, cultural Marxism, catching on. Conspiracy theory with an anti-Semitic twist is being pushed by much of the American right. This is from 2003. So yeah, they've been riding this pony for a long time. And the third one here is the Heritage Foundation, the right-wing think tank, with an article about how cultural Marxism threatens the United States and how to stop it. With the end of the Cold War, many Americans justifiably believed that communism had been defeated, but American Marxists have gained more influence. So that's what we got there. Let me click on the Wikipedia, because we're going to do a Vosh stream, right, where we just go to Wikipedia. But honestly, that's kind of like all you need here, right? I mean, other than to remember that we gotta laughing at Sonic. We gotta stop laughing at Sonic. Stop laughing at Sonic, okay? That's important. Okay. So part of a series on anti-Semitism. This is how Wikipedia classes it, right? And if there were conservatives, which there are on Wikipedia, that had information to throw cold water on this being an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, it wouldn't be classed as such. It wouldn't be part of the series on anti-Semitism. It would be an article about cultural Marxism, and at the very bottom of this, there'd be like controversy, right? Some people say that cultural Marxism might be like a little bit of an anti-Semitic dog whistle, but other people don't think this is true, and I guess we'll know. That's usually what Wikipedia, when there's a controversy, that's generally what Wikipedia says. That's not what we got here. Okay, so the term cultural Marxism is the object of a far-right anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that misinterprets the Frankfurt School as being responsible for modern progressive movements, identity politics, and political correctness. Conspiracy theory posits that there is an ongoing and intentional academic and intellectual effort to subvert Western society, Western culture, via a planned culture war that undermines Christian values and traditional conservatism, seeks to replace them with culturally liberal values. Although similarities with Nazi propaganda term cultural Bolshevism have been noted, the contemporary conspiracy theory originated in the United States in the 1990s. It just happens to follow the same framework. It just happens to be parallel, like Bolshevism, right? Being, the Bolsheviks, the enactors of the revolution in Russia, Marxism being, you know, in reference to Karl Marx, the theorist behind Marxism. I don't know, chat. You tell me what you think. Originally only found in the far, so it came from the far right political fringe, huh? Interesting. That term began to enter mainstream discourse in the 2010s and now is found globally. The conspiracy theory of Marxist culture is promoted by right-wing politicians, fundamentalist religious leaders, political commentary in mainstream print and television, and white supremacist terrorists. It has been described as a foundational element of the alt-right worldview. Apart from any conspiratorial usage, the phrase cultural Marxism has been occasionally in accepted academic scholarship to mean the study of how the production of culture is used by elite groups to maintain their dominance. That's confusing the way it's written, right? So in other words, it's a Marxian, when it is used in academic scholarship in a non-conspiratorial way, it refers to the cultural hegemony. It's like a Marxian analysis of other vectors of oppression / privilege, basically. So the way that generally no one identifies as a cultural Marxist. Cultural Marxism is sometimes treated as synonymous with critical theory, like a huge area of study, a huge area of academic study. It originated from the Frankfurt School, and again, like some of these, they're essentially. Do we got some insight from chat? Oh my god, I think I have to read your Is Irene related to Sarah Michelle? Well, I don't know. I haven't like checked on that. I need to find out if that's if Sarah Michelle Gellar is a relative of mine. I hear that she slays. That's what I've heard too. There are some similarities, chat. There are some similarities, but you might find more similarities between myself and the character. Wait. Don't use 23andMe. I won't. Oh, that's right. There's like leaks. Yeah, you might find more parallels with Allegra Geller. Anyway. A lot of the theoreticians, a lot of the academics and scholars that are concentrated in the Frankfurt School by the alt-right as being these bad actors who have been trying to supplant Western culture with their cultural Marxism happen to be Jewish, right? So that's, another tie to anti-Semitism. And that again, that's that's what this is under. Series on anti-Semitism of a conspiracy theory. A group of Western Marxists, including Felix Weil, Karl Korsch, and Georgi Lukas, am I pronouncing this right? Founded the Institute for Social Research in Frankfurt around 22 to 23. Seeking to explain the failure of the German Revolution of 2018 to 2019. They combined Marxist economic analysis and, like a real, if alternative history was interesting, if alternative history was cool, if it wasn't just the province of right-wing nutbags, right, then maybe this would be something to write an alternative history on had the German Revolution gone a different way, what kind of world we'd be looking at. They combined Marx's economic analysis with other lines of thoughts about the psychology. Wait, I was supposed to read somebody's super chat, wasn't I? There was a super chat, I do believe. Oh yeah, I did read it. Oh my god, chat, I'm like so blah. Now I want to watch Cruel Intentions. They're tricking people into signing a waiver or something because tricking customers is cheaper than securing your data. Oh my god, are they like offering like some kind of supposed protection? That's usually how they do it. Like they're like, if you want our protection from your information getting out, you know, sign this paper. No, really don't. And if you don't allow law enforcement. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna use 23andMe. For various reasons. Did you try loading the YouTube? Okay, so this is chatting with chat. Sometimes chat wants to talk to chat. They combine Marx's economic analysis with other lines of thought about psychology and culture, especially the works of Sigmund Freud. Around 1929, Max Horkheimer began the school of thought that came to be known as the Frankfurt School, or critical theory. So these are just like influential academic scholars, and rather than these people through their contribution to scholarship trying to uproot and supplant Western culture, which in and of itself is a dog whistle, right? It's more of an attempt by the alt-right to excise these thinkers from the body of knowledge. Grew to encompass numerous contributors directly engaged with the Institute of Social Research and others outside of it. Recognizing the imminent danger of Nazism, in 1939, Horkheimer relocated to the Institute to Columbia University in New York. In exile, the Frankfurt School sought to understand the rise of totalitarianism. So what they're concentrating on the failures of the German Revolution, right? And the rise in totalitarianism in an effort to keep it from repeating. So what kind of a person would look at this as being threatening, right? Like, it's really easy to see how Nazis would hate these people. Conspiracy theorists position themselves as defending Western civilization, which serves as a floating signifier, often focusing on capitalism and freedom of speech. The conspiracy theory is an extreme, and by freedom of speech, we mean like the right to be a Nazi in public with no consequences. It's an extreme assessment of political correctness, accusing the latter of being a project to destroy Christianity, nationalism, and the nuclear family. Scholars associated with the Frankfurt School sought to create a better society by warning against patriarchy and capitalist exploitation, goals that have that could be seen as threatening. So, oh my god. Yo,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. You might be the 1.9k sub communist invading radical who just invaded. Crocody, I think you might be like number 1,900, which is really awesome, which is making me feel all the more bold in my ability to reach 2K by the end of the year. That's what we're going to shoot for, right? That'll take a lot. A lot of videos are going to have to be produced, but I think I can hit 2K. I think that's a pretty, you know, modest goal. Anyway, let's get back to Sitch and Lilo. Sitch and Adam.
Our show. So I don't even know why how can he form an opinion about the relevancy of this from a cultural aspect if he doesn't follow any of this stuff in the first place? Seems
because you don't have to. You don't have to follow the stuff to actually comment on it. That's the world we're living in. Sid.
Yeah.
You can comment from a place of utter ignorance.
Okay.
And there's absolutely no downside.
We do it. We just watched a whole video of you doing that. Yeah. God damn. Let me like rewind this slightly.
Movie to movie that you perceive.
I'm sorry, like
very poorly in the box office and pointing to this. Hey now, Adam.
Hey now, Sitch. What are we talking about here? What's going on?
So today we're watching a classic reaction of a reaction of a reaction content.
Nice. I love it.
So this is Sam Seder and company going after Tim Pool. Oh,
going after Tim Pool, much like he went after Dave Rubin.
Oh my gosh. Trying to start another conflict here. Because
that's like a regular thing for them. This is like
true.
20 of their
Wait, but like you're talking about Tim Pool who's riding the pony of like cultural Marxism is destroying America. Who's going after who here, right? Tim Pool is pushing an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And you're worried about Sam Seder going after Tim Pool? Really?
videos a week, right?
That's true.
It's so funny. It's so funny. And they're like, how many videos have you done on like any number of like figures on the left, right?
So Tim was critical of the recent Marvels movie, specifically the Marvels movie, and how it's doing very poorly in the box office, and pointing to this, is this yet another example of somebody getting woke and going broke?
Right. That's a thing. I've heard that meme before.
You've heard that, okay?
I have,
You're familiar with that.
He says behind 2015 Thug Life sunglasses.
The meme, okay.
Yes. Get woke, go broke.
Right.
That happens. That's a thing.
So Sam is critical of Tim invoking this for the Marvels movie, and very critical of Tim using the dreaded CM word.
Right.
Cultural Marxism.
Cultural Marxism.
Something you like to give me a lot of hassle for if I ever use that word.
Well, look.
It's pretty fucking ironic if you use that word, Sitch.
Sometimes I feel like it's overused, but maybe this is appropriate. Cultural Marxism just means...
No, he wants to vary it up. Like we say woke sometimes. When people catch on to what that means, then we change it to cultural Marxism. Then when people catch on to what that means, we'll call it politically correct. We just keep on rotating like our nomenclature so that nobody realizes that we're talking about the same shit over and over and over again while we're accusing other people of the same thing.
Woke, right? That's basically what it means.
So, I mean, it's yes, the philosophy underlying what wokeness actually is. Yeah.
What wokeness
and
actually
Sam Seder's like, wait a second.
Yo, what wokeness actually is? I think we determined what wokeness actually is, right? When we peel it down, look, wokeness. Let's see if I can find this define wokeness. This happened on The Hill, which is an outlet that very much Bill Maher defines woke. There it is. Oh god, it's a Pac-Man clip. That's the first. Okay, The Daily Show comes up first. There we go.
Woke is sort of the idea that
it's like
this is going to be one of those moments that goes viral. I mean,
it's like liberalism and stuff, like when they're like woke and they're like...
Woke is something that's very hard to define, and we've spent an entire chapter defining it.
But I can't really remember what was in that chapter, unfortunately. It just like all goes out of my brain. Because maybe it was all a bunch of meaningless fucking word salad!
Sorry, it's hard to explain in a 15-second soundbite.
It's hard to explain, but you know it when you see it, right?
Yeah, you had more than 15 seconds.
They don't like when society has become more democratized in terms of social issues.
Yeah.
The whole talk about cancel culture, there has always been cancel culture. In fact, it was so bad, you wouldn't even get a hearing. You wouldn't achieve fame.
Ask the victims of the Spanish Inquisition about cancel culture. Ask the victims of the Salem witch trials about cancel culture. Ask lynching victims about what cancel culture really is. And I think you'll find that any of these people are much more canceled than any of these fucking hand-wringing, crybaby right-wingers stealing valor from the actual victims of cancel culture.
wouldn't achieve success if you didn't have the correct narrow worldview that existed when a certain segment of our population was exclusively allowed to maintain positions of power.
Woke is sort of the idea that
It's so good. It's so good. But honestly, like, let's see your definition for woke, Sitch and Adam. Please, I challenge you. I challenge you to explain to me better than the anti-woke lady what the fuck you mean. What the fuck do you even mean? Right? You can't define it.
Second here, I got woke and I'm getting rich. So this can't be true, right? This has to be fake news.
There you go.
It's a weird fucking theory that makes no goddamn sense, right? People make movies all the time. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, some of them are socially conscious, some of them are the opposite of the socially conscious. There's no correlation, there's no study, there's no actual like receipts or proof or reason that you might want to think this, other than it's a goddamn meme, other than it's a big lie that you've repeated over and over and over again to make people think that, like, if anything, like, that's cancel culture, right? The only thing that get woke, go broke could possibly mean is that anybody who is seen as being woke, is seen as promoting wokeness, even if it's just for their corporate bottom line, is going to be subject to the same kind of a boycott, the same kind of attention, the same kind of dogpile as Bud Light, right? That's the only thing it could possibly mean. And if that's what it means, then you're the assholes doing cancel culture. Okay?
That's a good point, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's jump in. We're going to jump around this video a little bit. We're not going to watch the whole thing, so let's get into it.
So this is Sam Seder's channel.
Yes.
It is so fascinating to
Don't act like you don't. This is the first time you've seen. Oh my God.
watch Tim Pool try and make his like sort of culture war argument based upon the box office of movies at this point. Like,
yeah,
how many times does this premise have to be disproved that there is some cultural shift happening by virtue of movie to movie that you perceive?
I mean, look, when we're talking about, like, so Tim Pool's dad's in chat. Welcome to chat, Tim Pool's dad. When we're talking about the actual definition of woke, if there is one, right? The colloquial usage of the word is basically something that came from the black community and meant like aware, you know, seeing oppression in all of its forms, right? That's what it is, like, to be aware. It's been God, I feel like somebody did a video about this, right? There was like a video going into the history of the usage of the word, and it actually went back further than I thought it would, but then it got commandeered by the right wing to mean something completely different and completely ill-defined. Unfortunately, woke has been co-opted by chuds. Can anybody remind me of who, like, there was some video, like, I swear to God, I think we've watched it. Was it ContraPoints? No, ContraPoints did a deep dive on Canceled, which also was, you know, pilfered from black culture.
Like, they think all movies are all woke.
It's all a referendum, and like, I don't understand.
No, what they think is woke is like brand safety, right? It's brand safety and an attempt for companies to position themselves on what they are betting will be seen as the right side of history, and to associate their brand with good feelings in the majority of people, especially the majority of young people, right? So if you want a definition like outside of its, you know, the cultural context where it actually comes from, maybe look to the you know, the zeitgeist of, you know, the younger generations as being what these companies are chasing after. Because, like, here's how, and I'm explaining capitalism to you. I'm not explaining social justice. I'm not explaining morality. I'm not explaining anything else. This is capitalism. This is making money, right? They appeal to younger generations because younger generations will die later, right? You can't appeal to the unborn. You can't appeal to people that don't understand advertising, but you can appeal to Zoomers and Gen Alpha people on TikTok. And that's what the companies are trying to do. And then the conservatives don't like it because they don't like that time moves forward, and that in general, as time moves forward, there's less of a tolerance for oppression and a greater acceptance of equality. And it bugs them and it grates on them, so they call it woke and they try to fight it, they try to destroy it, but it's just like it's the arrow of time that they're really fighting against at the end of the day.
And how they can say, and he's about to...
They absolutely corrupt words in their use,
you know, rip into the Marvels for not doing well at the box office. And yet they were bitching all summer about Barbie, which made $1 billion+ and talks about the patriarchy. That's like the central premise.
To be fair.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah,
the central premise of Barbie is talking about the patriarchy. Eat
Right.
your heart out, people that I debated with that were saying Barbie wasn't a political movie.
Emma got it. Emma gets it.
So, but it is interesting that, so Sam's position. Now, Sam famously doesn't like track or follow anything of cultural relevance. Okay?
Right. Yes.
What's he talking about? Now, I don't trust them to get into this, right? I don't trust them to show their sources, but is this it?
A second of this. I literally couldn't sit through this debate, but I know many of you would enjoy this. I can't sit through it for two reasons. One, I'm legit uncomfortable watching Tim Pool deal with Sam. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know much about Tim.
Do you get what he's saying here, though? Do you want to? Did anybody in chat know why he's uncomfortable seeing Tim Pool deal with Sam? And let me spoil it for you. It's not for Sam's. It's not concerned for Sam's well-being.
Pool. He seems like he's, some type of IDW adjacent guy.
His space has always been very bizarre to me.
I feel like Michael is cutting it. This is 4 years ago, okay? I feel like Michael is giving him so much benefit of the doubt, right? And this may be because this was a long time ago and, Tim Pool had shown a lot less of his cards, or this might just be that Michael is just kind of showing a lot of empathy. Like, remember what he says, right? Have compassion. I may be mangling his words, but something to the effect of, have a lot of compassion for people and very literal tolerance of systems. Like go easy on people, go hard on systems. That was one of his quotes, right? And this is him being empathetic for Tim Pool. I don't know how else to say it.
Like what space he occupies in the online discourse or whatever you want to call it. Because I worked with
what Michael is seeing is like a junior varsity football player going up against a pro linebacker. And it's not pretty. It's not pretty. And even though the fucking junior varsity kid is talking all kinds of shit and some might say deserves to get knocked on his ass, like, right, it's a brutal thing to see.
Him when I was at Fusion, and they hired him to a huge contract.
Nice guy.
I guess so.
He seems like the type of person who it's like, and it's funny because it's like the type of dynamic that I get annoyed with woke scolds with this. And of course I utterly loathe reactionaries on this, but like the type of guy who would probably be like, I don't know, from what I've seen of him, like, global corporations are burning the Amazon, but like, have you seen this new thing that the Oberlin students are doing? That's ridiculous, folks. Like kind of that sort of lane. Basically just utterly boring, eye off the ball, and probably whitewashing for some of the worst people in this country.
What's his deal? Is he a conservative?
I think he's one of these people who like always happens to align with conservatives.
Was Tim Pool really that new 4 years ago?
But isn't conservative? Honestly, I don't really know. I haven't done the deep dive on Tim Pool yet.
I guess if they're going over Sam's debate with Tim Pool was like a long time ago.
After watching this, if this is what he has to offer, it literally makes me embarrassed to watch. And, you know, Sam here clearly is like, oh, I live for this. Stupid arguments that make no sense over Skype. Yes, please. I'm going to lock my children in the other room. All right. Guys, I honestly, this...
And if you don't want to have to lock your children in the other room when the ad break comes up on Twitch, right? Remember, there is another option. You can use Amazon Prime to get yourself a free sub if you have one, right? No reason not to take money from an evil corporation and give it to me, get us closer to our sub goal, and make the effort that I'm making to stream and to put this information out here more sustainable, and you know, frankly, give me you know, more of a shot to make this real, to make this work, right? You know, for free. Actually, that's the cool part of it. Well, not for free, because you know, you already paid for Prime, but you know, it costs you nothing on top of that, is what I'm saying. You can also do it by paying $5. It's $5 if you want to buy a sub outright. You can do it $6 on mobile, or if you want to throw the dice, if you want to roll the dice, you might be given one by you know, by somebody giving gift subs. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen, honestly, if you're active in chat.
Watching Tim Pool say this literally makes me embarrassed.
Also, shout out to Brendan Carrot, I think, on Twitter, who edited the video just slightly.
Jesus Christ. And look at Sam, and oh my God, with the eyebrows
licking
popping,
his chops.
Wait, 4 years ago, this was like the beginning of COVID, right?
Licking big glasses, nose.
Like, people were talking about COVID at this point, and you know, like I'm trying to remember, was it seen, like, yeah, it was seen in like Washington State, and then in New York, and like within the United States, right?
Everything is just oh debate. Okay.
I would vote for someone who is going to create less.
So it's pretty funny, even though like Michael Brooks spends a lot of his time, you know, concerned with woke scolds. Not much of a debate perv.
Concentration.
All right, pause it.
So
I'm sorry. This goes back to an
Pause it.
old. Pause it. This is a piece of Majority Report lore. I think it was during the Obama election, where basically Sam said, you know, if one candidate's proposing 30 concentration camps and another proposes 10, I'm voting for the one who proposes 10.
And for anybody asking about it in chat, like, no, we didn't have to go back and watch the whole Michael Brooks thing. I just kind of wanted to. I just kind of wanted to see Michael again.
Now, I understand why people find this particular...
Don't worry, we'll get into this debate.
...thought experiment to be off-putting, but the very obvious and not particularly hard to figure out point here is that...
Wait, are you asking when did this happen? The video's 4 years ago. I think the debate between Tim Pool... Tim Pool's dad actually might be able to give us... Tim Pool's dad, do you know when Sam Seder and Tim Pool debated?
Voting, unless
like 5 years ago,
unless you have the opportunity to vote for like a Bernie Sanders, is, and certainly in 2012 was a highly utilitarian activity, and you were putting a choice. There is a column A, column B choice. Both are going to cause a huge amount of injustice and suffering, one less than the other. So what you do is you go and you opt for less suffering, because voting is not really about a personal expression of your essence. It's about a practical activity. So I might have used a different metaphor.
So yeah, this is just basically the Sam Seder, Jimmy Dore discourse.
But that's all Sam is saying. It's
that was 2 or 3 years ago, really? Because this video is 4 years ago. Like, I'm looking at this video, it says 4 years ago, which means that it could be anywhere from 4 to like almost 5 years ago, the way that YouTube counts.
Pretty frigging
When was
simple,
Endgame? Good question.
Let's
Can somebody tell us when Endgame was? I never saw it, actually. I know it's a huge cultural like touchstone. I never saw like I think I've seen like 1 or 2 Marvel movie, or like, you know, like Avengers. It was
let's
after
see
Endgame.
how this goes in a
Yeah, it must have been after Endgame. Yeah, you're right.
Freshman philosophy bong choke.
Was it 2019?
Direction.
I would vote for...
Was when this debate was, or was when this... was when Endgame was?
Someone who is going to create less concentration camps.
So you're willing to put your weight behind somebody who's going to make concentration camps?
No, I'm not willing to put. I'm willing to put my weight behind diminishing the number of concentration
So
camps.
can anybody guess how Thanos comes up in this discussion?
I think that before you go, it's a really great point that I think may separate. It's utilitarianism versus deontologism. That you're quantifying versus I'm not. You see what
It's a
I'm
very Voschian way to take this debate.
not saying you're wrong. I'm saying your philosophical standard is the minimization of harm, and mine is more about the individual.
So you're a virgin deontologist, and I am a Chad utilitarian.
Small, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I'm curious about the second part of that. You said, you know what I mean, because I really don't.
Oh,
Mine is
so
about
there's
minimizing
two,
harm.
the
and
two
yours
philosophies.
is about feeling
violating the ethics of an individual is violating ethics
So, I
regardless.
mean, this is all philosophy 101 kind of stuff. It's not super applicable, and like, right, what's his point, right? Well, I like utilitarianism, and what you're saying sounds an awful lot like deontology to me. Like, it's not like a, you know, it's not like deontology has been left in the dustbin of history. It's not, I don't know, it's just ways of describing arguments in this case.
And yours is minimization of harm is better. So utilitarian versus deontological.
And this is a stretch to shoehorn what Sam's saying into being deontological.
From my standpoint,
what he's saying basically is that Sam is saying that the ends justify the means. And if you watch movies like Endgame, the point of the movie is that that's wrong. The ends don't justify the means, and that like a super meanie bot like Thanos could come along and say the ends justify the means. I must get the gauntlet. What is it called? The Infinity Gauntlet. Yes, I got to get the Infinity Gauntlet, and I'm gonna make Spider-Man disappear. I'm gonna make half of all people disappear with the gauntlet because I am a deontologist. I'm saying that wrong. I'm a deontologist. Is that what Thanos sounds like? I don't even know. Sam is a comic book villain, exactly.
One unethical act is...
This is just a complete departure from any useful, you know, discussion of what they're talking about, right? They're just the Jimmy Dore discourse. It's the, like, is strategic voting a good idea, or is there some kind of purity? Is there some kind of you know, like moral standpoint that you retain by refusing to compromise, by refusing to put does your vote spiritually pollute you? And Sam would say no, and you know, I would say no. Jimmy Dore, on the other hand, and I don't even know what Tim Pool's arguing at this moment. Like, what is this about?
Violation of principle and ethics that can't be crossed. But I will admit, there's not like a hard line. It's you know.
I think that is silly. To be honest with you.
I mean, I respect you, you know, but they're very strong philosophical positions held by most people.
I believe that less suffering.
Most people do not like break down like that argument was deontological, came from a deontological perspective. I disagree because I myself am a utilitarian.
Is better, and that I am willing
to
I will tell you something you won't like to hear, though.
I'm willing to sully myself if that's the outcome.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want.
I think I reversed
here, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
Yeah. So for instance, like Thanos was utilitarian, and Captain.
So literally, Tim Pool's argument is like, movies agree with me, dude. Movies agree with me, or at least some.
America
movies.
was deontological.
Superhero movies.
I didn't.
So Thanos willing to reduce the suffering by killing, hundreds of trillions, versus the thousands of trillions, which would be living better off. So
But I'm not
comic book movies.
I'm not having to kill anybody. I'm just voting and choosing.
I mean, if you vote in favor of somebody who's going to build a concentration camp, you are.
No, one of these people is going to win, Tim.
So yeah, the scenario, because Sam likes to do debates. He's got this hypothetical. The hypothetical is there's two candidates that could possibly win. One of them wants to build 10 concentration camps. The other one wants to build 6. And that as much as both of these candidates are scumbags. Both of these candidates are fascist, right? But if that's like the hypothetical situation you're in, and your vote can affect whether like more or less, you know, harm is done, then you're going to vote for the less harm, and that you're not going to think of it as like, oh my gosh, I endorse this horrible person. I am spiritually polluted. My morality is marred. I can no longer, you know, that's the point. That's the point. So anyway, this is the you know, this is where Thanos and, you know, this is where Tim Pool brings up Thanos to own Sam Seder, and Sam literally does not care.
You don't understand that I'm like physically embarrassed watching that, down to the point that like we've all done a dumb reference. We've all
like
done.
It's the kind of thing that somebody who just graduated, you know, maybe not even graduated, somebody that just took Philosophy 101 would say to impress you, to show you that they are cultured, right? They understand a little bit about utilitarianism, which is not taken seriously in the philosophy department. Like that's not like, much like Jungianism is not taken, or Freudianism is not taken seriously as, you know, that's the kind of you know, therapist that I'm going to be, right? You're going to, you know, get kind of laughed at in a psychology department. You're going to get laughed at in a philosophy department for being like, I'm a utilitarian. I love John Stuart Mill. He's a great American. Great American. Is he even American? I don't even know. Is he British?
You know, we've all had something in our head we thought was funnier or more clever. But, oh my God, the dude is talking about voting, and you think like, you know, Sam, I hate to spring this on you.
but I think Thanos would agree with you here.
But you're the villain.
Fellow utilitarian Thanos. Ring any bells?
And in a Marvel movie you've never seen.
And like, obviously Sam's had kids, so he has seen Endgame now. He knows who Thanos is. He understands the reference now. But at the time, like, it wouldn't have been a movie that he would go to see. Like, right? Sam sees good movies. He doesn't. Sorry, Marvel fans out there, but Sam's got other movies on his mind.
Sorry to give you the bad news. And then of course, like, this is you know, it's funny because I know I can be a dick, sure. But the difference between me and Sam is that depending on the mood I was in.
I love it how he says he could be a dick. I've never seen him be a dick.
Might actually laugh uncomfortably and go, oh, I guess I got to see that movie. Jesus fucking Christ, who am I talking?
So what he's saying is that, like, you know, it's like you're in the ring with like somebody that's just learned to spar, and you're a jiu-jitsu black belt. Right? And sure, he's given you his arm. You could do a real strong arm bar, and it would probably be a few seconds before this kid figured out that his, like, joint was about to be dislocated. And maybe you'd have to go see a doctor. But if you're really a jiu-jitsu black belt, most of the time you're going to realize that. And, you know, I don't know, you're going to do something else, right? You're not gonna arm bar and dislocate like somebody's elbow. But Sam's kind of a beast when it comes to debates. That's the difference between Sam and Michael Brooks. Anyway, to get us back to, oh my God, not to the internet anarchist, to this.
He actually talked about this later in this clip about how he like only watched Marvel's or Avengers Endgame because he has a son. And he thought the movie sucks.
Yeah, Uncle Slayer says it's Philosophy 101 C student shit. Basically.
And it's like he's
Tim debates like a boxer, keep them off balance with confusion.
Seems completely detached from like anything, you know, like any media, any TV, any movies. I think he even told us this when he was on our show.
Oh, Endgame was 2019. Okay.
So I don't even know why how can he
British? Okay, I thought so.
Form an opinion about.
It doesn't matter if he's British. He's still a great American because he
the relevancy of this from a cultural aspect if he doesn't follow any of this stuff.
Or I guess as Temple would say, John Stuart Mill is a scoundrel.
First place.
That's right. Vosh is the one who really likes utilitarianism. Tim Pool, not so much.
Because you don't have to. You don't have to follow the stuff to actually comment on it. That's the world we're living in. Sid.
Yeah.
You can comment from a place of utter ignorance.
Okay.
And there's absolutely no downside. Look, the whole Majority Report show is a testament to this.
True. And it's funny because with this movie that just came out, The Marvels, and other movies that have come out and done poorly, very often if it's like a kind of a woke movie and it does bad, what do?
I feel like they're giving away the game a little bit. Like this whole movie discourse of like, this movie is woke, and that's why it went broke. And if a movie doesn't comport to that, I'm going to find out some way to say, actually, the real point was that Ken is actually cool, and the Barbie part was the parody, and really, if you're smart, you'll realize that Ken is the hero of the movie, and that, you know, like, right, you're going to come up with some kind of cope. That's what they do. That's what they do. Like, without, like, any sort of, like, whatever they're trying to prove, it's like, I don't know, you need to, like, a study or something. Like, to show that wokeness in movies is correlated with poorer performance at the box office, right? There's so many confounding variables too. It would be kind of a meaningless study. Like, there's not any way to control the study. So they're making a claim that is unverifiable, and because it's unverifiable, it's also kind of unfalsifiable. But it's a meme. And if enough people say it, then people will start to think, well, yeah, people say that because it's true. It must be true. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that many people saying it.
They always they blame the racists. They blame the sexist. They blame the anti-woke backlash.
You've only seen Spider-Man, but it's not because you're too lame. It's because you're too cool.
That's actually what Tim did a video after this that they're reacting to. That was like people blaming.
What's funny though is that, like, you know, as much criticism and as much smoke as I have for them, like, I don't really regard them as being the kind of intellectual lightweights as Tim Pool are. I think they're pretty good at rhetoric. I think they're pretty dishonest. I think they really do depend on, like, their audience living in a kind of silo and not getting, you know, enough information from outside that silo to see what's wrong with what they're saying. But, you know, I don't underrate their rhetorical acumen the way that I do with Tim. Tim Pool's an ass clown. I mean, sorry, Tim Pool's dad. But like, as far as his argumentation, it's kind of laughable. But here they are defending it. Here they are like defending. Like, what was the thing that they did last time? They said last time was that, like, Hbomberguy is politically motivated. Well, what the fuck is your motivation here, right? What do you owe to? Oh yeah, and Hbomberguy is deferring to Hassan. Hbomberguy is on his knees for Hassan. Hbomberguy is begging, may I please have a little bit of clout from Hassan. What are you doing? What are you doing with Tim Pool? You are simping him. You are taking his ridiculous side on a debate in order to curry favor with the bigger content creator. Because as silly as Tim Pool's arguments are, they're a little bit more accessible, let's just say, than your arguments. And that's not necessarily a bad thing on you, right? That's you know, Tim Pool's, you know, success is like he doesn't you know, like he'll throw in these words like utilitarianism and deontology, but at the heart of it, he pares it down to, like, Thanos, right? Do you want to be like Thanos? I don't think so. Thanos is bad. Thanos is bad. Okay, he has the Infinity Gauntlet. He wants to Thanos snap everybody out of existence. You're not siding with Thanos, are you? Right? It's not a real issue. Thanos isn't freaking real.
The woke crowd or the anti-woke crowd for, like, the Marvels movie doing poorly. Okay.
Right.
So which is it? Are you saying that these movies have no reflection of the cultural aspects that are going on whatsoever? So everyone's saying that they're doing poorly because the evil anti-woke racists are out there? Is that all BS too? Or is that true? And only, like, the woke part is not true?
It doesn't have to make sense.
Oh, okay.
Sitch, this is a culture
That's good, because none of this is making sense.
war.
And why did...
No, I feel like it's a meme war to you. That's what I feel like I'm dealing with meme lords.
Like, because when Barbie did well, there was so many woke people, like, throwing themselves...
You don't have any real argument, Sitch and Adam. You've glommed onto Tim Pool's argument because he's a bigger content creator to you, because his like, you know, takes are more accessible to the average conservative normie, right?
ticker tape parade saying, "Oh, this proves that wokeness is still, like going strong because Barbie did well."
Yeah, wokeness is.
I mean, this is the difference between. Somebody earlier said that Tim Pool, I think it was Michael Brooks, that classified Tim Pool as being like in the intellectual dark web. Not exactly. And this isn't like I feel like I've done enough ad hominems on Tim, and I don't really need to do that. But yeah, obviously there's not a lot that's intellectual about it, and it is the commonality between what Tim Pool is selling and what these guys are selling is like the contrarian nature, the attempt to use to use like left arguments against the left, the attempt to grandstand as being the real classical liberal and talk about how liberalism has fallen away from its roots and it's really transformed and maybe degenerated because of cultural Marxism. It's degenerate now. It's degenerate thought, right? It's anti-Western culture, which is the apex of civilization, and this is taking us away from it, so it's degenerate, right? I mean, these guys are just like, I don't know what to call them, like buttoned up alt-right shitheads.
King.
Yes.
Who knows?
Give you Tim Pool. Whoopsie.
The Marvels movie meltdown. Ladies and gentlemen, the MCU is
I feel like we need that whoopsie.
dying. It may be dead. Man, a lot of people have told me that they stopped watching after.
Do you know what's maybe dead? The dead horse that the studios have been riding in the form of superhero movies. And the most successful and the most prolific of those being Marvel movies. Yeah, it's old. It's done to death. That's true, right? To me, that seems like the Occam's razor, simplest answers is more likely true explanation for what's going on with movies like the Marvels, right? They're just trying to, they got like one franchise. It's got a huge built-in audience. They figured out that we can make bad movies sometimes make money if we have that built-in audience, because by the time they realize that the movie's a stinker, enough of them have gone to see it that they're, that we've made money. That's what's going on here.
Their Avengers Endgame in 2019. But let me tell you this, get
exactly.
woke.
All movies are a gamble, right? And taste is constantly changing. And the mere fact that you've served up the same thing time and time again is going to contribute to the public losing its taste for that thing. I would say, like, if you want to find like any kind of correlation that you can actually point out, it's maybe that the superhero movies are making less money over time.
Pause it for 1 second. Listen, if you are in a position where a lot of people are telling you what they're doing with the MCU, then I suggest that maybe you should be spending your time in other circles.
All right. Well,
so Sam has just utter contempt for anyone who watches these movies, who has friends that watch.
You see what they're doing? This is fandom shit. This is leveraging a really large fandom against Sam Seder, against somebody who's not in the demographic of Marvel movies. Like, Sam is a little bit too old to appreciate the cultural zeitgeist that made these movies a big thing in the first place, right? Like there was Superman and Batman back in Sam's day, right? Those are DC movies. Nobody had really successfully made like other like franchises into like, and even those were like limited, right? You had Superman 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. You had Batman, had several Batman movies during the 90s, but again, these are not like the movies that are getting nominated for Oscars, which is probably what Sam sees, right? Sam has a whole film section on his show. He brings on like Matthew Film Guy. He brings on people that know movies, and they don't bring him, let me tell you about the latest Avengers of the Avengers franchise, right? It's like No Country for Old Men It's like There Will Be Blood, right? There's the ad break. There's the ad break right there. I knew it was coming. I knew it was. I'm trying to figure out what the logic of these. Yeah, I think it's like at the 15 and at the 14 and the 44. That's when the ad breaks are coming, I think.
These movies that talks about.
I'm loving all the superhero content, but it's not sustainable. And look, I can kind of relate to you, Marvel people, even though it's not my thing. Like, right? I kind of like you know, stuff that's from manga and anime. Like, right? I'm partial to those series, and I know that it's not great art. I know it's not literature, but I enjoy it anyway. Right? It's fun.
These movies. And like, okay, listen, Sam, you don't have to watch Marvel movies. You don't have to like Avengers. You don't have to like nerd stuff. That's
3 out of 10. Didn't I do it earlier though? Or else ellipsis.
fine. But then just don't talk about it. And don't talk about like.
And how are you giving me 3 points for an ad break that I totally missed?
Whether it's relevant or not to the political or cultural conversation at all. If you just have no interest in it.
Yeah, how can you even know if you don't really keep track?
Yeah, like obviously
you two are talking about something because it gets clicks, and Sam is uninterested in chasing those clicks. Thank you very much. This is welcome to my TED Talk. Like, right? It's
the types of movies and media that are coming out and are popular have some kind of
these are not exactly okay. Like, I know you think you got your finger on the pulse, and maybe compared to Sam, you know, you do, right? Maybe compared to Sam, like you're a little bit more like up to date on what's happening, what's popular, but you're still 5 years too late, right? You're at the end of the run, and it was a great run. Billions of dollars were made, okay? But you're at the end of the run of superhero movies mainly because they've been done to death.
Action on the state of the mind of the culture that is producing them, right? And that is consuming that content.
Consuming. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, there's two conflicting ways of looking at it. From the conservative perspective,
the villains do get the best lines, especially Bane.
It's kind of a bottom-up process where the audience is deciding what they like and driving what movies are made. But the left does have this meme.
It's not just that, right? It's like also like the amount of effort. It's the amount of, you know, like, right, with like Tim Pool's dad said, any movement is an investment. And if that investment fails, right, because what you're trying to do, just like a YouTube video, I put out a YouTube video to see if y'all are interested in a certain kind of video. And if you're not, the result is a lot of effort on my part, right? Luckily not like, you know, millions of dollars spent or anything like that, but a lot of effort on my part with very little reward for having like having made that effort, right? With a movie, a movie, it's like a multi-million-dollar investment that they're potentially going to lose. So if you're of that mindset of like, I'm not sure what people will like and what they will not like, I know that we could try something out, but I also know that if it's not a hit, we're going to lose a lot of money. What can I do to make sure that I don't lose a lot of money? I will get a franchise that has a built-in audience. I will get something that is a known cultural quantity. That is the appeal of the superhero movies. That's why these movies get fucking made.
That they can manufacture consent, that they have this great power to move culture, that they can just kind of make a movie about anything they want and sell some idea to the population. I think
so you think that movies, this is wild, right? Because this is not how they work. It's a business. It is so a business, right? It is 100% a business. That's what the movies are doing. They are trying to make money. Nobody that is involved in fronting that money is trying to push an agenda, because that would be too damn expensive. They do want to have a good brand. They do want to have a positive association with their audience. They do want to appeal to a younger demographic. So if you're seeing that some of these movies get made that are like, you know, like for instance, the Marvels, we've got a superhero movie, right? A genre that primarily appeals to men and boys, right? Being made with a female lead, because they've noticed that more and more as they put these movies out, as these movies become like kind of the only thing that's there, that they're developing a fan base, right? That women who were not maybe interested in the comic books are becoming interested in the movies and speculating that maybe they would like to see themselves represented in the movies. And from the brand concern, we want to be the brand that's known for, that gives the appearance. It gives the appearance of caring about people other than white men, because demographically, like, that's, you know, a limited part of the picture. And if these movies are indeed becoming more, you know, are becoming more interesting to people like that, well, then we want to embrace that, right? We want to be, you know, we want to capture that new audience as it comes in. When Deadpool 3 knocks it out of the park, what happens to Tim's argument, right? Sitch and Adam are basically talking heel. Oh my god, heel for heel and babyface. They're basically fucking pronouns. It's pure ideology. Yes, Uncle Slayer.
Somewhere in between, obviously it'd be a fool to think that movies don't have any sort of influence on people. Obviously, smoking was a huge thing in movies way back when, and I'm sure that made an influence on people, more people smoking, right? They saw big time celebrities that they admired and looked up to smoking. They're like, look, I want to be cool. I'll smoke too. So there is that going on, but I don't think.
If you want to make that argument, please get me a graph of like smoking trends and like where when movies started to become like, you know, pop, like right when like cinema became like more influential. Like, you're making a lot of claims with very, very little facts to back it up. I don't know if you're right about that. It feels like you're just spitballing. The whole women bad argument in media is weird and messed up. Tim needs to stop writing bad songs and get out of the compound and touch some grass. Yeah.
I think the left thinks that power is infinite, and it's just, it's not. Like,
when you're saying the left, you're talking about movie studios. You're imagining movie studios that their primary goal is not to make money, but is rather to change society. Like, that's just not true. The closest thing to what they're describing is, funny enough, Daily Wire, right? Daily Wire is incredibly like financed, right? They've got so much money coming in. I'm not talking about money from like Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro or whatever Daily Wire creators, like, you know, media enterprise. I'm talking about investment, right? There are right wingers that see the Daily Wire as pushing a certain cultural agenda, and they want to get behind that cultural agenda. When the Daily Wire branches out into movies, which makes sense given that most of them are people that failed to cut it in Hollywood, not because they were too conservative, because they couldn't cut it as actors, they couldn't cut it as writers, they weren't good, right? Now they get a second chance to make movies, and they've got a safety net, that being their donors, right? The closest thing to what you're describing is literally like, you know, Bent Key Studios or whatever the fuck it is, right? The Lady Ballers, that's what you're...
Smoking is one thing, but, you know, if you wanted to convince
But if you really want to do it, you got to smoke in the boys' room, right? Smoking is one thing, but in the boys' room, it's so much more powerful. And that's what we want to do. We want to bring the smoking back into the boys' room to, you know, that's like American Western civilization, baby. There we go.
population to drink their own urine. Like, I don't think like that could be a thing, right?
It wouldn't be a thing unless Andrew Tate got behind it, would it?
Like, you don't think that would fly if all the big time actors? So
Look, it's don't drink poor person water. Normal water is poor person water. You gotta drink piss. That's what the rich people drink. You can get carbonated piss. It's like you can buy it from Hustlers University.
Actresses started drinking their own urine.
Oh my god! I sometimes have an Andrew Tate. Not tonight though.
Marvel comes out and says, "Look,
Tim can't even ollie. Wow, even I can do that.
I've decided this new drinking my own urine thing. I save it up and I drink it. Look,
This is from the side of politics talking about sunning their balls. What are you talking about? You're the ones pushing like weird shit onto people as a way of like cross-pollinating your political garbage with lifestyle influencer content.
I don't think that's going to be a big popular thing just because it's in a
What about eating liver?
movie?
Listen,
some
eating balls,
popular person does it.
Goat scrotes,
right?
Liver King.
Am I wrong here?
If the next Marvel movie featured Brie Larson
drinking her own urine.
Tim could ollie when he was 10.
Coming out on stage and drinking her own urine. Okay, you're right. I don't think that would be very popular among like the general population.
Yeah, fun fact, Tim Pool's dad says urine was used to brush teeth. I haven't heard of that, but I have heard that urine used to be used to do laundry, right? It was legitimately something that people would wash their clothes with. I think they'd concentrate it too.
But
there is
I mean, maybe it kills some germs. I don't know. Black hole sun, not as good as blue ball sun.
Certain subset of the population that would dig
audience that would just buy that content. Okay, with the
That's true, and they'd be right wingers if you got some right wing influencers. See, all the stuff that they're talking about, it like has more to do with the right wing the content than their weird preoccupation with the idea that a literal industry is throwing away money to shove an agenda down the throat of the American people, right? A socialist agenda, a cultural Marxist agenda, as it were. This is so ridiculous. You're telling me that billionaires want Marxism. What are you smoking?
Devotion you've never seen.
It's ammonia,
Look, I'm talking about actually.
Maybe that's how. Listen, maybe that's how Disney can make up for the fact that their movies are flopping. They'll stop doing the broad appeal.
So we have confirmation that Tim actually can't. I mean, he better be able to skate. He's got like a whole skate ramp in his house.
Just go for really niche audiences.
Maybe. Look, we've talked a bunch about how AI, you're going to be able to make your own movies. Brie Larson drinking her own urine is going to be a movie. You know it is. Look, come on.
I didn't even think about that. That's awful.
But you understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. So they are.
Look, I mean, there are like, natural health people that promote urine therapy. Again, guys, you're talking about Sam Seder not being current enough, and not even you seem to understand that sort of shit, that's the purview of the right wing, right? Natural health has been sucked into QAnon, and it has been absorbed by the blob, right? So if there's anybody out there like talking about drinking urine, like there's a better chance that they're a right winger.
The left very much, Disney in particular, I guess Marvel. Disney bought Marvel, so they're caught up in this idea that we're gonna manufacture consent that
Marvel to manufacture consent. Sure,
everyone is gonna be.
And again, there we go. Let's take Noam Chomsky to use against the libs.
Progressive. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, okay, so I guess we'll keep watching the video because that's the central thing that I guess we'll talk about, debate about is how much of this is intentional, or is it even intentional or incidental?
Okay. Interesting.
Don't care all that much about Marvel. Bear with me. This segment is not so I can break down the finer workings of a superhero movie. It's to talk about how they are destroying American culture, why they're doing it, and what is actually happening. It's quite simple, my friends. When you try to shift the culture instantly, it doesn't work. And that's what we're seeing. Activists and cultural Marxist revolutionaries in these industries, and there's two big factors here because I don't want to bury the lead. One,
my God! Cultural Marxists
cultural
over at
Marxist
Disney.
revolutionaries over at Disney. Boy, this is the way that we're going to do it. Listen, we can do good and do well by doing good, and that's how we put out these blockbuster movies.
Yeah, Bob Iger.
Well, okay, we can put a pin in the cultural Marxist conversation for a second.
Yeah, well, if we're going to talk about Bob Iger, we got to misspell it like Elon. What was the deal with Elon Musk not knowing how to spell Bob Iger? He's like obsessed with Bob Iger.
But it's bizarre to me that Sam is mocking that concept that he just laid out here. That, yeah, obviously there's people at Disney who rationalize to themselves, who convince themselves that they're doing some great justice or great social service to the world by putting out a movie or a product they think that's going to improve people's lives, not just through entertainment, but through social messaging.
Yeah. Yeah, empower women. They want to entertain you and empower women.
And it's like, I mean, it's so like, that's what everyone.
I love how you're reading intent. Weren't you just talking about reading intent? Like how it's a mistake? Like to say that you know what somebody's motivation is? When Occam's razor would suggest that they have all kinds of interest in appealing to a younger demographic, which, yeah, by your, estimation has a woke ideology, right? And to, then the idea that they want to change culture, which could be expensive, which is in some ways like a luxury that capitalism can't afford.
Especially people are making a lot of money. They very clearly want to rationalize that they're making money in a moral, ethical way that's helping people.
Well, they want to be seen as doing that. That doesn't mean they actually want to do that. That doesn't mean they have any interest in like the, like identities that, the demographics really that they're trying to appeal to.
So I don't know why Sam is like mocking
narcissist assigned motives.
That idea. Like, it's ridiculous that people involved at Disney or these projects would have that thing rolling around in their mind, whether Sam agrees with it or not.
Yeah, it is.
Look, wanting to be seen a certain way is way different than, like having priorities, to affect culture. Look, the right wing is the ones that are obsessed with the idea of like politics being downstream from culture.
Kind of odd that he's laughing at that. You'd think he'd want to run his company that way.
Yeah, or at least understand that that's how like everyone operates, or most people operate.
Is greenlighting the Communist Manifesto as a film coming up next year, 2025.
He's got this weird affectation these days.
I would tell if the cultural Marxists that are inside these operations are listening, I would just say, can you do something about how you are working with the Pentagon to the tune of billions of dollars in military equipment for filming these things?
Oh, you don't understand the long game. Go ahead.
Activists and cultural Marxist revolutionaries in these industries, and there's two big factors here because I don't want to bury the lead. One, ideologically driven people who are like, I'm tired of white men. And two, people who are like, there's a bottom line advantage if we can market to more people, but it does not work. Here are the results.
What?
See how they're seeing like the appearance of like non-white men in like roles, even in protagonist roles, as being tired of white men? When it might just be like recognizing that there's other demographics that they want to appeal to and that their money is just as green as the money of white men. Marvel aren't trying to be high art. It's just disposable entertainment. Across the Spider-Verse, however, is art. Just wish the VFX teams that work on these films were treated better. Yeah, love Matt Lesh. I think they're going to comment on Matt Lesh, right? They call him the... what do they call him? Like the faceless voice or something?
MCU posts lowest box office opening ever at $47 million. What went wrong? Now you may be saying...
So that is pretty crazy. Lowest box office opening for any Marvel movie.
Wow.
Oof, I mean, it's
almost like at the end of 5,000 Marvel movies, the people might be tired of seeing Marvel movies. Maybe. Like there's so many, like if you're gonna make this claim, they're making a claim of causation. Okay, understand this. They're not just like saying these things are correlated. They're saying this causes this. Wokeness causes low box office returns. And if you wanted to make that, there are so many variables you need to control for. Like, how well was the movie written? Who was the movie written by? Like, it's like, just like there's so many different things that go into that. Like, right, the time of year, the other movies that are in the box office at the time, like, right, there's like they're not even making an attempt, because what they want to do is the same thing that Tim Pool's doing, right? They're driving a narrative. They're trying to confuse people, honestly, about like what is the right side of history. That's what they're doing. The attempt to change culture, the attempt to inject something like unorganic, unnatural into culture is actually what they're doing, not what Disney's doing.
Well, okay.
Disney made Song of the South, you dumb fucks.
So Wait, hold on. Let's see if this is the intention.
It's just absurd.
Okay, so let's talk about the sort of like whether this is intentional or not. So Tim, in this video, he's putting forward the argument, at least how it sounds like to me, he's putting forward the argument that there is some intention somewhere in Disney to intentionally change the culture, kind of what you were saying.
Right.
Intentionally like change the culture and to do it in a way that conforms with
And like, you know, somebody mentioned like narcissist earlier. I don't know how much I trust the like, you know, internet discourse about narcissists, but like in terms of projection, there's a lot going on. Like everything they're saying about the supposed left. And remember, they're not talking about the left, they're talking about corporations. They're talking about people that own the freaking means of production. They're talking about capitalism, the absolute opposite of anything you could possibly call cultural Marxism. People who've got no interest in any kind of real equality, that just want to make money. They're playing a grand game and they're trying to outdo the other chess players. The other chess players aren't, you know, are other companies.
wokeness, aka cultural Marxism.
Right.
That's right, Chad Alpha. The Song of the South had a black lead.
The big table and a bunch of Marxists are sitting around it.
Right.
Going, how do we make socialism work in America?
Right. I don't think that's what's happening.
I don't think, but
think
it might be happening. There might be a back room somewhere. There might be a secret meeting of those who control the world, right? The high elders, right? I don't know, but I'm not saying there is, right?
What's actually happening, if I had to guess, is that you have a bunch of old people in a boardroom somewhere where, like, you know, what are the kids nowadays like? They like all them streamers and TikTokers, those young streamers and young TikTokers. We got to get a bunch of young kids to do our movies
You're so close. You're so close, Sitch.
for us. Okay. And so they get a bunch of young writers, a bunch of young guns who are cheap.
Bunch of Emma Viglins.
Bunch of Emma Viglins. Come on. Emma's pretty, like, what? I don't know how old Emma is, but she seems like somebody, like, if I had to guess, like, you know, if Emma was going to invite me over to watch a movie, it might be like a classical movie. It might be like a black and white movie, right? I don't think she necessarily like represents the new guard, culturally, the way that she's 29. Okay. But that's like a kid to them.
Yeah, there you go.
A
They get
whole
bunch
room full of Emma Viglins.
They get a bunch of young
millennials
writers who are cheaper.
Are you going to talk about her avocado toast next? What are you saying?
And also they think, well, be fresh blood. You know, they speak the same way that these stupid, you know, Zoomers and young millennials speak. So that's how, you know, they'll come watch our dumb movies.
Young millennials? Millennials aren't young. What the fuck are you talking about?
They hire these people to write the new Disney movies, the new Marvel movies.
I'm sorry, millennials. I'm calling it right here and now. You're no longer young.
First of all, these people, I think, are just inexperienced writers. You look at a lot of these writers, they have so little under their resume. It's kind of shocking that they're getting hired to these big budget movies, number one. But number two, I don't think it's that, like...
what are we getting? That old people should be writing the movies? College kids can't be trusted to understand the interests and attention spans of college students? And what?
Writer is sitting there in a room necessarily with...
Some millennials are 40, true that.
Like this conscious thought process, like, I want to, you know, make everyone in the country, like, woke. I think it's that they themselves are so subsumed, so deep into their own world.
How old is Sitch now, I want to know?
View of wokeness, that's just what comes out when they write the story.
So they're not thinking about being woke, but they're just so ensconced in wokeness. They're so lost in the sauce of wokeness that they...
Yeah, I think everyone...
Like, for people that aren't necessarily old men, these two really do have that old man, like, yelling at clouds energy. What are the two Muppets? You know, the old men Muppets that are complaining up in the box? Oh, I can't remember. Somebody and somebody else. Can somebody remember? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? That's what they are.
Has a moral compass and they write according to that moral compass.
Yes.
But what's happening is like the
Somebody knows.
progressive moral compass and the normie moral compass
Waldorf and it's Waldorf and
are getting radically divergent. So it's to the point where, I mean, a lot of progressives, they'll watch normie content and just perceive it as racist or sexist or homophobic.
Right.
And then their own content, which is...
Okay, so let's take a minute here, right? They'll watch normie content when, okay, I gotta call it. Like, you two, I don't know how old you are. I'm not making any judgments to that, but I'm gonna say that your cultural affiliation is reading Gen X, right? So when you say normie content, you're talking about Adam Sandler movies from 2004. All right? That's normie content. And, ever since Obama was elected, movies have been ruined. Movies have been fucked up. And so like, we gotta get back to the mainstream movies. That was mainstream back in the, when Adam Sandler was making movies where every other line was a gay joke. In other words, the punchline was because he's gay. And that's funny. He's a homosexual. That's right. He's interested in men. That is a joke in and of itself. Like, that's how easy they were to write. Or even going back a little further to like The Simpsons, Apu, the joke is he comes from a different country and he talks funny. Okay, thank you so much, right? That's what they mean by normie culture. And yes, if you show that shit to a bunch of Zoomers, they are going to say that's some racist shit. They're going to say that's homophobic, transphobic, whatever, because it is. And y'all, back in the day, like, I don't even know. I don't know how old they actually are. I don't know how old Adam and Sitch are. Like, it's possible to be, and I know a lot of people like this that, in fact, I'm a little bit like this. Like, I like some old stuff, right? There's people that are into Nirvana, I guess, and like, look, the smudge is on your side of the glass. Okay, that's what the people with the warped perspective of what the fuck a normie is. Like, your idea of a normie is a 40-year-old on Facebook. No offense, 40-year-olds on Facebook. I don't even think 40-year-olds are on Facebook necessarily. Maybe they're on Twitter. I don't know. Maybe they're in my chat.
super progressive just comes off as strange.
But I mean, like, that's fine, but that is not like the average person anymore.
To the normie.
Yeah. And I think
it comes from a guy that's dressed like it's 2015. What does this asshole know about normies? Mr. fucking Thug Life over here thinks he knows normies.
Really relate to it.
Tell me about the meme war, Grandpa.
I was kind of thinking about this, and I think that the woke world.
Tell me about Shia LaBeouf and his flag, please. I haven't heard this story enough times.
Worldview is not conducive to good storytelling. I think it's actually the antithesis of good storytelling.
Yeah, I agree.
Because, when we think of good storytelling, and it's funny because Tim actually like goes through this and they totally don't listen or ignore it because they're dumb.
Now, like, you're gonna listen, and I've heard enough of their content that I know what they're talking about, right? These dudes have like a specific idea of what good storytelling is. And it has to do with, like, now they're not going to say it this way, right? But we're talking about dynamic characters versus static characters, right? And this is a thing. When you write something, you can have a character that goes through a learning process and that changes, and that change allows them to succeed at the end of the movie. Like, the end of the movie is the proof of concept. They've changed throughout the movie, and they're showing what the change means by saving the day at the end of the movie, right? They wouldn't have saved the day at the beginning of the movie, but now at the end of the movie, that's what they want. That's what they think is good literature. These fucking... I mean, I sound like an old ass... I sound pretty old saying this, but like, there's like Philistines, right? They're like in the sense that they don't... God, that seems like a weird word to use, right? But I don't know what else to describe it as. A person with like zero culture, a person with zero understanding, right? Your idea of good literature is it has a dynamic character. Oh my God. Oh my God, chat, my English literature brain is exploding here. Look, that's a choice. Some good literature has a dynamic character. Some literature, I'll say, you know, like maybe might be made stronger by the addition of a dynamic character rather than a static character. But that's just one of the many choices that you as a writer can make. You emphasize different things, right? And the, you know, dynamic character, in fact, character at all is like one of those things. Some stories, some movies, especially being that movies are a visual medium, like it's a visual auditory medium, right? It is not just purely character driven. There's plot, there's visuals, there's auditory, there's music, there's a lot going on in a movie, right? And, you know, different things are being emphasized. So, you know, if you want to emphasize the character, one way to do that is to introduce a dynamic character, right? Cool. I mean, that's pretty basic. It's pretty boilerplate, but you can do that if that's what you want to concentrate on, right? But maybe it's not, and they have such a limited view. They have such a limited view of what good writing and bad writing is. Imagine this, chat. Imagine if you thought that good writing meant having a dynamic character. That you could write some bad shit, some really bad. Do you want me to throw a montage in there so we can watch Rocky train? We can watch this shitty boxer when he started that couldn't possibly beat even the lowest level contender become the great champion of boxing, right? We'll throw a montage where Rocky is running behind his trainer. The trainer's in the bike. Rocky's having to run. Rocky's choking down those egg yolks, right? Rocky's, you know, he's jump roping. He's running up the steps, right? And at the end of the movie, we see how much he's changed by the fact that he beats the champion. I don't actually know if he beats the champion in that movie. I've just seen scenes from it. But chat, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about montages. These assholes, these charlatans think that a montage is that which makes good writing. Holy shit. Why are you even doing cultural criticism, you absolute inept ass clowns? What,
you know, good
fuck?
storytelling is like you see a character.
Who told right-wingers they could do cultural... Your caramel is kicking in. I wish I had a caramel.
They're in like kind of a weak place or a bad place. They struggle, and then through the struggle, you know, they achieve their goals, become stronger, change, become a better person.
He thinks he's so smart saying this shit. This is some basic ass shit.
Blah, blah, blah. And all these things are kind of like the antithesis of what the woke progressive story is.
People, okay, so here, get this, right?
You necessarily need to, you know, change yourself, right? to become stronger.
Acclimate to your environment. Learn.
So here's what they're saying. They're saying that woke storytelling includes like obligatory, like a minority, right? And because we're so PC, we can't show the minority as being anything other than an absolute master, an absolute perfect individual from the get-go. And that perfect individual from the get-go that never learns, that never grows, that never changes is a bad story. That's what they're saying. That's what they're arguing, right? And like, you know, if only they would like realize like maybe they're a feminist at first, and then there's like a really strong male lead that comes along. Chad, I'm spoiling it for you a little bit. And through meeting this man that defies their expectations of what men are like, they become a little bit more inclusive. They become a little bit more more tolerant of masculinity, not always casting it aside as being toxic. And by the end of the movie, they are comfortable relying on the strong male character who's not the lead, but is there nonetheless. And it's like they're trying to slip the white male character back into the lead, and that's what good writing is. Dynamic character arc screams 2 days of screenwriting course. Exactly, Vamps, you're on it. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you for putting it better than I could. Characters can grow and change, of course, but it's naive to think that that's all that it takes to the craft. Yeah, oh my God, yeah, that's so Joseph Campbell. That's so Jordan Peterson. That's whose ass these fuckers' heads are stuck up, right? They are cultural Marxism. That's how we started this all. A defense of the concept of cultural Marxism. No, actually, cultural Marxism as an idea is not completely cringe. It is not a weird fucking retread anti-Semitic theory, conspiracy theory. It's real. Wokeism is real, and it's bad. It has bad consequences. The foremost of being, go woke, get broke. Wait, what is it? Get woke, go broke. There we go.
Learn from the people around you. Learn from your betters, your elders.
Your betters, the white men. The men. Learn from the men. Learn from the white men.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to accept lessons from those your social betters. Holy
Learn
shit.
from tradition. All these things
Learn from Elon Musk.
that are just anathema to the progressive worldview.
You're not perfect the way you are. You need to change to become
you two, I will give you this, okay? If you were characters in something that I was writing, I would have to make you dynamic because you are nowhere close to perfect as you are. You are so far off the mark that, if I took your writing course in writing like good literature, good stories, right? And the key of it, the whole thing was about dynamic characters. You'd be great characters to start off with because you are literally the zero card. You are the fool in the tarot deck, right? And I've got so much that I can do with you, taking you all the way to the world, right? Taking you through all the paths of the different archetypes, right? Like you're perfect. Like these are my Picaros, Chad. These are my Picaros.
better you.
Wait, is that how Picaresque?
The whole
is that how Picaresque even works? I forgot.
A lot of it is like the pulling yourself up by your bootstraps mentality. And then also there's, as you were saying, there's usually an older mentor, a traditional mentor. And this is why, like, to me, when I did my video a million years ago comparing
older, whiter, mailer, yes,
the Star Wars sequels to Into the Spider-Verse nailed it perfectly. You have a young, new, diverse, protagonist Spider-Man, and the whole thing is he's, being mentored by the older Spider-Man who's lost his way, but the young Spider-Man Miles, he's like totally incompetent. He's so awful at being Spider-Man, and the fact that he's so awful.
Most minorities are, right. That's why we have to listen to the tutelage of our whiter, older, mailer mentors.
Being Spider-Man, and that he's so awkward in just life in general. That's what makes him endearing. And it just seems like the people that have this woke progressive mindset, they literally just cannot understand what makes characters endearing at all. And so they write all these characters to be the same. Or they're all
that's what makes a character endearing.
These like smug, smarmy, perfect, like horrible.
Then explain Superman, please.
Horrible people that you just want to like throttle.
Like, am I right? Superman is like not like the whole thing about Superman is he's like. Actually, we got a video. I don't know if we're gonna have time for this movie, right? Like, I might need a little bit more progress on the sub goals to like convince me. But there's actually a really good video that is about Israel Gaza, but also takes us through concepts like Superman, the origins of Superman, the concept of the golem. And like, it is actually kind of it's an example after all this bad cultural criticism that I have forced you to watch today, right? I finally have some good, I guess Hbomb was good too, right? But I finally have like a good video from a creator that's not actually that big, but I think is coming on the up and up, right? I think Hulk is green, woke, yeah, that's right. They especially hate She-Hulk. Well, what about, wait, Batman? I guess it depends on, Batman's different depending on the Batman that you get, but isn't Superman usually just like kind of super? And that's his thing, that he's really good at everything without trying? Like, what?
You just want them to be
like, you would condemn some pretty classic, like, superhero stuff with this logic.
Away from you. There's nothing enjoyable about Captain Marvel as a character. There's nothing that you like about She-Hulk.
What it is that Captain Marvel really bothers you because you can't stand the idea of like a hyper confident femoid.
There's nothing you like about any.
You need to be needed. You need to be consulted. You want to be, the one that gives the advice or whatever, the one that like corrects the mistake and And when there's no need for you, then you just kind of like wither away. And that's why this bothers you. That's why this gets to you. That's why this triggers you.
These characters.
These writers have grown up on Twitter, Sitch. Do you think they can write an incompetent black character? Oh my God. What do you think that says about the black community?
Or maybe that's a trope that's been done to death.
Well, you know, it's funny. I never even thought about it.
Maybe it's like that so many people have like totally utilized like, you know, like the minstrel figure, like when black people are even included, that they are done so on some level to laugh at, and that's been hashed out millions and millions of times and seems really fucking overdone. Maybe
this, but like, you know, the people that wrote Into the Spider-Verse, you know, they're both white. Actually, you know, they didn't get any flack for
so we need more white authors.
Two white guys writing a black character.
Right.
And they made him. I think that a lot of the people, they don't understand that like flaws make characters relatable.
Yeah, endearing even.
And endearing,
Yes.
yeah. And they humanize them, and they want to make these like perfect cardboard cutout mouthpiece for their political agendas. And I think that's just their worldview. And that comes across in the writing, and it makes a lot of these stories awful.
Yeah, it definitely makes for less interesting stories as well. It's the flaws in the characters that we fall in love with. That's that's what makes
and
it
also
interesting.
we know unequivocally that this movie, the Marvels movie, only exists because of wokeness. Okay. And for Sam and anyone else to pretend like that's not the case, they don't understand what's going on here. Because why, like, can we imagine that in a world devoid of wokeness, that they would say, listen, let's take Captain Marvel, okay, a superhero that's like highly contentious that a lot of the audience doesn't like at all. Okay. We're going to take a superhero that a lot of people don't really like. We're going to give her a second movie that's all going to be about her. It's going to be
look, because you've obsessed on her so often. Wait, like, let me roll that back, because there was something that isn't the current villain of the MCU a black man? I don't know. Don't keep up with Marvel movies. No shade on those of you who do, though. Right? Because I watched some pretty cringe anime myself.
Because why, like, can we imagine that in a world devoid of wokeness, that they would say, listen, let's take Captain Marvel, okay, a superhero that's like highly contentious that a lot of the audience is relatable.
Yeah, endearing even.
And endearing, yeah. And they humanize them, and they want to make these like perfect cardboard cutout mouthpiece for their political agendas. And I think that's just their worldview. And that comes across in their writing, and it makes a lot of these stories awful.
Yeah, it definitely makes for less interesting stories as well. It's the flaws in the characters that we fall in love with. That's that's what makes it
also
interesting.
we know unequivocally that this movie, the Marvels movie, only exists because of wokeness. Okay. And for Sam and anyone else to pretend like that's not the case, they don't understand what's going on here.
This is funny, right? Because now the misbegotten ideas and intellectual whippoorwills of Jordan Peterson et al. Somebody pointed out earlier, welcome, Miss Anita, but somebody pointed out earlier that this was, they're obsessed with the hero cycle. They're obsessed with like Joseph Campbell shit. Like that's where they think like good, character creation. And like, I don't know, like, I mean, it's a pretty good synthesis. So if you haven't like had Campbell in like a literature course or something, you might not know that one of the biggest criticisms of Joseph Campbell is that he sought to universalize like his archetypes, right? Like primarily like the best known for like the hero cycle, and say like all around the world, everywhere you go, this is what they've come up with, right? This pattern we see repeated over and over and over and over again. And really what he's doing is he's projecting Western stories onto other cultures in a way that actually obscures your ability to enjoy them on their own terms, right? This is what Jung got criticized for. All these people in this like line of thinking, like, had this sort of Western cultural bias. So no wonder that they pick up Joseph Campbell as their like literary hero, despite the absolute threadbareness of their theory and the notwithstanding the criticism that's been made since. I recognize Tim Pool's beanie and those hazel eyes. That's right. Well, so this is like Sam Seder and Emma Vigeland talking about Tim Pool accusing Disney of cultural Marxism, which where have we heard that before? Oh my God, have we been here before? I think we have. And Sitch and Adam have got a problem. And their problem seems to be that Sam has not kept up on the shit that's been taken for granted within the EFAP sphere, right? They're from this like fandom menace, like strain of cultural criticism, if you can even call it that. I almost don't want to call it that, just based on the fact that it's the view from nowhere. It obfuscates culture rather than elucidating it, right? And because Sam isn't as well versed, Sam hasn't been inculcated and indoctrinated with Peterson thought the same way that these assholes have. They are like looking to, he doesn't get it. You just don't know. Oh my God, I can't believe that he doesn't know that the lobsters fight for dominance and the biggest lobster raises his claws up victoriously in triumph while the losing lobster, his brain melts down and reforms into something more suiting of a submissive lobster. Yeah, that's right. We're the ones missing out. Sam's the one that doesn't know, right? Educate us, please. Educate us. Marvels exist to make money. It missed the mark because the villain was weak and the FX were not great. Same problem with Thor in Love and Thunder. It has nothing to do with being woke. Yeah, again, they haven't even made like an argument that tries to, like, what they're claiming here is a causation. That this causes this. Woke writing, whatever the fuck that is, and they haven't really defined that, but whatever, right, causes like box office failure. And to be able to even make a correlation, you'd need to eliminate so many variables, so many uncontrolled variables out there that you're not eliminating. And all you do is you point to a movie that fits your narrative. A movie that you accuse with wokeness and then show its brokenness, right? You can find movies every year that don't make their money back. You can find movies that are box office flops. You can find movies that are overhyped and don't end up popping off at all. This chat pops off at night. That's what I heard. This is like, you can find that, and that's what they're looking for. They are cherry picking. This is the worst kind of criticism that you can possibly imagine. It's worthless. I don't know what else to say, right? They're not doing what they're claiming to do. And like, it's only that their audience has been, indoctrinated with this Peterson thought so thoroughly that they're accepting these things as true with truth without any proof. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was a hit and has Nebula as a pivotal female lead, but of course Sitch and Adam won't talk about that. Yeah, they got a cherry pick. That's not the cherry they wanted.
Because why, like,
they're selling a narrative. That's literally what they're doing. And it's so ironic because that's just what they're accusing the studios of doing. Like, Disney doesn't care about money. They're willing to let their whole empire go broke in order to push a cultural agenda. And it's like, no, you're making bad criticism to sell a narrative that somehow you're on the right side of history. The progressives, they got degenerate. They started, progressive was good, liberal was good, as long as it was in support of Western culture. You see that? That's my dog whistle. It's silent, right? If you were a dog, you would have been, if any of you have dogs, right? The dogs are freaking out right now, right? Because I blew that silent whistle. But that's...
Can we imagine?
It's cultural Marxism.
That in a world devoid of wokeness, that they would say, listen, let's take Captain Marvel.
Okay, please tell me what the fuck a world devoid of wokeness is. It sounds like an alternate history where the Third Reich won. Is that what you mean? Because that is what you're saying. That is what you're telling us. Like, devoid of, as you've defined wokeness, if we imagine a world devoid of that, right? There's never been any social progress. All hierarchies are maintained and reified. It's a cruel world with a few people, you know, being just overly saturated with enjoyment at the expense of everybody else, right? That's a world without wokeness. That's a world without wokeness, okay?
A superhero that's like highly contentious that a lot of the audience doesn't like at all. Okay, we're gonna take a superhero that a lot of people don't.
See, I don't know if you're talking about the Captain Marvel character, or if you're talking about Brie Larson.
Like,
I feel like you really don't like Brie Larson.
We're gonna give her a second movie that's all gonna be about her. It's gonna.
The Marvels was probably one of the least political movies I saw this year. It's just a C-tier movie where women punch aliens in space, and sometimes that works, right? Sometimes shitty movies make a lot of money because, you know, there's a
be about
and sometimes they miscalculate, right? And the movies, you know, that end up being flops, the studios use them to, you know, to gauge what to do next, right? It's an experiment a lot of times, you know, that like they'd rather have that baked in audience, and that's why they choose subjects that are like, you know, superheroes and stuff, like pre-established fandoms, right, are going to go see this movie potentially. But yeah, they're feeling out to see what works and what doesn't.
A little girl from a Disney Plus TV show that barely anyone saw, and then a secondary female superhero from another Disney Plus TV show who didn't even have her own Disney Plus TV show, but was
a world without wokeness is a world that would devolve into things like wiping your ass is too woke. Yeah, it's woke and gay. Unleaded gas and pain is woke. Not smoking cigarettes is woke.
Part of like Wandaverse, for, you know, that no one else saw. Like, who's sitting in a boardroom like, let's spend millions of dollars on two characters that no one cares about and throw them together with
Are they saying that nobody saw Wandaverse? Are they saying that nobody, like, I feel like I didn't see Wandaverse, I gotta admit, right? But I feel like I feel like I'm like the only one. She was good in Scott Pilgrim.
Female superhero that a lot of people don't like, and then give them their own movie. This is the worst idea in the history of human existence, and the only reason this got made was because they're like, we need a superhero movie with a bunch of strong women in it.
Yeah, strong women and no strong men around. We need to quarantine the strong men.
Yeah.
Don't most superhero movies skew male? That's a thing. I'm like, how can they make a movie that doesn't even have a strong male lead?
Right.
They create an audience by exposing non-male people to these, you know, fandoms, and you know, they're going to get a certain amount of people that become interested in, that were, like I said, that weren't interested in the comic book, and now they are interested in the movies, and they're seeing if they can push that. And it sounds to me like, you know, from what people are saying, you know, Space Woman punches aliens, right? That what they're really doing is they're trying to repeat their formula for success with male superheroes with a female audience. My guess would be that that's not how it works, that there are, you know, the different, you know, things they could do with their plot that might, you know, appeal to, you know, that demographic better. But, you know, I don't know. They're, you know, if it's a swing and a miss, it's a swing and a miss. Quarantine sounds good. Yes, let's quarantine the strong men.
Yeah, I mean,
who's
that's
this
a great
movie
point.
for?
Right. No. What's a great point? Because, you know, they're talking about like, well, you know, Barbie did very well, so this isn't indicative of going, you know, woke.
Barbie had a strong male lead in it. And Ryan Gosling.
That's what's so funny is like, even though, yes, Barbie was highly political and was like hyper woke, when you talk to people, so many people liked Ryan Gosling. They liked Ken so much. Like, they didn't really care about Barbie. Ken was really the draw of the movie.
Yeah.
They weren't watching Barbie. They were watching Drive. Yeah.
Yes. They needed a strong male lead, obviously, in this movie, and it didn't happen. So, well maybe I didn't see the movie. Maybe it did happen.
I don't know if you need a strong male lead, but you need to have characters that people like to watch. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
You know,
that the reason why Disney puts out these things.
I mean, they're just saying that they really like the Ryan Gosling character. Like, so right, they want to do this go woke, get broke thing. They said this about Barbie. Barbie's going to fail. Nobody's going to like Barbie. When Barbie came out, they were decrying it. You know, Ben Shapiro did a video saying it sucked, and then when it was clear that it was going to make money, it's clear that it's not only like not following their narrative, but it's actually, you know, bucking their narrative. It's actually debunking their narrative. Then they switched it to say, actually, the movie's not that woke. It's not woke. It's anti-woke. Barbie is secretly anti-woke, and Ryan Gosling's Ken is our hero. They just retconned it. They just like, this is cope. This is such cope. WandaVision did okay, but what makes me laugh is that Wonder Woman did huge numbers. The original Captain Marvel flick made huge numbers. When these films have done well, yeah, they can make money. Yeah, when they are done well, they can make money. I want to see Anna see her heroes here say Barbie is super woke, and so she they're saying it's super anti-woke, I think, is their argument here. You know, I wonder if Barbie will get any of the get nominated.
Things is to have a cultural revolution is absurd.
Yeah.
These movies are the antithesis of anything of like left-wing culture or whatnot.
Including Black Panther.
What Sam is talking about is that the worship of the like elite, hyper competent individual, the one among many, is kind of a right-wing idea. Think about capitalism, right? How is capitalism justified? It's because A, the people that are capitalist have shown themselves to have more merit than the rest of us, and B, if you read Ayn Rand, we need them. When they withdraw into Galt's Gulch, we all die, leaving only a monument of a dollar bill as our symbol of submission when we realize that they are truly the prime movers. Oh my God, Chad, I know entirely too much about Atlas Shrugged, but there you go.
Like, this is just a massive, massive money grab.
Yep.
And the idea that this is, if there was such a thing of cultural Marxism, the idea that this would be it is just absurd.
We failed.
This is just like, and then like that.
I can't take it anymore. So how are these people so delusional? Like,
Yeah.
What are we watching here?
Well, it's funny because he
I
doesn't.
think there's a little jealousy here.
He provides zero.
Sam does have a much bigger channel.
There's no argument there. He just says it's not an example. Like, these movies are not an example of cultural Marxism or wokeness. And it's like, well, but what's your argument? How are the movies not an example of wokeness?
Well, as someone who's actually read Bob Iger's book, I can guarantee you 1,000% that he's doing it for social justice reasons.
Bitch, I've read Ayn Rand's book. What is your point?
He says this in his book.
He says it explicitly, page after page after page. This was our opportunity to help the Black community, to help women, to help
Sounds like what you would call a virtue signal, my dude.
social justice move.
It's a virtue signal.
Movement.
You think he cares about that shit?
Yes,
Right.
again and again and again. He talks about, I guess Ta-Nehisi Coates had written some of the comics, some of the Black Panther comics, and they were very interested in
What is the Moon Pod, Soul Life?
making a Black Panther movie that would be big for the Black community, bring the Black community into superheroes, and how amazing
Again, like, you know, black, white, the money is green.
that would be. And yeah, look, it's obvious. He says it explicitly. So
Yeah,
the idea that they don't get this, that they're blind to this, just, I mean, they look horrible. This looks terrible, Sam.
Yeah, but you
Jeez.
understand, he's a rich CEO, Adam. So he was lying when he said all that in his book. That was just for
he
good
did?
publicity, yeah.
Oh, okay, look,
Yeah.
I mean, every other time you want to call like libs like liars, you want to say that they're virtue signaling. Why not now? Why conveniently not now? Why do you miss the chance to accuse the one time where like somebody that sounds like a lefty, not a leftist for sure, but like, you know, some kind of liberal, like, right, is clearly virtue signaling, and you fail to accuse him of virtue signaling.
When somebody tells me they're doing something for a certain reason, I believe them.
Well, that's the argument.
Really, you do. You like to see, like, so the phrase that I think that Adam is thinking of is when somebody tells you who they are, believe them, right? But he said, whoa, oh my god, let me like rewind it.
When he said all that in his book, that was just for
he did?
publicity. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Look,
Yeah.
when somebody tells me they're doing something for a certain reason, I believe them.
When somebody tells you they're doing something for a certain reason, you believe them. So if your boss tells you that they're downsizing to, I don't know, save the company, you believe them? You don't think that they're maybe just trying to take bigger profits? This is such a bad, right? This is such a bad policy. When somebody tells you why they're doing something, you believe them? You don't think that people lie? Like my sweet summer child with the 2015 Thug Life glasses.
Well, that's the argument.
A veritable babe in the woods.
Sam puts forward is like, well, these can't be cultural Marxist movies because they make a lot of money, or they're to make money, so therefore they can't be cultural Marxism. Which to me shows he doesn't understand what cultural Marxism is.
How about we talk about what you don't know what Marxism is, right? Let's start off with the central contradiction between capital and labor. Let's talk about how the interest of capital is for labor to put in the maximum amount of input, the maximum amount of work, and receive the minimum amount of pay. Whereas the interest of labor is to work the minimum amount of hours and receive the maximum amount of pay. You really want to talk about Marxism? Do you even know what Marxism is, you dullard?
And I mean, I think whenever I use the term and you say you shouldn't use that term, Sitch, I mean, I think there's legitimacy there because I think Tim would be better served saying progressive or woke, even though I know woke is so overused. Because even with Bob Iger and kind of what you're saying that he intentionally does this, like,
he's not a Marxist. Hell no. He's a capitalist.
He's not a cultural Marxist.
No shit. I don't think these guys think that like Hassan is a Marxist, right? Hassan's got a house in LA. It's big. He can't be a Marxist. He can't, or wait, maybe he is a Marxist. Maybe Marxism's really good for the super wealthy. They'll find some way to make more money when they're not able to extract the excess labor value from their wages, right? When they're not able to squeeze money out of us on both sides, they're gonna be better off somehow. They're trying to trick us. They're trying to trick us into socialism.
But here's the problem: is that you have like a bunch of like liberals who are old soft lefties who don't have any understanding of like what the new left.
There's their audience, right? There's their demographic, right? Who are they saying this narrative to? They're speaking to liberals, these old softy liberals, these people that were liberals back in their day and see the world changing a little too fast and don't quite understand it. And they're saying, warning, warning, danger. The thing that is cloaking itself as liberal, which you are when you are young, is actually the opposite of what you meant because you believed in truth. Wait, what is it? Truth, justice, and the American way. And they've gotten away from the American way, and they've destroyed truth, and they think that justice is racist. So we've got to stop them in order to achieve the heartfelt values that you hold in your heart as a classical liberal. We have to stop this degeneracy away from the pinnacle of civilization, the end of history, this lovely, lovely Western civilization that we have constructed and must then bestow upon the rest of the world so that they may live like us, so that they may attain the beauty and perfection that is democratic capitalism. Oh no, they wouldn't say democratic, would they? We're a republic. Remember that, right? A republic if you keep it. Oh my God. These guys live up Benjamin Franklin's fucking ass. They worship Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, but I don't think they know their heroes at all. But like libs, but Bill Maher, Paler, and Staler. Wait, a bit Mailer? Oh, Mailer. Yeah.
Is all about. And so they're like, oh, well,
that's who they're going after. They're going after your granddad. They're going after your grandma. They're going after your uncle, right? They are trying to groom them into fascist sympathies. I don't know how else to tell it. I don't know how else to tell you, but when you start talking about cultural Marxism and you start talking about Western civilization, methinks thou doth dog whistle too much.
You know, these are the new hip young left kids, and they have some new hip young ideas. They have no clue that these people are all like socialists. And so they're like, oh, well, we'll hire.
I will give them this, right? They react hard, okay? If Sam Seder had a sysadmin that was tasked with going around and trying to take down everybody's content that didn't react hard enough, they'd have a hard time convincing YouTube to take down Sitch and Adam's content, right? They're definitely taking like what looks to be an 11-minute clip and turning it into a 44-minute video, much like Hassan, much like the person that they said was freebooting content. Oh my God, I guess you guys are freebooting content. No, you absolutely aren't, but it's just so weird how, depending on somebody's ideology, you're going to accuse somebody of freebooting or not based on that.
Them to go write the new, whatever Marvel's movie, and then they go do it, and because their worldview is just inculcated with that gobbledygook, obviously that's the movie that gets produced, and it's just trash.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm watching pure trash.
Marxism is a big word.
Please tell me about Marxism.
It's one of those words that really.
Please tell me about the base and superstructure. Please tell me about anything about Marx. Please give me the concept that you have any degree of familiarity with the concepts that you're talking about, rather than just like mouthing word salad.
People zero
with a Marxism sauce.
In on
Marxism.
The thing
dressing.
about cultural Marxism is it really has nothing to do with Marxism. It's just that whole.
Wait, I mean, in concept, it does. In concept, it makes absolute sense. If you see cultural Marxism as like the extension of like Marxist material analysis onto other vectors of oppression and privilege, right? It does make sense. Like, right, if you're not taking the cultural the real way that they use cultural Marxism, right, which is as a dog whistle for cultural Bolshevism, in other words, degeneracy, anti-Western values.
Oppressor oppressed narrative that is classically put towards economic class is fixed on race instead. So it's about race. It's more about racism and race.
No, you could actually say it's more about power, like than it is about like it's about analysis of power rather than just being the analysis of one system of power. It's the analysis of many systems of power. But that's not what we're talking about here.
Gender.
Yeah.
So, but it's not really about Marxism. And I think, look, if we ask Sam Seder,
I'm asking as a friend, I'm asking as somebody like that wouldn't judge you for this, but are you stoned?
Or Emma Vigeland,
is that what the glasses are about? Are these unironic glasses hiding, like, your sclera are all red and bloodshot?
What does cultural Marxism mean?
Is that his deal? Is he like perma fucking fried? Is he constantly stoned? Is that Adam's?
Probably.
Have I solved the puzzle, chat?
We would think that it means something like.
Because if you're thinking this shit up sober, you got problems, dude.
Marxism or socialism that's being put forward at a cultural level, which is just not remotely what it means. So I think there might be some confusion.
Well, there is a confusion, right? Because like literally what it means is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that y'all have globbed onto like a dog reaching for the molded, rotten food at the bottom of the garbage can and pulling that out of there, knocking down dog owners, you know what I'm talking about? That thing that you've been trying to throw out and your dog keeps on getting a hold of. That's cultural Marxism, right? this weird anti-Semitic conspiracy theory loosely based on the concept of cultural Bolshevism, or as some Nazis called it, Judeo-Bolshevism, is literally what you're talking about. That which goes against your perceived Western values because you've internalized fascism, like, without even realizing it, through the medium of Peterson and the rest of them, right? You've internalized these ideas of the superiority of Western culture, right? The end of history, the apex of classical liberalism has replicated some of the worst ideas of the 20th fucking century. Ideas that we thought we left behind in World War II, but your dumbasses won't leave it in the garbage can. God damn, okay.
Because he's talking about fucking donkey! Video game donkey! And if you're not familiar with this content, pretty much 75% of what he says is complete satire. I mean, for God's sakes, his name is Donkey. Imagine watching this video and getting pissed. Stop laughing at Sonic!
Okay, we needed a break. We needed a, that was a nicely timed comedic break. Oh my God, there's more of this. Like, look, I signed on to do this content, so
Term actually means.
I hope you appreciate it. I don't know if we hit the sub goal or not. I'm not sure, like, which, like, memberships were real. I'm not sure which are fake. I just hope that I am, like, financially, you know, solvent enough to keep on bringing you content. And, you know, if you're concerned about that, there's a Patreon link in the description, right? Unlike the viewers of Internet Historian, I hope that you will click the description. But I'm gonna finish this, right? I started this, and goddamn if I'm not gonna finish it.
That fundamental premise is just absolute bunk. And then even if I was to accept his fundamental premise, which is that, like, the reason why Hollywood makes movies is to change culture overnight.
And the reason that you use a Twitch Prime sub is to get out of the quarter of the hour ad break. I don't know why they're serving ad breaks right now. Probably because I started stream late. Yeah, it's probably my fault, right? I made a little bit of a
Dingus Gambit
today starting late, and I was like,
this is going bad.
And before I knew it, we were at, yeah, that's right. Oh my God, too much soundboard shit. But yeah, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub. It costs you nothing. It gives me something, right? It gives me some amount of money, keeps me going a little bit, puts a little fuel in my tank, helps us get closer to the sub goal, which hitting those, I've been told magical things happen content-wise when sub goals get hit, right? And, you know, this is also something that, you know, if you don't have an Amazon Prime, you can take care of with $5 if that is not too dear to you. If it is too dear to you, just remember that you could also potentially be gifted a sub through the beneficence and generosity of somebody else in chat. But that sort of thing, more likely to happen if you're active in chat. We don't claim him. Wait, who don't we claim? Peterson? I don't remember who.
You could just look at other movies that sometimes.
Or you don't claim Bo Blacks?
Sometimes they do good, sometimes do bad. It doesn't have anything to do with what the content is.
Look, I don't care, Chad, as long as you remember to stop laughing at Sonic.
Yeah. In terms of like these things, it's just absurd. This guy's running such a scam. It's unbelievable.
So it's
how is this guy a Hollywood guy? Like, what the hell?
Know, it's ridiculous.
Every single movie that they go
guy?
for Best Picture, it's like it's about the Holocaust. That's not about changing culture.
Yeah.
What the hell is he even talking about?
Oh, Adam is not a real stoner. Yeah, I shouldn't blame the weed. Sometimes some people have better thoughts on weed.
And even like, you know, for the past couple of years, even going back further,
myself included, I like to find a nice balance.
In the past couple of years.
Like, just the right amount of,
you know, you would
THC and CBD.
See so many, you know, I've seen
until I slip into that Sam Seder zone and I go into the fun half.
Interviews with screenwriters and producers, and they will explicitly say like, oh yeah, like there's a big thing to like try to find diverse movies now. You know, try to find kind of like woke movies. I mean, there's literally, we talked about this not that long ago. There was literally
Wait, you want me to say bidet, or do you want me to say bite it?
The Oscars, the Academy Awards put out that insane, you know, guidelines of like, if you want to be able to get an Oscar, you have to like meet the diversity requirements in the making of your film. Remember this?
Yes.
It was like you had to hire so many black people or non-white. It was basically, no, it wasn't even black people. It was, you had to hire so many non-white people to be involved with your production, or your story has to be about some quote non-white issue.
Yeah.
In order for you to even get an Academy Award. And so for Sam to just sit here and be completely ignorant that there is obviously a push going on in Hollywood for this, very woke progressive stuff is just.
Chat, I feel like we might be on the precipice of receiving some sort of definition of wokeness here.
Completely
if we just hang on for long enough.
Detached from reality.
All that came out of Oscars So White. I don't know if you remember, but Oscar 1 year.
So thank you, Adam. Thank you for I'm sorry for ridiculing your intellectual acumen or lack thereof. Right? When you just beautifully illustrated what wokeism really is about. Right? One example of wokeism is Black Twitter having the power to notice how white the Oscars were that year. And through noticing that phenomenon, to put pressure on the studios to maybe not keep doing that over and over and over and over again. So wokeness is when people without power get power. Thank you, Adam, for explaining. There we go. Like, he doesn't even know that he knows it, but he knows it. Look at this.
Here.
These guys are so good, right? I don't want to call them lolcows because, I'm not. Lolcow culture is weird, right? But they're like something cows. They are producing a type of nectar, right? They're producing something that is useful in spite of themselves through no intention of their own. They're producing a useful substance, let's just say.
Oscars was basically targeted by the Twitterati.
By which we mean Black Twitter, thanks.
For not being diverse enough. And they started a hashtag Oscars So White. And that...
All you black people on Black Twitter with all your social capital are now the Twitterati, right? You're like basically in a smoke-filled room making all the decisions now, according to these guys.
Sent Hollywood into a tailspin.
That's what wokeness is, right?
What? Yeah. We're being called racist?
Makes so much sense.
And
this is why it comes from an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, right? The idea of a bunch of Jewish people in a back room somewhere meeting and deciding what will happen in the world is literally that idea of powerless people attaining power. And that is a threat. That is why wokeness is a threat. That is why wokeness must be stopped, because you have taken, maybe through no intention of your own, but uptaken nonetheless, like a fascist philosophical framework where you view a danger in marginalized people, in oppressed people, in people without power. That's what the real danger is. Those without power attaining power. And then what are they going to do to us? There we have it. It's just fascism. Why am I making it so complicated? Here it is.
All of these
there's your analysis.
Policies came out of that. And you're right. They literally have a list.
People unworthy of Western culture achieving any degree of control over their own lives, right? That's wokeism right there.
Basically, you have to have a certain quota of discrimination against white people in order to qualify for an Oscar now.
There we go. So let's forget that the fucking Oscars were virtually like Snow White, right? And say that it's discrimination against white men who are somehow naturally just filtering into all the places of privilege and power, but that must just be because they're better at shit, right? That must just be because they're more competent human beings, right? That's what it is. And so changing that or opposing that is actually discrimination against the people that have all the fucking power in the world. Yeah, who knew?
Yeah.
Who
now to address
knew?
To address the other claim, which I think is true, that there are other reasons for why the Marvels did poorly that have nothing to do with politics. And actually, Emma and the faceless voice on Sam's show. Actually,
that's Matt Lesh.
Brought this up. I think these are fair points, or definitely part of the puzzle here, which is that, after Avengers Endgame, that felt like the kind of ending point for, I think, a lot of people in the audience, in terms of like watching these.
I'm starting to see how the show works, right? I'm starting to see how their claim to authority amongst their audience works. Like, look at PSA Sitch, right? He's sitting here in the, the suit and tie, and he's got like this, like he's the tough principal in the 80s movie that institutes the tough love, right? The corporal punishment, like getting violent with the drug dealers in the school. He's gonna put this nonsense to a stop, right? He's gonna put a stop to this nonsense, and here he is standing out like that. He's like, hey, the real authority is here with my suit and tie, and all this woke nonsense has been happening while I've been away, but now I'm here. And it's gonna stop. It's stopping here. It's stopping here and now. That's what it is, right? And then Adam's like, I don't know, your relatable stoner friend or something, and he's like, yeah, I sign off on all the things the guy in the suit and tie says, because even though I like to have fun, clearly, I can see where we're getting into some danger with all of this degeneracy, all this sliding away from the superior pinnacle of civilization that is Western culture, and minorities getting too much power, frankly. In our systems, right? That we got to put a stop to it. We got to. That's right, And look, I might like to party, but I'm also willing to put a stop to this degeneracy, because
superhero movies.
I mean, there it is. Both sides of the equation.
So I think I wouldn't be surprised if there's just like a decline.
If you're a memer or if you're a schemer, you're represented here at Sitch and Adam.
And after that, because it just felt like a nice resolution.
It was called Endgame.
Right, it's called Endgame. And then also, the Marvel's movie itself, we have Captain Marvel, who's not really, even though her original movie did decently or did well, these other two characters were for Disney Plus TV shows that, very few people saw. And it seems like they're just Disney is so desperate to just shove like their Disney Plus TV show stuff into the movie stuff. And it just doesn't work because they're just not familiar with it, and it's not
they don't
working.
Care.
Yeah, and I think I think that's fair. I think it's definitely reasons for why the Marvel is doing poorly. But to counter my own point, even with Endgame kind of being like the capstone to end the Marvel movies, if they were still making good Marvel movies after that, the interest would spark again. The interest would come right back. Right? If they're still just making,
Are you literally saying that you think that this is a cow that we could milk forever? Look, Sitch and Adam, I said that you were cows, right? And I said that I'm milking you and that you're giving me useful substances, but I don't think I could milk you forever. I think you have a lot of milk. I think I could make a lot of cheese, a lot of dairy products, a lot of kefir, all the things that you make with butter, whatever you make with milk, I could make out of you, but I don't think it's limitless. I think that eventually those teats run dry, and the same has got to be true for the Marvel universe. Let's be real. Come on, do you really think that are you this Western civilization pilled? Do you also think that superhero movies are the pinnacle of civilization? Because that's honestly pretty fash coded. That's how it reads to me, right? That's again the symbol of the superhero, like by itself, is very much reinforcing of the ideas of capitalism and of colonialism and all the other fucking systems of oppression, right? It's the individual that stands head and shoulders over all the masses and is the only our only hope, right? Our only hope. Someone just like way smarter, way stronger, way faster, way better in every single way you could imagine than any of us is the only one who can save our unworthy asses if we just put our faith in that white man. That's like, I don't know.
The Ant-Man movies, the Thor movies, the Miss Marvel movies, all the movies coming after Endgame were just good storytelling, good movies. All the interest would come right back.
No Way Home came after Endgame, made $1.9 billion. Learn to do research, Sitch.
Oh, I love this stuff.
Well, I think even if they did a compelling story of Captain Marvel, it could sell.
Yeah.
They made a huge mistake by not.
Captain Marvel, but she meets like a really great guy, and at first she doesn't like trust him, but then he saves her in a tough situation, and then she just learns to like kind of make him sandwiches and stuff. Yeah,
Making a strong male lead. A
strong male lead who likes to eat sandwiches, and it turns out that Captain Marvel is really better at making sandwiches and being in the kitchen and raising children than at fighting, and that just seems like the natural way out. And by the end of the movie, Brie Larson has learned a lesson. I would love to see that movie. I'm sure you would, Adam. I'm sure you would.
I don't know why they had that going on with Jude Law in the original one. I mean, obviously, not as strong as it could be, but they didn't have just devoid of any male characters.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, we're talking about superhero movies, is a male audience, right? So yeah, maybe there does need to be,
Same thing with video games, and that's why we need. Say it with me, chat. Say it with me. Are you ready? Are you ready? Ethics in video game journalism.
There has to be some kind of male character. You look at like the first Wonder Woman, and you had young Captain Kirk, and people liked his character a lot. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely probably part of it. But I think even without a male lead, if it was just if Captain Marvel was just a well-written, compelling character that people liked.
So wait.
That's what you need.
So like not a feminist, maybe? Feminism's pretty unlikable. Yeah, just like not a feminist, right?
That's the basis of these stories. You need a well-liked character, and they just can't do it. They have to make these smug, smarmy, perfect from the get-go characters. It's so weird. Like, you look at Tony Stark, right? And he's like a smug asshole. That's his character. He's a smug asshole.
Of course.
But then the whole point of the first movie is that he realizes that he's like a bad person, and he needs to fix who he is, right? He has his own weapons that he's trying to sell to the Americans are being used by terrorists, and he gets a chest full of shrapnel from his own missile.
Right.
And that's when he...
That's awesome. That's awesome. So we know that like the weapons are good. Selling those weapons to the Americans is really good, right? But when they fall into the hands of the terrorists, right? In other words, when the people without power take some power back, that's bad. That's dangerous, right? And that's what Tony Stark has to change.
He realizes, oh, I'm harming the world, right? So he changes who he is as a person. Where's the
Anna says Chilean crime mob stealing from Walgreens is why police and prison reform is bad. I didn't get the Chilean part. Even though Walgreens said, yeah, they lied about their numbers. They literally were trying to excuse like it was a location that wasn't like making enough money, and they wanted to close it down without revealing that they'd kind of taken an L, and they're like, yeah, it's just too much shoplifting.
Then Marvel
Anna also turned a Newsom is bad segment into a segment. Is that the one I reacted to? 99% was homeless people are bad and should be jailed. Wait, did I react to this yet?
Realizing that she needs to change who she is as a person and become stronger or better or more moral.
Yeah, look, I didn't see the movie.
It wasn't there. It wasn't there. But that's the problem with all these movies. They just don't give these characters arcs for some reason. The arc is that they become stronger. They're all.
I'm sorry, but you're talking comic book language here, like, and not even like good comic book language, right? Give them better arcs. There we go. There is something fitting about how much greatness they place in this one genre of entertainment. He's criticizing a film that he's obviously not seen. Captain Marvel is very likable, also flawed in the Marvels. Yeah, I can't even refute that part because I haven't seen it. I just
Elsa. They all let it go and they realize their true power inside.
Sure, it's trash.
Wait, isn't that a dynamic
on the male character thing?
I feel like you've just described a dynamic character to me. I thought that's what made good literature. I thought that's what made good art. I thought that's what made good comic books. But when it's Elsa, what? Is there not enough montage? Do you need some montage? The German film technique known as montage?
I don't understand why you would want to give the like sisterhood of the traveling pants energy to your movie. Okay. It's like making a movie with one hand tied behind your back. If you're saying, look, we can't have.
Is he okay? Now I haven't seen Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, but isn't that a movie that did really well with like a female audience? You're saying they're not appealing to a female audience, and then
have any strong male characters in this movie. It's going to come off as superhero sleepover. It's like it's wafting feminine energy here. It's
wafting. Just say it, dude. You mean queefing, don't you? That's what he means. That's what he's getting at, okay? Wow. Wow. So misogynist, right? Wafting. Getting that not so fresh feeling. Those dirty, dirty femoids, they really need to wash themselves out, right? Don't they? They really need to clean that up. That's disgusting.
Amount of estrogen coming off of this movie.
There we go. Yes,
movie is just sending
it's like pregnant mare urine in here. What the fuck?
Men away. Why? What is the purpose of that?
Right.
Like if you had Captain Marvel and a guy.
Wait, what? It's to literally try to see if they can crystallize the like new female audience that they've created by jamming this superhero shit down all of our throats, by making these movies almost to the exclusion of anything else, because we know that there's a built-in audience, right? They're trying to, it's a proof of concept of this like market that they've created, or they're trying to create. He's wafting 14-year-old boy energy, just about, yeah.
On the poster, it would be. I'm telling you, it would be far more successful than it is. That's the main reason why this movie.
Hey, welcome back, Twitchies. What you've just experienced was the 3/4 of an hour ad break. Yeah, they're not coming at regular times, but they are coming, or they're not coming at even times, but they are coming at regular times, right? And you're gonna experience that every half an hour on the 15 on the 45, I guess. Unless you have a sub, you can get a sub for free using Amazon Prime. For a Twitch Prime sub that will entitle you to miss that ad break, and will put money in my pocket and will cost you nothing extra, which is pretty cool. You can also pay for your own sub. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. Or if you're lucky, if you're one of the lucky ones, maybe you could get gifted one, right? It could happen. It does happen. It's more likely to happen, though, if you're active in the chat.
Flopped.
Zero?
I don't know if it's the main reason, but it's probably definitely hurt. I mean, you're right.
0 out of what?
In terms of, I saw the trailers and I definitely got superhero sleepover energy or superhero slumber party energy, which isn't exactly what you want when you're going into a superhero film.
The way that you make this work with 3 female leads is Charlie's Angels. But they're not going to do the sexy.
We got to make them sexy.
Anymore, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's true.
That's the way that you do it. And even then they have, I think Charlie's Angels had a male lead.
They kind of need a male boss, yeah, don't they? They need a male boss to oversee them, to make sure no shenanigans go on, to make sure that everybody's, keeping everything, fresh down there, right? None of those femoid shenanigans.
I think it was Bill Murray.
None of those smells wafting up at us, right? We got to make sure that it's...
The remakes of...
He wasn't in it that much, I don't think. But he was
right, but it's a little bit, just sprinkle it in. We don't hate men here. Men exist and will like this movie.
We just want them to be pick-me's. Cool.
It's okay to look at these sexy ladies.
You're right. It's interesting. I didn't even think about that. Like, because obviously these movies are completely devoid of sex appeal.
It's okay for you to look at my sexy body. That's literally what I'm here for.
They are. Look,
to appeal to your gaze.
There's no
yeah.
And look, I barely remember the original one, but wasn't there like a little bit of energy between Jude Law and
there
Captain
was,
Marvel?
but I mean, like Brie Larson is a very attractive woman. I know people don't like her personality, which is fine, but she's very hot. And it's like they put her in.
Is this thirst hate? Is that what goes on with Brie Larson? Is this thirst hate going on? Is that what we're seeing? It feels like very AOC, hate. Like
This like horrible flight.
It was a remake
suit outfit for the Captain Marvel character.
Yeah, because they want to avoid the male gaze. They're going for Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants superhero movie, which is just okay if that's what you want to make.
Sisterhood of the not so fresh feeling pants.
Fine, but I don't think.
That's right.
I don't think women like superhero movies in the same way that men do. You're never going to be able to. This is what I was talking about the you can basically sell anything that you want. Yeah.
Wait. I don't understand. This is like incoherent. So the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants represents what women want, the kind of movie about relationships and such, interpersonal relationships. But that's also what's wrong with Captain Marvel? Is it's too much about that stuff? It's like, wait, which? Oh my God. Anyway, they're still under the thing that like, this is a superhero movie. It's got to be for men. It's got to be for men. It can't be that they see an audience, they see a demographic out there, they look at their numbers and they say, ooh, look at that, what's showing up? It's a little blip of femoid. A little femoid blip is showing up in our analytics. What if we could take this blip and this blip and this blip and cobble them together into some sort of fandom? Because some of these femoids seem to be liking our male-centered movies. So, there's a new audience, maybe there's a new type of movie that could be made. How could we make it if we have it concentrate on relationships a little bit more, and add that to the superhero thing? Maybe that's, a hit. And, this one obviously is not, but.
The manufacturing consent, they're like, look, we're just going to manufacture women who like superhero movies.
Oh yeah. What did they say about Wonder Woman? They cherry pick. They don't want to talk about that stuff, right? They want to claim that they have proof. And the proof is literally, I am naming a movie that I perceive as woke, that I can get my chud audience to perceive as woke as well, and show you how it underperformed in the box office. That's all the proof they need. It's anecdotes.
Okay, good luck with that. Let's see.
Just like Anecdote Anna and Anecdote Jink, we've got Anecdote Adam here.
Call me when your stock drops to $2 a share.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Obviously,
You've been saying that for a while, haven't you?
Superheroes are going to be male audience primarily.
Look, let's be real. Disney movies, okay, they have been successful and they have lost money. Disney has gone through like a lot of different hit and miss, stuff in the box office. I don't know overall how it is right now, but even assuming that they are on a downturn like that, that's just how the cookie crumbles. I don't think that, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm making this argument over and over again, right? But there's no proof behind this claim. All it is an anecdote. They cherry pick the anecdote they want you to see. They say it's like this, and here's the proof. What's the proof? This movie. Don't think of any of the other movies. Don't think of anything else that's going on. Don't think of any trends or anything like that. But just look at this movie, see that this movie's not making money, and trust me that it's because this movie was too woke. There it is. There's your narrative. Get woke, go broke.
Primarily male audience
Bing,
forever.
bam, boom.
And I mean, it's not like, they were not afraid to put sex appeal for Captain America. How many times they, show him shirtless.
Oh, of course.
Make fun of his ass. That's America's ass. How many times did they do sex appeal stuff about Thor being super ripped? And then even in the original Avengers.
Well, that's how you get the women to watch the male movies, right?
Exactly.
That's how you do it.
Right. And in Barbie movie, you had Ken running around shirtless for half the movie, and he was ripped to all hell. And then in the original Avengers, you had Scarlett Johansson in her like skin tight, black outfit. So yeah, I mean, these movies are devoid of a lot of human emotions, like
I feel
romance
like your content is devoid of a lot of human emotions, like empathy.
and sex.
Yeah. Throw a little lust in there.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt.
Well, I mean, obviously it's difficult. You can't really do sex appeal when you shove a little kid in the movie, so maybe that's probably a mistake for them to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Hear me out. Captain America. A story of...
There's so much projection in this analysis.
A young man, scrawny, weak, with all sorts of health ailments. But he so desperately believes in what his country stands for. He wants to be something bigger than himself. He wants to be part of something bigger than himself. He so desperately wants to serve his country that he tries lying to get into the military. I'm not kidding. I'm like, when conservatives complain about woke movies like this, I'm like, I agree. Y'all need to do the inverse too and cheer and celebrate for Captain America. Dude, I'm pointing the finger at all the people who are like, superhero movies are dumb, Tim. No way. I want you right now. I want you to get your kids to watch Captain America. And I'll break it down and tell you why. Steve Rogers in this movie, scrawny, weak,
can't believe this.
Gets beat up in a fight, but refuses to back down. Yo, that scene where he's in the alley and the dude punches him in the face and he's like, I can do this all day. Scrawny, weak guy, but strong-willed.
It reminds me of the Chris Farley thing where he like interviews people and he's like, oh, remember the part in the movie where you punched the guy in the face and the guy was like, ow, you punched me in the face, and you were like, oh yeah, that was great. Oh yeah, remember the part in the movie where you were like, you will never return here again, and then the bad guy dies, and like, oh yeah, that was so sick.
Even though he wasn't the toughest, even though he...
This is so amazing to me, Sitch, because they're making fun of this moral narrative that Tim is totally nailing. It's totally nailing.
He's it. You guys, I'm sorry, but like, this is pathetic. You are groveling in front of a man-child, and although your analysis is threadbare and bad and just like, self-referential to a point of absurdity, it's an absolute echo chamber of Peterson flatulence, right? It's not Tim Pool's fertilizer that he's spreading, right? It's not the absolute manure. Like, you are a cut above of Tim Pool, and yet you are kissing his ass, because guess what? He's got like, I don't know, 20 times more subs than you. This is you doing what you were accusing Hbomberguy of doing with Hassan. We're coming full circle. Stop talking with your mouth full of Tim Allen? Wait, like Tim Allen?
Totally nailing it. He's like the scrawny guy who doesn't feel like he can make a difference in the world, is given this giant opportunity to make a difference in the world.
Yes.
People empathize with that. People want to watch that. They want to emulate that. And you've got Sam Seder and crew laughing at that.
Did he just scratch his butt?
Laughing at that thing that
what was he doing down there?
So many people would want to do. What's going on here?
Well,
what is going on here, Adam?
I think there's two interesting things. One,
am I hallucinating?
Is I think they hate Tim so much that they're just so biased against him that they can't even like process what he's saying.
The brilliance of what he's saying, the cultural criticism of Timothy Pool,
or what his argument is.
Right.
They just don't hear it. Like, and because Emma or one of them is about to say, like,
again, we've established that the argument is coming from, like, a Western chauvinist perspective that refuses to engage with anything but itself and sees itself as the pinnacle of civilization that everybody who hasn't attained it needs to gravitate towards, and everything else is degenerate.
Oh, Tim, he, of course, he keeps bringing up that he's scrawny and weak because Tim is scrawny and weak, and that's why that spoke to him. Like, they don't even understand
juicing up a super soldier is kind of a metaphor for steroids. You could say so. You could say so.
moral intuition.
But I mean, I feel like don't conservatives I feel like a lot of them are roided up. Are they? They're always concerned about their testosterone, right? That like something about wokeness, something about modern life is making their T weak, and they need to strengthen it up, and they need to, either just like go and lift heavy, which actually does, I guess, stimulate a little bit of testosterone, or more likely lift juiced in order to, attain. They think that the physique of their 20-year-old self is one that should like be maintained throughout a lifetime through the use of various ergogenic aids
that you immediately latched onto as a storyteller.
The irony is that these guys love Captain America, but Captain America would hate their sexist fascist asses.
As a writer, be like, okay, this is why this is appealing to people.
Yeah.
To be powerless and to still have like that strength of character and to be given a shot to, do right.
Yeah, Tim Pool standing Cap is weird considering Jordan Peterson is literally the Red Skull.
Yeah, that's all those people,
woke moralists.
people sitting in the movie theater thinking, look, I'm that powerless person. There's a chance for me.
No, more likely they're thinking I've had the power taken away from me through the, like, these guys.
It's interesting because
minorities have too much
I think
power.
there's two types of characters. There's the normal character, Tony Stark, who they go on a character arc where they fix or they change some part of themselves to become better.
Right.
Emotionally, psychologically. And then you look at like Captain America, he didn't really do that because he becomes buff and everything, but like his character doesn't change. Like he, at the beginning of the movie, is Captain America's spirit. And then it's just, he's able to use that spirit to, his spirit matches his body once he becomes a super soldier. And that's the other type of character, which is,
well, like if we're gonna talk about super soldier, let's address the elephant in the room. How about the Antifa super soldier?
Someone called it the flat character.
I heard that they were breeding a group of cat girls, right, to form some kind of tribunal.
Which is that it's a character who's so inspirational that like they don't change, but everyone around them changes because they want to be more like them.
Right. They drive the characters around them to have
become
story
better.
arcs. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, to become better because they want to emulate him. And I think that's a great character. That's one of my favorite characters. My favorite character in anime, Kamina from Gurren Lagann, is that character. Goku is a good example of that character, or especially in Dragon Ball. And that's what they were trying to do with Captain America. That's what they tried to do with Superman. During successes.
Yes.
And it's just interesting that, because they just disliked him so much, or because they just don't know anything about storytelling, because they don't care about it all, they just don't understand anything that he's talking about. It's all just nonsense to them. Anything about storytelling, because they don't care about it all, they just don't understand anything that he's talking about. It's all just nonsense to them. Just disliked him so much, or because they just don't know anything about storytelling, because they don't, during successes.
Yes.
And from Gurren Lagann is that character. Goku is a good example of that. From Gurren Lagann is to become
story
better.
arcs. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, to become better because they want to emulate him. And I think that's a great character.
Goku's not that character. Okay, Goku's power level's up, but he doesn't change. Like a more interesting character, if you want to talk about a dynamic character in Dragon Ball, you'd probably be talking about Vegeta, who recognizes that Goku has a power that he can't even touch, and at long last figures out that his power comes from his connection and his care for other people in his life, right? And that's what he's missing, and goes on to kind of emulate Goku, right? If you want to talk about a dynamic character, I don't know what the only thing that's dynamic about Goku is his freaking hair color. Let's be real. It's just power scaling.
It's one of my favorite
What
characters.
are you fucking talking about? Did you even watch Dragon Ball?
My favorite character in anime,
Z?
Kamina from Gurren
Or
Lagann
S?
is that character. Goku is a good example of that character, or especially in Dragon Ball.
Wait, in Dragon Ball, so you mean okay.
And that's what they were trying to do with
I think if there's more dynamic, is he really, does he mean, because I don't know, people say Dragon Ball, they mean Dragon Ball Z, mostly, right? But yeah, Dragon Ball, if you don't know, the Dragon Ball series started off with Dragon Ball, just Dragon Ball nothing, right? Just Dragon Ball was what it was called. And it's the story of Goku when he's a little kid. And then you have like a time skip, and you have Dragon Ball Z, which is Goku like once he's grown up, and then I think is there like another time skip? Yeah, there's like another time skip after the Oob fight, and you have Dragon Ball Super, and that's I don't think I've watched it. I don't think there is anything past that.
Captain America, that's what they try to do.
Maybe movies.
Superman, during successes.
Yes.
And it's just interesting that, because they just disliked him so much, or because they just don't know anything about storytelling, because they don't care about it all, they just don't understand anything that he's talking about. It's all just nonsense to them.
Nobody
this is what
GT.
I was saying about the
Morbius, I skipped right past GT. That's true.
divergent moral intuition.
You're right. You got me. I skipped right past GT.
I mean, you could be right. It could just be that they hate Tim so much that they're not even really thinking of it from a moral perspective. But it'd be interesting to talk to them about
a moral perspective on
what exactly is going on. What are the moral intuitions that are happening here?
Right.
I'm not sure that they're completely.
Tell me about the moral implication of the Marvel freaking universe. Thank you. That's great.
I mean, everyone talked about the scene from the original Captain Marvel where she steals a guy's motorcycle. And the writers do it so I guess he says to her, like, these
are the kind of guys that like probably hated it in Super when they introduce Caulifla and Kale.
Be pretty if you smiled or something.
Like, no, women can't fight. What are you talking about? You got to leave that to the Z fighters, ladies.
Something to that effect.
Yes.
And for them, that was enough of a moral indiscretion for her to like punch him and steal his motorcycle. Which, I mean, that's a completely different moral compass than most people are operating with.
Yeah.
And they immediately called it out. They immediately said, look, this is crazy. What's happening here?
No, it's a great point.
Yeah. So I think that's the problem. You get working on these movies with these.
I hate that the new Dragon Ball Super is coming out. They are making a new Super. They transferred Goku into... Really? You don't say. So yeah, the thing that people hate about GT is the fact that, wait, Scout is taken. Please tell me you're talking about GT. Are you not talking about GT? So yeah, Goku was a kid in Dragon Ball. Goku was a kid again in GT. There was some kind of magic shenanigans that happened and like age regressed Goku back to being a little kid. And it's only when he goes Super Saiyan 4 that he turns back into an adult. Somehow the transformation makes him an adult again. If movies don't have Rocket Raccoon, I am not watching. Yeah, they needed a raccoon in, or maybe one of those raccoon dogs in Dragon Ball. That would be great. Right? The power is their nutsack, right? That kind of thing. Wait, there's a new DB Super. No, you're talking about DB Super. You were most certainly not talking about GT there. They're transforming Goku back into a kid. Instead of the manga, I forgot. The manga's been written. I forgot. They were oh my god, okay.
People who just their moral compass is completely out of whack. It's like,
didn't they learn anything from GT?
Look, they did a microaggression on me. I get to kill their whole family now. It's like a revenge fantasy or something.
Right.
I'm going, look, I don't know if you can sell this to the normie population. They might think that's a bit of an overreaction, and you seem insane. Right?
Yes.
No, this will be a great
normie, the famously white male cis straight normie population, right? Literally not the majority of people. Those are the normies though.
Because he's talking about fucking donkey! Video game donkey! And if you're not familiar with this content, pretty much 75% of what he says is complete satire. I mean, for God's sakes, his name is Donkey. Imagine watching this video and getting pissed.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, imagine watching this video and getting pissed. Yo, if you're watching the video I'm watching, though, you're definitely getting pissed, right? Because we're not watching Bo Black's, unfortunately. I would much rather be watching a Bo Black's video than this.
Movie.
I would take a Bo Black's video easy. Bitch, you have nothing.
Look,
Bitch, you have nothing.
Marvel's 3. Everyone will love it. All the kids will go see it.
He had health ailments.
Even though he didn't take his beanie off.
Yeah. That's the message you want kids to have. And he wants to join the military. Not that I think the military is doing all that well today.
Look at my gun and
Point
sword
was,
behind me.
He was
I
patriotic.
could do
He
it
believed in
too.
his country. He believed in family and community. And even though he wasn't the
Wow, he like I wish he just had like, you know, it might be a little bit feel less like punching down if he had 5% more self-awareness, like of why he's so emotionally attached to the scrawny, weak Captain America.
Right.
He leaves out the part that like they're
So sad.
Do you like that Emma is talking about someone else's lack of self-awareness?
Oh, I know. The irony is just off the charts here.
I know.
And they don't understand the
Imagine being a femoid. Talk about lack of self-awareness.
moral. They don't understand the moral narrative at all.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Sad.
become super buff.
Some people lie.
Jack Eye in the entire. He's a super soldier.
Yeah, and he's like, that could happen to me too.
But also, I should also say, is very similar to the story of the Bourne Identity as well.
Is it me, or just like, does their whole conception of the dynamic character learning throughout the movie and showing what they've learned in the end of the movie, does this not just sound like a story, the self-made millionaire story? Right? The millionaire that's born the millionaire never wants to think of themselves as being like the product of daddy and mommy's money, right? They always want to see themselves as being, you know, having gone through an arc of their own. I mean, like this is what we are. We're just like reifying like fail sons. That's what we're doing. That's what we're worshiping. That is your pinnacle of goddamn Western civilization. The fail son. We are in the fail son era, and we've got 3 great examples, right? If you're not fail sons, you might as well be. You might as like your fail sons in spirit. You, Adam and Tim, to guide our way, like into this brave new world.
And just about every other movie of that ilk.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the hell Sam Seder is talking about.
The Bourne Identity.
The Captain America story is the same as the Bourne Identity or any other.
Chad, I haven't seen either. How sad is that?
Action movie?
I haven't seen either.
No, it's not. What
was there amnesia in Captain America that I'm missing or something?
It wasn't the Bourne Identity. It's been a while since I've seen the Bourne Identity. Wasn't he was like a super
there's like 3 movies, right? There's like the Bourne Identity, the Bourne Something Else, and the Bourne Supremacy.
Assassin guy.
Right. Yes.
That they're trying to take out for some reason.
Yes, but it starts off with him having amnesia. He doesn't know who he is.
Right. But he doesn't start off as like a scrawny weakling.
The action in the Winter Soldier is very Bourne-esque. The first
known for his strength of character, who becomes some kind of massive physical hero or something. That's not the Bourne. That is not the standard action hero thing. Standard action hero thing is you have your Mission Impossible or your John Wick, the character who like has been trained all his life to be the super badass, and then they have to go do something, right? It's baffling to me that just shows that Sam has no clue what he's talking about. I don't even know why he comments on anything related to movies.
It's true that they will be turning Goku into a kid again, as well as the other Z fighters. What? There's Kid Piccolo? I mean, why do I want to watch that? What do I want to see? Wait, has it been? Why do I feel like I've seen Kid Piccolo before? Why does that sound so familiar? There's Kid Krillin, right? Krillin was in Dragon Ball. Yamcha was in Dragon Ball, but he was like already like a teenager or something. Why does Kid Piccolo sound so damn familiar? Okay, yeah, what do they think about calling Emma a pedo? Well, that's what they just said about wokeness is like, well, with wokeness, if we're going to have any sexualization at all, it's going to involve kids, because that's what the woke people want. They want to, that's the... They couldn't help but stuff some like a little stocking stuffer of groomer accusation in the mix.
Completely out of his wheelhouse here. But
yeah.
So it's just fascinating that they, as you said, they just...
Do you even know what a wheelhouse is?
I think it is more than they just don't like Tim. I think they literally just don't I think like the people that write these terrible woke movies, they just don't understand what makes characters good or compelling.
They don't understand like the lesson one of like, you know, screenplay writing, right? They don't understand like this basic ass concept that I have where like dynamic character equals good script.
And why people like Captain America or other characters like.
If no good dynamic character, then script bad. If dynamic character, then script automatically good. There's nothing else to it. You just gotta have a character that changes along the way.
Like that.
What is up, Letterhack? I think he meant Sam's Purview. That makes more sense. That does make more sense.
But part of it is probably that they,
oh God, we hit the ad break again.
in their
We hit the ad
moral
break.
framework, they see a character like Captain America as idolizing straight white males. That's the way that they see it.
That's a good
so
point. Yeah, that's a great point.
Sorry, I jumped in. No worries.
they just can't see the moral narrative clearly as other people do.
Right.
Look, I do. Well, it's partly a cultural reason. I think conservatives have a better understanding of how liberals and progressives think, just because they're completely inundated with progressive media, so they have a window into it, and conservative media that's dedicated.
I'm watching this ignorant man say this and recognizing that once again it feels like projection, but it can't be. How would he know? How would he know that through watching him, through reacting to him, and a number of other people, including Tim Pool, including Jordan Peterson, including the multitudes out there, right, that I have gained quite a perspective on the conservative mindset, right? It's funny. It is literally, it is, I find humor in this, right? It feels like it's just like something somebody would write, right? A character that somebody would write.
Strictly to conservatism is kind of the Fox News off in left field that progressives can go their whole lives avoiding. So
Right.
a lot of these writers don't really see it, and when they do see it,
They're like literally saying that progressives have a stereotyped perspective on right-wingers as he expresses a stereotyped perspective of lefties.
they see it as immoral.
Oh my
But I
God.
do think
Oh my God.
writing scripts, you're going to get better material from people who understand both perspectives, and that's going to tend
So
to
in
be
other words, conservatives. That's going to tend to be conservatives. Come on. I grew up in conservative America, asshole. Like, look, I was formed by it. Like, I can't remember the Bain speech, but basically the Bain speech, right? Basically the Bain speech, but unironically, like, right? I fucking grew up in conservative American culture.
conservatives, and conservatives are definitely on the outs as far as Hollywood goes. So I think that's part of the
And if you're Ben Shapiro, you think it's because you're conservative, that you were not allowed to use your superior intellect and storytelling skills to craft the narratives of Hollywood. That there's some kind of a litmus test that they perform on you where they're like, oh no, you engage in too much wrong think and therefore cannot be part of the elite creative class. We will cast you out of our midst.
the
But luckily for you, Ben, you started your own company, and now you make your own Adam Sandler-esque like rehashes of every shitty fucking schlock stereotype that just got overdone to death in the 90s. And you get to feel like you've accomplished something.
struggle here as well.
I mean, maybe. I think it's, I'm sure if you were to look at, you do a survey of like people that write fiction, it's probably going to be overwhelmingly left wing slanted, like 75%. I just pull that number out of thin air, and I'd be confident with that. Just because more.
Watch him propose a causation. Watch it, not even propose it, right? Watch him impose, watch him project a causation on the fact that there's like, because there probably are. There seem to be like more left-wing people in creative roles than right-wing people. But that's a correlation, right? And I haven't even proven that correlation, so don't be too convinced yet. But like, you know, like what we really need for what he's going to claim, I think, is going to be something a little stronger than correlation, right? He's going to propose a mechanism.
Of like the artistic types tend to skew that way. But I think the difference is that, you know, a lot of the people, even though it's left with that, just because more of like the artistic types tend probably going to be overwhelmingly left wing slanted,
artistic
like 75%. I just pull that number out of thin air, and I'd be confident with that.
You don't need to you don't need to pull a number out of your ass, please. Like I believe you. I'll accept that premise. That one at least sounds to me to be representative of reality, at least.
Just because more of like the artistic types tend to skew that way.
The artistic types tend to skew that way.
But I think the difference is that, you know, a lot of the people, even though it's left-wing skew, they were still operating under the American ideas of liberalism and the hero's journey and all of these things. And the kind of the woke progressive generation is kind of taught that all those things are...
The woke progressive? Is that what you're calling Gen Z? Is that what you mean? What is the woke progressive? Like, who are these kids that scream and run wild?
Are repressive and terrible.
Right. Yeah.
And so they're trying to throw all that stuff away and do their like OC, do not steal, hyper idealized headcanon character who's a smug, smarmy, you know, badass, you know, woman, and just people just look at this character and they don't like it. So
cool. Well, any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
Yeah, who are these children who scheme and run wild, who speak with their wings and the way that they smile?
That's it.
Hi, you just listened to a Sitch and Adam recorded video.
What are the secrets they trace in the sky? And why, Sitch and Adam, why do you tremble each time they ride by? Oh my God, we got through it, chat. We made it. I have fulfilled the contract of content. Oh my God, chat. You know what I'm seeing? I don't know if you're seeing this. I don't know. Look. Okay, see, like on the right side, Xander Hall, Keffel's bridge burnt. Now, I don't know, and I'm not going to stream snipe Xander Hall. I'm sure that he would love to try to get the sysadmin to take down my my stream if I did. I'm sure there would be consequences for me, right? But you know, it could be clickbait. It could be a joke. Maybe it's a joke. Does anybody know? Does anybody have any inside information? I know there was some shit between... I don't remember it being between Xander Hall and Keffels, though. Anybody want to offer any insight? Is there even any insight to offer here? You're awesome. Thank you for being our cringe buffer. Yeah. Well, don't ever be afraid to engage with any of the content that I watch yourself, right? I am not trying to hide anything from you. I am not trying to, you know, jaundice your view of things. And, you know, I am not afraid of you analyzing anything that I talk about or cover outside the context of my show, because I'm not like Sitch and Adam. I'm not trying to pull one over on you, right? I'm giving you, you know, my view of things. It may or may not be correct. Your mileage may vary, but oh my God, I feel like I was pretty on today. I feel like there's something about just that content that I really needed to cover, and I feel cleansed, and like I feel the summer fresh feeling, right? Like I feel it. Oh my God, chat! I feel like a commercial for Summer's Eve or something. I don't know, chat. I'm so fresh and so clean now. Be careful and don't go over 6 hours. We already did. I made you a promise though, and I always want to keep that promise, right? I set out to cover certain content, and like it needs to be in the same. It needs to be in the same stream. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. And I'm so glad that we were able to get through it. There was more that I wanted to cover. Okay, there were a few other things that I wanted to show you. There's a Tim Pool segment. I don't know, unless if anybody's like really, if you're really, you know, want to see that Tim Pool segment, now is the time to sub or to donate subs or memberships, right? Because I could probably still be convinced to stay on a little longer and do an exceptionally long stream. But yeah, saving that, I'm probably I think I did this subject justice. And all the rest is just all the rest is icing, which is not to say that it's bad, because sometimes icing is good. Sometimes you need some icing, right? Letterhack, do you have an opinion on icing? Do you have a strong like opinion one way or the other? You know everybody in this chat. Yeah, well, good to have you. Good to have you here. I got to see your panel last week, which was great, actually. Really, really cool. A bunch of really cool people, and talking about labor militancy, which is a subject that definitely needs to be covered more often. So I'm glad you're on that. Is everybody in here already following the Letterhack? If not, it might be a good time to click on Letterhack's name and give a follow, give a sub. You do that every Wednesday. Nice. You enjoyed everything about. I'm glad. I feel like we were going through some really frustrating content. Maybe that's just is that just my beat? Is that just what I do? I suffer through conservative content to make it a little bit more gonna come on the show. I would love to. I would absolutely love to. What are you talking about next week? And just so everybody knows, I don't always recite Steely Dan lyrics, because as I learned from your favorite band sucks, Steely Dan apparently also sucks. So yeah, but can anybody confirm this Xander Hall shit? I want to know if this like I know this is like so terrible for me to care, because it really doesn't matter. It really does not matter whether Keffel's and Xander Hall's bridge is intact or not. I'm just so extremely curious. So very curious. Wait. They're putting out a new Christmas music sucks? Oh yeah, 'tis the season, right? Every Christmas they have to put out a video about Christmas music that sucks. Out of the loop, as I don't particularly like either. I remember seeing I'm trying to remember. It was just something about like Xander Hall being like still very much on Team Brianna Wu, but I thought that Keffels was too. Is Keffels I don't know, Chad. I really don't know. And like on some level, I mean, I don't always have the patience to look, if it's important enough, like one or more of them will make a video about it. Other than that, I'm just going to assume that this is clickbait. I'm just going to assume this is clickbait designed to get me to click on something that I probably don't need to spend my time on. They got tired of always hitting approve on my comments. Oh yeah, that's right. You gotta get your comments approved. But yeah, if you're wondering if you want to watch Sitch and Adam's video on Hbomberguy, there it is, right? I am not trying to hide anything from you, and I encourage you if you want to watch the video yourself and come to your own conclusions. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty hard to avoid. I feel like it's pretty hard to avoid the conclusion. I've got entirely too much boxing stuff on my timeline. I wonder how that happened. I wonder how it happened, chat. Oh yeah, anybody got video games to suggest, right? We were talking about that in terms of the God damn. We were talking about that in terms of the it's not Spirit Science. This is a good channel. This is Telltale, what are they called? Telltale Owen Unfiltered here. But Spirit Science is this like weird I don't even know what to call it. It's like it's a cult. It's like a cult as a YouTube channel. But yeah, I need to know about new video games, particularly if we could find anything that's multiplayer. The only thing I can really think of is Minecraft, right? And maybe that's because like it's like, most of what I play. But as far as video games where you can play with a massive amount of people, which is kind of what I want. I wanted to do some like video game event for the members, for the Patreon, it's for everybody who supports me in an ongoing sort of manner to try to show you my thanks by sharing a night of video games with you. So if anybody's got ideas, definitely put them in the Discord. Doom 2, okay. I've seen some of that. That's a boomer shooter. Sorry, I'm not trying to be... I didn't mean that in a dismissive way. I just mean that it's literally the type, it's the genre that is like classed in this day and age, that like there's like the newish FPS, and then there's like the older FPS, which are called boomer shooters because they're classics. Oh, wait, that was your first video game since 19... Oh, I see. You haven't played video games in a long time. I see. We're doing a show called Boomer Gamer. I mean, it fits. It's actually very popular, and not just, surprisingly enough, not just with boomers, right? Or not just with, like, people who would have been in the demographic when the video game came out. Like, right? It's got a young audience, too, that sometimes appreciate the old style of shooters. Duke Nukem, yeah. Or wait, I don't know, Duke Nukem 3D, is that like newer? But I'm not an FPS person, like, right? Those shooting games, like, they scare me. And the one time that I played one, it was Apex Legends, and there's just like, there's too much to do, like, right? I can only concentrate on like get gun, get ammo, shoot enemy, right? And anytime that it gets more complicated, like you got a special, but the special is on cooldown right now, you got to wait until you can hit the special again. Like, I'm just like, okay, that's like too much for me. Like, we got the time is up, and now the map is shrinking, so you got to get from this area to that area. Like, it's all that extra stuff that Apex Legends has got in it that I'm sure people really appreciate. You could like you slide. You played Apex, yeah. I'm famously bad at Apex. I feel like I'm only really good at role-playing games, which is to say I'm not good at video games. Because nobody takes those kind of video games seriously. Nobody takes my skills at deciding what to do in a turn-based strategy game as being, representative of a great level of skill. Oh, look, there's a letter hack video. Oh wait, I'm trying to remember. Somebody recommended me a video of somebody on Elon Musk, and I was like surprised by it. Like at first I thought it was kind of boring. It was like a guy in a, like an older guy in a business suit, looked kind of stuffy and just like not really, just very dry, right? And then when I started to really listen to it, I started to notice that there was a dry wit. It was a dry, like very sarcastic, very cutting sense of humor. And I feel like another video came out by, I'll figure it out sometime, Chad. I'm sorry, I'm like thinking out loud. I can't remember who this was. You're in the algorithm, that's right. You are all up in the algorithm. It's been a bit of a while, right? Since we raided into Kaiputer. Feel like it's time once again. We're gonna raid in. Good night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow with more content that I did not finish today. There's always more content. There's always more content, it seems, and we'll get to it tomorrow. Until then, much love. No. Yeah, I mean, it's only been 8 hours and 30 minutes. Much love, buddies. Much love. You lurk until 7 Eastern. Wait, 7 Eastern time. What? It's 7 Western time, though. Where to, fam? I'm sorry I didn't leave you with any place to go, but I'm sure you'll figure it out, and I'll probably see it on my algorithm, too. And I'll join you there.